They cower. His supreme order of Rex is segmented. Insectoid arms gesturing with contempt. His multifaceted eyes glimmered under the chamber's artificial light. Their species knows only fear. Humans, as they call themselves, lack the resolve for conflict. Our fleets could reduce them to ash within a cycle. A murmur of agreement spread among the council. But not all were convinced. Counselor Irexer, a hulking figure with translucent skin through which veins pulsed rhythmically, raised a massive hand. And yet they persist. Their allies have fallen silent, their colonies crushed. Still, the humans do not capitulate. His voice was a deep rumble, resonating with caution. There is something unnatural in their endurance. Vrex's mandibles clattered in irritation. Superstition. They are scavengers, incapable of real resistance. We end this charade by decapitating their leadership. The room grew quiet as a shadow passed over the hollow display. An unfamiliar name, spoken in hushed tones by nervous delegates, rippled through the assembly. The Boogeyman. What are the rumors? A sharp voice cut through the silence. The assassin? Vrex leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. A myth concocted to instill fear. Even their legends lack substance. But outside the chamber, in the depths of space, reality unfolded to challenge their hubris. Ronald Alexanderson adjusted his gloves, the supple leather creaking faintly as he secured them over calloused hands. In the dim confines of the Phantom, a stealth vessel bristling with classified Earth technology, he stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the mission briefing scrolling across a holographic panel. The light from the screen cast sharp shadows across his angular features, features that seemed hewn from granite, each scar and line a testament to survival in a galaxy that had tried to erase him countless times. Your primary target, came the calm, almost soothing voice of Alpha, the ship's onboard AI, Commander Soren of Groneth. Eliminating him will disrupt critical supply chains to the Empire's outer fleets. Proceed with caution. Soren's fortress is heavily guarded, and he has a reputation for detecting intruders before they act. Ronald's lips curled into a faint smile, devoid of warmth. Reputation means nothing when you're dead. The AI hesitated, a rare pause in its typically fluid responses. Ronald, the Council is amplifying its efforts. They've labeled you an intergalactic terrorist. You are being hunted. Nothing new, Ronald replied, pulling a sleek, matte-black weapon from the wall mount. The weapon hummed softly as it synchronized with his biometrics. Let them hunt. They'll find nothing but shadows. Alpha's tone grew softer, almost concerned. You've pushed your body to its limits. Missions like this, one mistake, and it's over. Ronald glanced at a small photo tucked into the corner of the console. A woman and a child both smiling, their faces untouched by the weight of war. His expression darkened. It's already over, Alpha. They just don't know it yet. The ship shuddered faintly as it slipped into the orbit of Groneth, its cloaking systems rendering it a ghost in the void. Ronald moved with practiced efficiency, securing his gear and checking the seals on his advanced infiltration suit. It melded seamlessly with his environment, an adaptive camouflage that made him little more than a flicker of distortion in the air. As he approached the airlock, Alpha's voice followed him. Insertion point secured. Groneth's atmospheric scans won't detect your presence, but their patrols are erratic. Stay alert. Ronald stepped into the airlock, feeling the familiar pull of tension settle over him like a second skin. The hum of the ship faded as the hatch hissed open, revealing the swirling haze of Groneth's polluted skies. Far below, the industrial planet sprawled like a tumor, its surface dotted with towering smokestacks and sprawling complexes that belched fire and ash into the air. He descended silently, the suit's thrusters guiding him through the thick smog. The target loomed ahead, a fortress of jagged metal and stone perched atop a sheer cliff, its spires glowing with the eerie light of alien energy sources. Ronald landed without a sound, his boots absorbing the impact as he crouched low against the rocky terrain. Groundside, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the faint crackle of the comm link. "Proceed to objective," Alpha replied. "And Ronald, remember, no unnecessary risks." He smirked, the expression hidden beneath his visor. "When have I ever taken unnecessary risks?" The silence that followed spoke volumes. Ronald slipped through the perimeter, his movements a study in precision. Guards patrolled in disciplined formations, their reptilian eyes scanning for any disturbance. But they saw nothing, heard nothing. The boogeyman was not a man, they whispered. He was a myth, a phantom born from humanity's desperation. And yet, when the first guard fell, his throat slit cleanly by an impossibly sharp blade. The myth became a nightmare. Ronald moved like a wraith, each step measured, each action deliberate. He bypassed security grids with ease, his knowledge of alien technology uncanny. A lifetime of war had turned him into something more than human, something cold and efficient. The guards fell in silence, their bodies hidden in the shadows. "Fortress entry ahead," Alpha reported. "You're on schedule." Ronald approached the main structure, his breathing steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The fortress doors loomed above him, their intricate carvings depicting scenes of alien triumph. He placed a small device against the control panel, watching as it pulsed with blue light, before the doors slid open without a sound. Inside, the air was cooler, the oppressive heat of the planet's surface replaced by a sterile chill. The halls were lined with alien banners and trophies of war, grim reminders of the Empire's conquests. Ronald's eyes flicked over them without pause. He wasn't here to admire their victories. Soren's chamber is 3 levels up, Alpha guided. Minimal resistance expected until you reach the central hall. Ronald nodded once, his focus absolute. Every step brought him closer to his target, closer to the moment when myth and reality would converge. The Galactic Empire thought humanity weak, thought him a ghost story meant to scare children. But ghosts had a way of leaving bodies in their wake. As Ronald climbed the final staircase, the weight of the mission settled fully upon him. The door to Soren's chamber loomed ahead, its surface etched with alien glyphs that glowed faintly. He paused, hand hovering over the activation panel, and exhaled slowly. "Ready, Alpha?" he murmured. The AI's response was soft, almost human. "Always." Ronald pressed the panel, and the door slid open. The room beyond was dark, the only light emanating from a massive tank of bioluminescent liquid at its center. Inside floated Commander Soren, his amphibious form twisting lazily in the fluid. His eyes snapped open, fixing on Ronald with a predatory glare. "So," Soren hissed, his voice amplified through unseen speakers, "the boogeyman comes for me. Let us see if the legends are true." Ronald stepped forward, his blade gleaming in the dim light. "Legends are born from truth, Soren. And the truth is, you're already dead." The air on Groneth was heavier than Ronald Alexanderson had anticipated, thick with the acrid stench of burning metal and sulfur. It clung to his skin, even through the filters in his suit, a constant reminder that this planet was a monument to the Galactic Empire's disregard for anything but its own progress. The landscape around him was a wasteland of jagged, blackened stone and molten rivers that glowed faintly under the dull, blood-red sky. He crouched behind a protruding rock, his eyes fixed on the massive fortress ahead. Commander Soren's stronghold was carved into the mountain itself, its towering spires stabbing into the clouds like jagged teeth. Energy shields shimmered faintly over the structure, distorting the air around them. Ronald's gaze shifted to the patrols circling the perimeter. Alien guards moved with rigid discipline, their reptilian forms clad in reflective armor designed to ward off projectile attacks. He noted their patterns, timing each rotation with clinical precision. Heat signatures confirmed 30 hostiles on the ground level. Alpha's voice murmured in his ear. 8 more concentrated near the upper chambers. Minimal automated defenses inside, but motion detectors are scattered throughout. Ronald adjusted his visor, the advanced HUD overlay lighting up with tactical information. And Soren, stationary, central chamber. He hasn't moved since we arrived. Ronald smirked faintly. Comfortable in his tank, I bet. Let's change that. The first guard fell with a barely audible gurgle, Ronald's blade sliding effortlessly through the gap in its armor. He caught the body before it hit the ground, dragging it into the shadows. Every movement was deliberate, every action silent. His suit adapted to the shifting light, rendering him nearly invisible against the rocky terrain. By the time the second guard turned the corner, Ronald was already behind him, dispatching him with the same ruthless efficiency. Inside the fortress, the air was colder, the oppressive heat of the planet replaced by a sterile chill. The walls were lined with alien sigils, their meanings lost on Ronald, but their purpose clear: intimidation. His footsteps made no sound as he moved deeper into the stronghold, bypassing the occasional surveillance drone with practiced ease. Each step brought him closer to his target, but the tension in his chest remained coiled, a constant reminder of the thin line he walked. Motion detector ahead, Alpha warned. 2 guards stationed beyond it. Ronald paused, his gaze narrowing as he considered his options. The motion detectors were standard Empire tech, sensitive to the smallest fluctuations in air pressure. Disabling it without alerting the guards would take time he didn't have. He reached for his utility belt, pulling out a small EMP charge. Pressing it against the wall, he triggered it with a soft click. The charge pulsed faintly, sending out a localized disruption that temporarily disabled the detector. He moved quickly, his blade slicing through the first guard's exposed neck in a single, fluid motion. The second guard barely had time to react before Ronald's fist connected with his jaw, sending him crumpling to the ground. He finished the job silently, dragging both bodies into a dark corner before continuing down the corridor. Central chamber is straight ahead, Alpha said. No signs of reinforcements, but Soren will be heavily guarded inside. Proceed with caution. Ronald didn't respond, his focus narrowing as he approached the massive double doors that led to the heart of the fortress. The doors were ornate, carved with scenes of alien triumph and conquest. He placed a hand on the control panel, feeling the faint vibration as the mechanism engaged. The doors slid open with a low rumble, revealing the chamber beyond. Soren's tank dominated the room, its bioluminescent glow casting eerie shadows across the walls. The commander's amphibious form floated within, his bulbous eyes closed in what appeared to be a meditative state. Around the tank, a squad of elite guards stood at attention, their weapons trained on the entrance. Ronald's fingers tightened around the hilt of his blade. This was where stealth ended, where the mission became a test of skill and endurance. He stepped into the room, his movements fluid and unhurried, drawing the guards' attention instantly. They reacted with military precision, raising their weapons and opening fire, but Ronald was already moving. The first shot passed harmlessly over his shoulder as he dove into a roll, coming up behind the nearest guard. His blade found its mark, slicing cleanly through the alien's armor. He pivoted, using the body as a shield to absorb the next volley of plasma fire. With a sharp push, he sent the corpse crashing into another guard, knocking him off balance. Ronald's training took over, his actions a blur of calculated violence. He moved like a predator, his every motion designed to disorient and incapacitate. By the time the last guard fell, the chamber was silent save for the faint hum of Soren's tank. The commander's eyes snapped open, locking onto Ronald with a mixture of anger and fear. His voice crackled through the chamber's speakers, low and resonant. So, the humans send their monster. You have no idea what you've unleashed. Ronald approached the tank, his expression unreadable. You're not the first to think that. You won't be the last. Soren's laugh was a wet, guttural sound. Do you think killing me will change anything? The Empire will crush your people. We will. The tank shattered with a deafening crash as Ronald's blade plunged into its surface, releasing a torrent of viscous liquid. Soren's form spilled out onto the floor, his limbs flailing as he struggled to adjust to the sudden loss of his aquatic environment. Ronald didn't hesitate, driving his blade into the alien's chest with brutal efficiency. Soren's final gasp was a guttural hiss, his eyes wide with shock as his body stilled. Ronald stood over him, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths. He wiped his blade clean, his gaze shifting to the control console near the tank. Pulling a small data chip from his belt, he inserted it into the console, watching as Alpha began downloading the Fortress's encrypted files. "This intel better be worth it," Ronald muttered, his voice low. Alpha's response was immediate. "The files contain troop movements and supply routes. It'll give Earth a fighting chance." Ronald glanced down at Soren's lifeless form. "Then it's worth it." As the download completed, a warning alarm blared throughout the fortress. Red lights bathed the chamber, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Ronald's comm link crackled as Alpha's voice cut through the noise. "Reinforcements inbound. You've got 3 minutes to exfil." Ronald didn't hesitate, his body moving instinctively as he retraced his steps through the fortress. The corridors were alive with chaos now, alien soldiers scrambling to respond to the breach. He moved with the precision of a man who had survived countless missions just like this, his blade and weapon cutting through the opposition with ruthless efficiency. By the time he reached the exit, the Phantom was already waiting, its engines humming softly as it hovered just above the surface. Ronald leapt onto the ship's ramp, the hatch closing behind him as he secured the data chip in a compartment on his suit. "Mission accomplished," he said, sinking into the pilot's chair. "What's next?" Alpha's voice was calm, but there was an edge of urgency to it. "Another target, another fortress." "They'll keep coming, Ronald, and so will you." Ronald's eyes hardened as he set the ship's coordinates for their next destination. "Good. Let them come." The Phantom hurtled through the void, its sleek, matte-black hull blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Ronald Alexanderson sat in the cockpit, his hands steady on the controls as the faint glow of distant stars streaked past. His breathing was even, his pulse a steady rhythm in his ears, but the weight of Soren's assassination lingered in the tension of his jaw. "They'll be tracking the energy signature from the fortress," Alpha warned, her voice resonating through the cockpit. "Soren's death won't go unnoticed. Expect retaliation." Ronald smirked faintly, his grip tightening on the controls. "Let them try. The Empire hasn't caught me yet." Even as he spoke, warning signals flashed across the display. A proximity alert blared, and Alpha's voice sharpened. "Incoming. 3 Imperial frigates. They've detected us." Ronald's eyes narrowed as he studied the tactical readout. The frigates were closing fast, their configurations built for interception. Smaller fighter drones swarmed from their hangars, a flurry of deadly precision aimed at cornering the Phantom. "They're fast," Ronald muttered, banking hard to the left. The ship's engines roared as it veered off its plotted course, skimming dangerously close to the asteroid field ahead. "But I'm faster." The first barrage hit the asteroid nearest to him, sending chunks of rock spinning into the void. Ronald maneuvered through the debris with ease, his reflexes honed by years of piloting under fire. Plasma bolts lit up the darkness around him, streaks of light carving through the cold expanse of space. Alpha's voice cut through the chaos. Deploying countermeasures. Tiny drones ejected from the Phantom, dispersing in an intricate pattern. Each emitted an energy signature identical to the ship, creating a web of false targets that confused the pursuing fighters. Ronald used a momentary distraction to cut his engines, letting inertia carry him silently into the shadow of a massive asteroid. The ship's cloaking field shimmered, rendering it invisible against the rocky surface. "Status?" Ronald asked, his voice low and calm. "They're scanning," Alpha replied, "but their search grid is inefficient. They're expecting you to run." Ronald's lips curved into a grim smile. "Then they don't know me very well." He powered down all non-essential systems, the ship falling into a near-dead state. Outside, the fighters swarmed, their scanners sweeping the asteroid field like a pack of hunting predators. Ronald watched them, his hand resting lightly on the weapon's control. His heartbeat remained steady, his breathing controlled, as he waited for the perfect moment. One of the fighters strayed too close. The faint distortion of its thrusters rippled across the asteroid's surface. Ronald's hand moved in a blur, activating the ship's pulse cannon with surgical precision. A single, silent shot pierced the void, striking the drone squarely in its power core. It exploded in a blinding flash, the debris scattering like shattered glass. The remaining fighters immediately turned toward the disturbance, their formation tightening. Ronald didn't wait for them to regroup. He powered up the Phantom in a single motion, the engines roaring to life as the ship shot out from its hiding place. The pursuing ship scrambled to react, their plasma fire streaking harmlessly behind him. "They're recalibrating," Alpha said. "Frigates are locking onto your position. You need to create more distance." Ronald's eyes flicked to the navigational display. The asteroid field was dense, its chaotic terrain a dangerous maze of rotating rocks and gravitational eddies. It was a gamble, but he didn't hesitate. He angled the ship sharply, diving deeper into the field. The frigates followed, their larger frames struggling to maneuver through the tight spaces. Plasma bolts ricocheted off nearby asteroids, sending fragments spiraling through the void. Ronald pushed the Phantom to its limits, weaving through the chaos with an almost preternatural sense of timing. Every turn was calculated, every movement precise. The frigates lagged behind, their pilots forced to slow their pursuit to avoid collision. "They're bottlenecked," Alpha observed, "but the fighters are adapting. They're trying to flank you." Ronald glanced at the readout, noting the fighters closing in from both sides. He adjusted the ship's trajectory, leading them toward a massive asteroid with a hollowed-out core. As the fighters closed the gap, he fired a series of mines behind him, their magnetic fields latching onto the nearest ships. The explosions lit up the asteroid's surface, sending shockwaves rippling through the void. 3 fighters disintegrated in the blast, their remains scattering like ash. The others hesitated, recalibrating their approach. Ronald used the opening to dive into the hollow asteroid, the Phantom skimming its jagged walls as it navigated the tunnel-like interior. "This tunnel exits into a debris field," Alpha informed him. "It's heavily charged with ionized particles. You won't have full control of the ship." Ronald's jaw tightened. "Better than letting them corner me." The Phantom shot out of the asteroid's other side, entering a swirling mass of broken ships and alien wreckage. The ionized particles crackled against the ship's hull, causing the controls to jitter in Ronald's hands. He compensated instinctively, his focus razor-sharp as he guided the ship through the unpredictable terrain. The fighters hesitated at the edge of the debris field, their system struggling to adjust to the interference. Ronald didn't wait for them to adapt. He powered up the ship's main cannon, firing a concentrated burst into a nearby wreck. The explosion sent a shockwave through the field, destabilizing the fragile equilibrium of the surrounding debris. Chunks of metal and rock spiraled outward, colliding with the pursuing ships. One by one, the fighters fell, their shields overwhelmed by the chaos. The frigates, unable to maneuver through the dense field, pulled back, their pilots unwilling to risk further losses. Ronald exhaled slowly, his muscles unwinding as the Phantom emerged from the debris field. The stars stretched out before him, vast and indifferent. The proximity alarms fell silent, and the ship systems returned to normal. "Status?" he asked, his voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. "Pursuers eliminated," Alpha reported. "No signs of reinforcements." "We're clear." Ronald leaned back in his seat, his gaze fixed on the endless expanse of space. The tension in his chest eased slightly, but the weight of the mission remained. Soren was dead, but the Empire's reach was vast, its resources nearly infinite. There would be more battles, more enemies, and more sacrifices. "Set course for the next rendezvous," he said, his tone resolute. "Let's keep them guessing." As the Phantom slipped into hyperspace, the faint glow of Earth's distant sun flickered on the horizon, a reminder of what was at stake. Ronald Alexanderson was a hunted man, a ghost in the galaxy. But he was far from finished. The Empire might have declared war on humanity, but humanity had sent its answer, and Ronald was ready to deliver it, one target at a time. The station loomed ahead like a slumbering giant, its massive silhouette barely visible against the star-specked void. Known as the Nexus Bastion, it was one of the Galactic Empire's most fortified installations, a sprawling nexus of command and control. Ronald Alexanderson sat in the cockpit of the Phantom, his expression set in cold determination. Intel confirms the target, Alpha said. High Consul Varyan is inside. He's the architect of the Empire's planetary sieges. Taking him out disrupts their entire chain of command. Ronald's hands tightened around the controls. What about defenses? The Bastion's shields are nearly impenetrable, Alpha replied. But I've identified a weak point, a small maintenance hatch on the lower tier. It'll give you direct access to the station's central core. Ronald nodded, already calculating his approach. He adjusted the ship's trajectory, the engines humming softly as the Phantom slipped into the station's blind spot. The proximity alarms remained silent, a testament to the ship's advanced stealth systems. As the station grew larger in the viewport, Ronald rose from the pilot's chair, strapping his combat blade and sidearm to his gear. His suit adjusted to the dim lighting, the adaptive material blending seamlessly with the shadows. Once I'm inside, I'll need a distraction, he said, his tone even. Leave that to me, Alpha responded. I'll reroute their internal sensors and trigger a few false alarms. But you'll only have a 20-minute window before they catch on. Ronald gave a curt nod, his jaw set. 20 minutes is more than enough. The maintenance hatch was smaller than anticipated, its opening barely wide enough for Ronald to squeeze through. He maneuvered carefully, his movements precise as he slipped into the dimly lit corridor beyond. The station's interior was sterile and oppressive, its walls lined with pulsating conduits that emitted a faint, sickly glow. Ronald activated his HUD, the tactical overlay mapping out the station's layout. The central core was several levels up, its location heavily guarded. He moved quickly, his steps silent as he navigated the labyrinthine corridors. Every sound, every flicker of light, set his nerves on edge, but he remained focused, his mind locked on the mission. Guards ahead, Alpha warned. 4 of them, heavily armed. Ronald ducked into an alcove, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the patrol. The guards were massive, their armored forms glinting under the dim light. They moved with disciplined precision, their weapons held at the ready. Ronald waited until the patrol passed before stepping out, his blade flashing in the low light. The first guard fell without a sound, the strike precise and lethal. The second turned just in time to see Ronald's shadow descending upon him. But his shout was cut short by the hilt of Ronald's blade crashing into his temple. The remaining 2 guards reacted swiftly, raising their weapons. Plasma fire erupted in the narrow corridor, the bolt scorching the walls as Ronald dove into a roll. He came up behind the nearest guard, his blade finding the gap in the alien's armor. The last guard hesitated, his momentary uncertainty giving Ronald the opening he needed. With a single, fluid motion, he disarmed the guard and sent him sprawling to the floor. Clear, Ronald muttered, wiping his blade clean. You're closing in on the core, Alpha said. But Varion's private guard will be waiting. Ronald didn't respond, his focus narrowing as he moved deeper into the station. The corridors grew wider, the oppressive walls giving way to massive halls lined with towering statues of alien conquerors. The air was colder here, the hum of the station's power core a constant undercurrent. He reached the entrance to the core's chamber, his heart pounding in his chest. The massive doors were flanked by 2 sentries, their imposing forms a stark reminder of the Empire's might. Ronald took a deep breath, his mind sharpening as he prepared for the confrontation. The sentries fell swiftly, their massive size no match for Ronald's speed and precision. He stepped over their lifeless forms, his gaze locking onto the doors as they slid open with a hiss. The chamber beyond was vast, its centerpiece a towering structure of crystalline machinery. The power core pulsed with energy, casting eerie reflections across the room. At its base stood High Consul Varian, his robes flowing like liquid metal. His elongated form was regal and imposing, fixed on Ronald. "So," Varian said, his voice resonating through the chamber, "the humans send their most infamous assassin. I've heard much about you, Ronald Alexanderson." Ronald stepped forward, his blade gleaming under the core's light. "Then you know why I'm here." Varian's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Arrogance is a common flaw among your kind. Do you truly believe killing me will stop the Empire?" "It'll slow you down," Ronald replied. "Long enough for humanity to fight back." Varian's smile faded, his expression hardening. "You underestimate us." The consul raised a hand, and the chamber erupted into chaos. Automated turrets emerged from the walls, their barrels glowing with lethal energy. At the same time, a squad of elite guards poured into the room, their weapons trained on Ronald. Ronald moved without hesitation, his blade a blur as he deflected the first wave of plasma fire. He darted between the guards, his movements fluid and unpredictable. Each strike was precise, each action deliberate. The guards fell one by one, their superior numbers meaningless against Ronald's lethal efficiency. The turrets posed a greater challenge, their firepower relentless as they tracked his every move. Ronald activated a cluster of EMP charges, throwing them toward the nearest turret. The charges detonated with a sharp crack, the resulting pulse disabling the turrets in a shower of sparks. Varian watched the carnage with a calm, almost detached demeanor. When Ronald finally stood before him, the last of the guards dispatched, the consul tilted his head in a gesture of mock respect. "You are formidable," Varian said, "but you are only one man." Ronald didn't reply, his blade raised as he closed the distance between them. Varian's robe shimmered as he moved, the metallic fabric hardening into a protective exoskeleton. The consul's speed was startling, his long limbs lashing out with unnatural precision. The clash was brutal, a test of skill and endurance. Ronald's strikes were calculated, his movements honed by years of combat. But Varian was no ordinary opponent. The consul's strength was inhuman, his blows sending shockwaves through the chamber. Ronald's mind raced as he searched for an opening, his body moving on instinct. The battle was relentless. Each strike met with equal force. Blood dripped from a gash on Ronald's arm, but he ignored the pain, his focus unyielding. Finally, he saw his chance. Varian overextended, his arrogance leaving him vulnerable. Ronald lunged, his blade piercing the exoskeleton and driving deep into the consul's chest. Varian's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of shock and rage. "You cannot win," Varian gasped, his voice faltering. Ronald twisted the blade, his gaze unflinching. "We already have." The consul's body went limp, his form collapsing as Ronald withdrew his blade. The chamber was silent now. The power cores hummed the only sound. Ronald wiped the blood from his weapon, his breathing heavy but steady. "Alpha," he said, his voice low. "Status. System disruption complete," Alpha replied. "The Bastion's command network is offline. We've bought humanity some time." Ronald nodded, his gaze lingering on Varian's lifeless form. The mission was complete, but the war was far from over. He turned, his steps deliberate as he exited the chamber. The Phantom awaited him, its engines humming softly as he climbed aboard. As the ship slipped into hyperspace, Ronald allowed himself a brief moment of relief. The galaxy was vast, the Empire relentless, but he would continue to fight. Humanity had sent its answer, and Ronald Alexanderson would make sure it was heard.
Reconnaissance dossier, the Basement Chronicles. Log entry, post-derelict salvage, Sector 4 grid. Status, operational. unsanctioned. The shift changes in the lower bellows of a colony ship don't come with a sunrise. They just come with a louder hum in the structural heat pipes and a heavier taste of recycled grease in the oxygen scrubbers. Flubber Lane didn't mind the dark. The basement of the colony was where the real work got done anyway, far below the clean, pressurized observation decks where the high-tech elite spent their days analyzing stellar charts and looking down on the maintenance crews. In the first rotation, Lane had cemented his status among the pipe fitters and deckhands by pulling off an operation that the command deck called a suicide run and the basement called Tuesday. When a band of rogue scrap pirates tried to breach the primary air intake valves of the bellows, Lane hadn't waited for tactical authorization or the clean-suited security details to finish their briefings. He had dropped into the primary launch tube, strapped his modified magnetic skater boots to the rusted casing of a live, outdated Mk7 propulsion torpedo, and ridden the high-yield explosive straight through the pirate vessel's primary shield generator. It was raw grit, zero calculation, and absolute basement-level brilliance. That stunt had earned him an unrequested promotion to head of maintenance, a title that came with a larger toolbox, a slightly cleaner pair of coveralls, and the distinct misfortune of being called first when things went wrong in the black. His second rotation had proven that the promotion wasn't a fluke. When a high-tier corporate research vessel went completely dark after an unmapped structural failure, the elite rescue squads refused to dock, citing unstable gravity wells and volatile hull metrics. Lane had gathered his crew, loaded up a standard utility transport with conventional hydraulic jacks, manual plasma cutters, and old-school mechanical intuition, and cut his way into the listing derelict. They bypassed the fried digital security grids by simply unhinging the bulkheads by hand, pulling out a dozen trapped survivors while the command deck was still trying to calibrate their diagnostic scanners. Now, the utility transport was finally limping back toward the home colony's lower docking slips. The engines were vibrating at an uneven frequency that suggested a worn thruster bearing, and the crew was exhausted, smelling of spent coolant and dried sweat. Lane was leaned back against a crate of salvaged titanium fasteners, his worn boots propped up on a portable welding rig, his eyes half closed as he listened to the predictable, comforting rhythm of the ship's internal life support. The piece lasted exactly 12 minutes. The automated proximity alarms didn't chime, they groaned, a low-frequency static hum that indicated the forward sensor dishes had just taken a direct hit from localized space debris. Before the bridge crew could even log the trajectory error, the utility ship shuddered violently, the artificial gravity pitching 5 degrees to the port side as the hull skidded against an unmapped cloud of localized matter. "Lane, we've got a problem with the forward visibility," yelled Big Meech, the chief welder, his massive hands gripping the frame of the engineering console as the structural monitors began flashing an angry amber color. "Sensors are showing an unmapped debris field, but the trajectory isn't linear. It's a localized meteor storm, and the rock density is tight enough to shred our forward plating." Lane didn't blink. He slid his boots off the welding rig, reached for his custom-weighted pneumatic torque wrench, and adjusted the strap on his coveralls. "I got this. Sit this one out," he muttered, his voice level and entirely devoid of the panic currently vibrating through the ship's internal comms. He stepped up to the forward manual piloting station and slammed his palm onto the primary defense lever, raising the transport's high-frequency thermal particle shields just as the core cluster of the storm arrived. Under normal operational circumstances, space debris hitting a thermal shield resulted in a series of clean, kinetic deflections, bright blue flashes of energy where rock and ice were instantly vaporized and bounced away into the vacuum. But these meteors weren't normal stone. The moment the first wave impacted the energy grid, there were no clean deflections. Instead, a sickening, wet thud echoed through the structural framework of the hull. Through the forward-reinforced viewing ports, the crew watched in horror as the meteors literally splatted against the invisible shield wall. They weren't solid rock. They were organic, porous hulls encased in a thick, gelatinous layer of biological sludge, frozen methane grease, and deep space mud. Within seconds, the continuous impact of hundreds of these organic meteors created a thick, opaque, disgusting layer of brownish-purple gunk that flattened out against the energy shield, completely sealing the ship inside a horrific, vibrating cocoon of space filth. The shields are holding the weight, but the thermal grid is cooking that sludge. Meech shouted, coughing as the ship's external intake vents inadvertently sucked in the faint, scorching odor of burnt organic matter through the hull seams. "It's baking on, Lane. If the power grid fluctuates and we drop the shields even for a fraction of a second, that entire unholy mess of melted gunk and compressed mud is going to collapse directly onto the hull plating. It'll weld itself to our emergency release valves, freeze inside the thruster nozzles, and seal our primary airlocks permanently shut. We'll be buried alive in space grease." The ship's automated diagnostic system began to chime, suggesting a complicated, 3-day chemical wash protocol that required docking at a high-tier military facility that was currently 3 solar systems away. Lane looked at the thick, bubbling layer of space muck pressing hard against the energy barrier just inches from the glass. The heat from the shields was turning the sludge into a tar-like paste. He rubbed his chin, looked down at his utility belt, and walked over to the galley supply locker located in the rear maintenance bay. He bypassed the high-tech toolkits and reached into the deep storage bins where the galley crew kept the bulk provisions for long-haul voyages. His hand wrapped around a heavy, industrial-sized crate of cooking supplies. He pulled out 12 aerosol cans of PAM, the cheap, commercial-grade non-stick cooking spray used to keep industrial baking sheets from gumming up with synthetic protein paste. "Meech, get the tether lines and 2 pressurized pneumatic spraying rigs from the paint locker," Lane ordered, tossing a can of non-stick spray to the giant welder. "Lane, you can't be serious," Meech said, staring at the yellow can in his hand. "The manual says we need an exterior laser abrasion team to clear biological hull fouling." Lane was already buckling himself into his worn, scratched pressure suit, bypassing the digital heads-up display helmet for an old-fashioned manual viewport model. "I got this. Sit this one out," he said, slamming the visor shut with a sharp metallic click. The airlock cycled with a heavy hiss of pressure. Stepping out onto the exterior maintenance catwalk, Lane was greeted by the eerie, silent vibration of the transport ship fighting the weight of the debris cloud. The shield layer was a shimmering blue wall of energy holding back thousands of gallons of boiling, synthetic mud just 3 feet above his head. Working with practiced, rhythmic efficiency, Lane and Meech loaded the bulk non-stick fluid into the pressurized paint rigs. Moving along the safety tethers like deep-sea divers on a coral reef, they systematically coated every square inch of the ship's raw titanium hull plating, the thruster cowlings, the intake valves, and the airlock seals with a thick, slippery, greasy layer of industrial cooking spray. The vacuum of space instantly chilled the oil, creating an incredibly slick, microscopic barrier between the metal of the ship and the void. Lane signaled the bridge through the manual cable comms. "Drop the forward shields on my mark. 3, 2, 1, cut power." The blue energy grid vanished. With a massive, silent rush, the compressed mountain of disgusting organic sludge and frozen mud collapsed inward, slamming directly onto the hull of the utility transport. For a second, the ship went completely dark as the filth covered every viewport. But the Anunnaki engineering properties of the non-stick spray held flawlessly. The moment the ship's forward thrusters fired, creating a sudden kinetic jolt, the entire unholy mess of deep space gunk found absolutely nothing to cling to. The tar, mud, and frozen grease slid off the slippery titanium plating like water off a duck's back, peeling away in huge, solid sheets and drifting harmlessly into the dark void behind them. As the viewports cleared, revealing the stars once more, the crew expected to see nothing but empty space. Instead, the floodlights illuminated a surreal, drifting collection of wreckage just 50 yards off the starboard bow. Several of the larger organic meteors had cracked open upon impact, revealing that they weren't rocks at all. They were primitive, hollow biological transport pods. And drifting among the fragments were dozens of living creatures. They were roughly 5 feet tall, human-shaped in their torsos and limbs, but equipped with massive, leathery, biological wings that folded neatly along their backs. Their bodies were covered in a fine, slate-gray membrane, and their heads featured large, intelligent, nocturnal eyes and pointed ears. They were spacefaring bats, an intelligent, non-verbal but highly advanced migratory species known in the outer rims as the chiropterans, though the basement crew immediately just called them the bats. They had survived the destruction of their organic transport pods due to the instantaneous activation of their deep space survival suits, primitive but effective biological skin-tight membranes that ballooned up to maintain pressure. But the impact had caught them completely off guard. The survival suits had deployed erratically, many didn't fit properly, and several of the creatures were floating helplessly in space, unable to navigate. One particularly stocky bat was floating completely upside down inside an overinflated survival suit, his wings tangled in the safety seals, his large eyes blinking in absolute panic as he drifted toward the transport's primary intake manifold. Lane didn't hesitate. He hooked his skating boots to the exterior guide rail, drifted out into the open pocket of space on a long retrieval line, and grabbed the upside-down bat by the shoulder seals. Using a manual utility knife, he carefully sliced away the tangled, overinflated sections of the biological suit, freeing the creature's wings without puncturing its primary breathing bladder. He hauled the bat back to the airlock, while Meech and the rest of the crew used cargo nets to scoop up the remaining 14 survivors before their oxygen bladders decayed. Once inside the pressurized warmth of the maintenance bay, the bats deflated their survival membranes, revealing themselves to be remarkably calm, highly intelligent, and entirely non-aggressive. Through a series of high-frequency clicks, sonar pulses, and primitive handheld data pads, their leader communicated that they were a migratory engineering collective on their way to a nearby star system in Sector 7 to repair a deep space communications array. Their biological transport ship had been pulverized by the meteor swarm, leaving them stranded. Lane, looking at the shivering, gray-winged engineers crowding his maintenance deck, pointed toward the storage bays. "We're heading past Sector 7 anyway. We'll give you a ride to the drop-off point. Just keep out of the main gear assemblies." To show hospitality to their new spacefaring passengers, Big Meech rummaged through his personal locker and pulled out a large, bulk-sized plastic bag of commercial gummy worms, the cheap, neon-colored, gelatinous sugar candies that the maintenance crews chewed on during long, 16-hour pipe welding shifts. He pulled out a bright green and red translucent worm and offered it to the bat leader that Lane had rescued. The bat leader sniffed the gelatinous candy with its sensitive snout, its ears twitching at a frantic pace. Then, it took a single bite. An immediate change swept through the room. The bat's large eyes widened to twice their original size, its wings extended in a sudden, dramatic flourish, and it let out a series of ecstatic, melodic sonar chirps that caused every other bat in the room to crowd forward. To a species that had spent millennia consuming nothing but raw, synthetic protein paste and frozen algae bricks during deep space migrations, the combination of high-fructose corn syrup, artificial cherry lime flavoring, and the chewy, gelatinous texture of a human gummy worm wasn't just food. It was an absolute, transcendent biological revelation. It hit their neural pathways like a high-grade cognitive stimulant. Within an hour, the 15 bats had completely consumed Meech's personal supply, licking the sugar crystals off the plastic packaging with meticulous devotion. They didn't just want more. Their entire societal framework, which was built on the immediate calculation of material value and engineering trade, instantly recalibrated. They looked at the remaining bags of gummy worms stored in the maintenance galley and recognized them as the most valuable asset in the known universe. By the second day of the journey toward Sector 7, the bats had established a temporary habitat in the mid-deck storage rooms, and the gummy worm economy officially began. It started harmlessly enough when one of the bats offered a high-grade, precision-machined titanium fuel coupler, a part that would normally cost 3 months of a maintenance worker's salary, to a crew member in exchange for a single, sour-coated blue gummy worm. The human crew quickly realized they could trade their cheap galley snacks for incredibly advanced deep space technology. But the bats took it to an entirely different level. Because they were an intelligent, highly structured society that used material exchange to determine status, they immediately transformed the gummy worms into their official, ironclad currency. They didn't trust digital credits or human paper vouchers. They trusted the tangible, chewy, neon-colored weight of the worms. To facilitate this new economy, the bats set up a makeshift coffee and trade counter in the main corridor of the cargo bay, using salvaged metal sheets and discarded pipe frames. They learned to brew an incredibly potent, high-pressure espresso using the ship's industrial steam lines, a drink that the human crew desperately needed during the late-night shift rotations. But when Big Meech went to buy a cup of coffee, the bat behind the counter refused his digital credits, clicking its teeth and pointing to a small, handwritten sign on a piece of cardboard. The only cash accepted at the counter was gummy worms. A standard cup of coffee cost exactly 1/4 of a standard yellow and red worm, carefully severed with a precision plasma cutter to ensure exact weight distribution. Within 48 hours, the presence of the currency introduced a dark, volatile element to the ship's lower decks: gambling. The bats discovered human dice and card games, and because their advanced sonar capabilities allowed them to calculate mathematical probabilities at lightning speed, they began organizing high-stakes poker tournaments in the dark corners of the cargo hold. The stakes weren't credits. They were full, unsevered, premium-grade neon worms. Disreputable things began to happen in the shadows of the bellows. Bats were caught sneaking into the primary agricultural bays, trying to reverse engineer the gelatinous compound using synthetic starches and recycled nutrient fluid. Fights broke out over the value of a sour-coated worm versus a standard sugar-glazed worm, with the bats establishing a complex fluctuating exchange rate based on the color density of the candy. A single, rare, triple-colored promotional worm was suddenly worth an entire set of replacement thruster seals. Then, the fundamental flaw of a biological currency system hit the community with devastating force: consumption. Unlike human gold or digital coins, the currency tasted incredible. Under the intense stress of the high-stakes gambling rings and the long, boring hours of deep space travel, several of the younger bats succumbed to temptation. They began eating their profits. A bat would win a massive pile of 20 worms in a poker match, retreat to his nesting corner, and sleep-eat 5 of them in the middle of the night. This led to a sudden, catastrophic deflationary crisis on the ship. The total supply of gummy worms on the utility transport was strictly limited to what was available in the crew's personal lockers and the galley's dessert rations, a grand total of roughly 300 worms. As the bats continuously ate the currency, the circulating supply plummeted. Because the supply was running out due to literal consumption, the value of a single remaining worm skyrocketed to an absurd degree. By the 5th day, the economic math had become completely broken. A single gummy worm was now worth an entire month's rent for an entry-level worker's apartment back at the home colony. The bats at the coffee counter were now demanding a microscopic sliver of a worm, no larger than a grain of sand, for a full gallon of fuel espresso. The entire trade network began to freeze up because no one wanted to spend their worms, knowing that by tomorrow, the remaining candy would double in value. The bats grew irritable, their ears drooping from sugar withdrawals and economic stress. The gambling dens turned sour, with accusations of currency hoarding flying between the different nesting groups. One bat tried to pass off a piece of flexible, insulated electrical wire that had been dyed red with food coloring as a legitimate worm, nearly triggering a full-scale riot in the cargo bay that threatened to breach the main coolant lines. Lane walked into the cargo hold on the 6th morning to find the entire operation at a complete standstill. The bats were sitting on their crates, refusing to perform any maintenance assistance, their arms crossed over their wings, staring at a single, pristine green worm sitting inside a reinforced glass security case in the center of the room. "Lane, we've got a total economic collapse down here," Meech said, holding up an empty plastic bag. "The worms are gone. They ate the money. If we don't fix this shortage before we reach the Sector 7 array, these guys are going to strip our ship for parts just to see if there are any stray sugar crystals hidden behind the control panels." Lane looked at the depressed, shivering bats, then at the empty packaging scattered across the floor. He tapped his torque wrench against his palm. "I got this. Sit this one out," he said, turning on his heel and walking straight toward the ship's primary manufacturing lab, a small, grease-stained room containing an ancient, industrial-grade 3D chemical synthesizer used for replicating spare plastic gaskets and nylon washers. The solution required entering the final quarter of the journey with a radical approach to industrial food production. Lane didn't try to synthesize sugar. The ship's chemical banks didn't have the organic compounds for high-fructose corn syrup. Instead, he looked at the raw materials they did have in abundance: bulk industrial collagen used for hydraulic seals, medical-grade gelatin used for skin grafts in the emergency bay, and 300 gallons of highly concentrated, synthetic citrus-flavored cleaning solvent used to wash the grease off the engine blocks. Working through the night while the crew slept, Lane completely reprogrammed the 3D synthesizer's physical output parameters. He bypassed the safety templates for mechanical parts and designed a brand new, customized structural blueprint file named WORM01. The action he took was pure mechanical subversion. He mixed the heavy industrial collagen with the medical gelatin to perfectly replicate the precise, chewy, elastic texture of a premium human gummy worm. To solve the flavor crisis without real sugar, he infused the mixture with a highly diluted version of the citrus cleaning solvent, adding a heavy dose of synthetic glucose from the medical bay's IV fluids to mask the chemical aftertaste. The machine began to hum, its extrusion nozzles clicking rhythmically as it pumped out long, translucent, neon orange and bright yellow lengths of perfectly formed, industrial-grade synthetic gummy worms. They looked identical to the real thing. They chewed exactly like the real thing. And because of the citrus solvent infusion, they possessed an incredibly sharp, sour kick that hit the bat's sensory organs with absolute precision. Best of all, because they were made from high-density structural collagen, they were completely indigestible. The bats could chew on them for weeks to satisfy their neurological cravings without actually destroying the physical currency. Lane walked into the cargo bay on the morning of the final approach to Sector 7, carrying two massive, industrial metal barrels filled to the brim with over 10,000 freshly minted, sparkling, sour citrus synthetic worms. He dumped the barrels onto the center of the deck, the neon candies cascading across the metal floor tiles in a massive, glittering wave of absolute abundance. The bats froze. Their ears stood completely straight up, their large eyes tracking the glittering mountain of wealth. The leader of the collective stepped forward, picked up one of Lane's newly minted collagen worms, and bit into it. The sour citrus solvent instantly triggered his sonic chirps, and he realized that this money was indestructible. It could be chewed, traded, gambled, and passed down through generations without ever losing its structural integrity. The economic shortage vanished in an instant. With an unlimited circulating supply of high-density collagen worms, the hyperinflation collapsed, and the value of the currency stabilized at a perfect, functional equilibrium. The bats returned to the coffee counter, joyfully serving up gallons of high-pressure espresso for a flat rate of 3 full worms per cup. They organized massive, orderly trading markets across the mid-deck, using their advanced engineering skills to completely rebuild the transport ship's internal wiring grids and upgrade the thruster systems as an expression of immense financial gratitude. When the utility transport finally pulled into the docking grid of the Sector 7 communications array, the ship was running smoother, faster, and cleaner than it ever had in its operational history. The 15 spacefaring bats lined up at the primary airlock, their wings neatly folded, their survival suits fully repaired and packed with thousands of Lane's synthetic collagen worms stored in their utility pouches. The bat leader turned to Lane, letting out a soft, respectful series of sonar clicks, and handed him a master key data pad that contained the complete, unredacted structural schematics for every corporate vessel operating in the quadrant, a tool that would allow the basement maintenance crew to bypass any security grid in space. Lane slid the data pad into his coverall pocket, picked up his torque wrench, and gave the bat a sharp nod as the airlock doors began to hiss open. "Keep your boots tight and your currency chewy," Lane said, stepping back onto the maintenance deck as Big Meech waved goodbye to the winged crew. The journey was done, the gunk was cleared, the basement had stabilized the economy of an entirely alien species, and the transport ship was already turning its nose back toward the dark, familiar hum of the home colony slips. Reconnaissance Dossier, The Basement Chronicles. Log entry, Post-derelict salvage, Sector 4 grid.
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance. Walker, step forward. This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean? The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision. Commander Reed whispered to Walker. That sounds more like colonization than an alliance. Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council? 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. And if we decline? Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vork's eyes blinked simultaneously. That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies. After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. They're giving us an ultimatum, said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures. Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach. What do you mean? Asked the Secretary General. They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all. Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follow strict, linear patterns. The room fell silent as Reed continued. We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise. General Martinez stood up. Are you suggesting we have a chance against them? Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope. Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years. A revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. The Chimera isn't ready, said the science director. We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The chaos drive is still unpredictable. Unpredictable might be exactly what we need, Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the end, the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. Captain Walker, Commander Reed. The Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer. A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. The linear cannon, Admiral Vorks announced with pride. The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty. Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In council thinking, "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorks replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. "The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying human settlements." As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. "Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos," Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. "Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt." As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke. Again, both watching the massive council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the Council lived by. The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his four-fingered hand, and a three-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive Council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and Council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 Council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the three ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of Council military doctrine. And if the target moves? Reed asked innocently. Several Council members made sounds that might have been laughter. A common question from species new to galactic conflict, Vork said condescendingly. In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is. Fascinating, Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history. Admiral Vorks tilted his head. Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection. The demonstration continued as the Council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly. "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of Council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex three-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship, Vorks explained. There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia. Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied. "But every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the Council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. "Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious." Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. "Their entire strategy revolves around predictability," Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. "They expect enemies to follow patterns they can calculate." Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. "Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line," Walker added. "It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection." "Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario," Reed said. "The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns." Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. "I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy." When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. "How bad is it?" Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. "Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations." "And?" the Secretary General asked. "And humanity has never fought that way," Walker replied. "Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary." Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before. General Martinez leaned forward. Project Thunderbolt? Walker nodded. The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative. Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. "She doesn't look like much," General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. "That's the point. The Council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing." Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid, and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. "She's ready," Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. "Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different." Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. "The Council's ships, and their weapons, operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite." He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. "In simple terms?" the General asked. "She doesn't move through space, space moves around her," Thompson said. "The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her," Walker added, "and that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on." The General studied the strange ship. "And the weapons?" Thompson's face lit up with pride. "Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable." He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. "These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these," he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, "are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns." "Random?" the General frowned. "How do we aim?" "We don't exactly," Thompson admitted. "The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point." Walker stepped in. "It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game." The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch?" "We're ready now," Walker said confidently. Hours later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorks's face displayed growing impatience. "Your time grows short, humans," the alien said. "The Council requires your answer." The Secretary General stepped forward. "Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship." Vorks's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. "Permission granted, but be warned, Any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction. When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera. The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. They won't recognize what they're seeing, Reed told the crew during the final briefing. The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither. Walker took his place in the command chair. Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally. Thompson spoke from his engineering station. The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough, Walker assured him. Weapons status? Scatter cannons charged, reported the weapons officer. Quantum mirrors aligned and ready. Defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. They're tracking us, Reed reported, but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system. Walker smiled. Good, let's keep them guessing. The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. What manner of ship is that? Krill demanded of his sensor operators. It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing, one operator reported, and we cannot detect its propulsion system. Vorks's eyes narrowed. A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again. On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. On screen, he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. Captain Walker, this is not a diplomatic vessel. It is today. Walker replied calmly. Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship. Vork studied the strange vessel on his scanners. This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight. Appearances can be deceiving, Walker said. We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions. General, Krill moved into view beside Vorks. This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology. Not advanced by your standards, perhaps, Walker replied, but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you. Vorks and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action. Walker nodded. Understood. Chimera out. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back. The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vorks and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. "Begin your demonstration," Forks commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. "Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern Alpha." The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of Council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. "Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern," one reported. "Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution." General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. "Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space." "Not this one," the sensor operator insisted. "It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze." Forks's expression darkened. "A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data." Small spherical drones launched from the Council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the Council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. "They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns." Walker nodded. "Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the Chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta." "Aye, Captain," Thompson replied from engineering. Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The Council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. "They're confused," Reed reported with a smile. "Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us." In the Council command ship, alarms began to sound. "Admiral, we've lost tracking," an operator reported. "The human vessel is flickering." "Flickering?" Forks demanded. "Explain." "It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously," the operator said, confusion evident in his voice. "Our scanners cannot determine its true location." General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. "This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction." Forks studied the display carefully. "No, this is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power." 3 Council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. "Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon, the tactical," officer reported. Walker remained calm. "Just as we expected." "Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready?" "Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup." Walker opened a channel to the Council ship. "Admiral Forks, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration?" "As well." Forks's face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. "Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action." "By firing on us?" Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. "The linear cannon will pass near your vessel," Forks stated, "to demonstrate our precision, unless, of course, you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority." Walker smiled calmly. "We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed." As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. "Battle stations. Thompson, push the Chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors." The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 Council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. "They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be," Reed reported. "Based on a standard movement algorithm." Walker nodded. "Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern Gamma on my mark." The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space, exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted, in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. It evaded, a tactical officer finally reported. Without changing course or accelerating, General Krill's voice rose in anger. Impossible. Recalibrate the cannons. Fire again. The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness, he observed. They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge. The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. They're firing again, Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. Activate quantum mirrors, he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, the energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships, not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. Direct hit on our port side, a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vork stood rigid with shock. All ships defensive formation. Prepare for... But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity, the tactical officer reported. They can't take another direct hit. Thompson's voice came over the comm. The chaos drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure. Walker nodded grimly. We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only. As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vorks. The alien's face showed a new emotion. Uncertainty. This demonstration is concluded, Admiral, Walker said calmly. Earth awaits your response. For the first time, Vorks had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vorks stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. In 10,000 years, Vorks said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. No species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon, yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us. Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council, encounters with other species, and identified your greatest strength and weakness. Which is? Asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. Predictability, Reed answered simply. Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to. Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight. Walker smiled slightly. Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds. Admiral Vorks raised his hands for silence. Explain. In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system. Walker explained. The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse-engineered what we could and learned about the Council. Impossible, General Krill insisted. Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand. True, Walker admitted. We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy, and we began preparing. Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead, Walker continued, we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships, because it was designed specifically not to. Admiral Vork studied the humans with new interest. You knew we would come, and you prepared a single vessel as your defense? One was enough to prove our point, Walker said confidently. We have the designs for 30 more. This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics. Walker nodded. Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path, we chose a different approach. Chaos, Vork said, almost with distaste. Adaptability, Walker corrected. Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges. The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. The Council must reconsider Earth's status, he announced formally. Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols. For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate. Unprecedented, muttered General Krill. So was surviving the linear canon, Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves, some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest Council species, offered a compromise. The Council requires stability and order, she said. But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable. Admiral Vork seemed reluctant but nodded. A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement, Diplomat Ilara continued. Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks. Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines, Vork stipulated. But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates. Walker considered the offer carefully. We accept your terms, with one addition. Complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully. More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by two smaller vessels incorporating both human and council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. The council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs. Walker nodded. And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council, Reed pointed out. Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting, Walker said thoughtfully. The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle. Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. Captain Walker, Commander Reed, he greeted them. The joint fleet exercises are proceeding well, though I must admit watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling. Walker smiled. Change usually is. Indeed. Vorks turned to look out at the stars. Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together, Walker said. The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking. A formidable combination, Vorks admitted. Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct. Reed raised an eyebrow. Prophecy. There is an old saying among the founding species, Vorks explained. When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely. Together, the three figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars, not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. So here's the thing about the Galactic Survival Academy. When every spacefaring civilization in the known universe agrees that your training program is absolutely insane, you're either doing something very right or very wrong. The jury was still out on which one applied to the Crucible. The Crucible was the Academy's final test, held on Kragath 7, a planet that had somehow achieved the impressive distinction of being classified as actively malicious by the Galactic Survey Corps. Not dangerous, not hazardous, malicious. As in, the planet appeared to have personal beef with the concept of life itself. The statistics were not encouraging. 97% failure rate across all species. The galaxy's best warriors, survival experts, and elite soldiers sent their candidates here to prove they had what it took. Most of them tapped out within the first 6 hours, using their emergency beacons to summon evacuation shuttles while weeping softly and questioning their life choices. Commander Vrekthar, a four-armed reptilian with scales like burnished copper and a perpetual expression that suggested he'd seen way too much, stood at the landing pad reviewing the latest batch of recruits. 37 candidates from 20 different species. He gave them a week, tops, before they were all back on their homeworlds, traumatized but alive. Then Marcus Webb walked off the transport shuttle. Vrekthar blinked all three of his eyes in sequence, which was his species' equivalent of a double take. He checked his data pad, then checked it again, then wondered if perhaps he'd been standing in Kragath 7's twin suns too long and was hallucinating. "You are human," Vrekthar said, his translator rendering it as a statement that somehow also sounded like an accusation and a question. "Last time I checked, yeah," Marcus replied, adjusting his backpack with the casual air of someone arriving at summer camp. not a death world that had killed candidates from species that could breathe methane and bench press small vehicles. Marcus Webb was distressingly average-looking for someone about to attempt the impossible. Medium height, medium build, with brown hair that looked like he'd cut it himself without a mirror. He wore standard-issue survival gear, but it somehow made it look rumpled. The only remarkable thing about him was the complete absence of fear in his eyes, replaced instead by what Rekthar could only describe as unfortunate enthusiasm. Humans are not cleared for crucible testing, Rekthar said, scrolling through his files with increasing concern. Your species only achieved interstellar travel 40 cycles ago. You are classified as pre-combat developmental stage. Weird, because I definitely registered, paid the fee, and flew here on purpose, Marcus said, pulling out his datapad and showing the confirmation code. That's my registration. See? Marcus Webb, Earth, human, all official and stuff. Rekthar's upper left arm made an involuntary gesture that in his culture meant, the universe is personally pranking me. The human's paperwork was legitimate. Someone in the administrative department was getting demoted. Do you understand what the crucible entails? Rekthar asked, making one last attempt at sanity. This is not a training exercise. This is a 10-day survival ordeal on a Class 12 hostile world. Candidates have died here. Recently. I read the brochure, Marcus said cheerfully. Acidic precipitation, extreme temperature fluctuations, megafauna that view everything as food, plants that are also predators, and gravity that does weird stuff randomly. Sounds intense. And you still wish to participate? I mean, I flew all this way. Would be ashamed to waste the trip. Rekthar pulled up the human data file, something he should have done before this conversation. His eyes widened as he scrolled. Origin planet classification. Death World 9. Native predators, numerous and varied. Atmospheric composition, highly reactive oxygen-nitrogen mix. Weather patterns, catastrophic. Tectonic stability, poor. Microbial life, aggressively hostile. Oh no. Your planet is trying to kill you, Rekthar said slowly. Yeah, Tuesdays are the worst. Marcus agreed, completely missing the point. So where do I sign? 20 minutes later, Marcus had signed more liability waivers than most species had words for doomed. He did so while humming and occasionally asking clarifying questions like, does dismemberment include fingers or just whole limbs? And are the predators venomous or just regular poisonous? As if there was an acceptable answer that would make either option fine. The other candidates watched this exchange with expressions ranging from confusion to outright horror. A massive insectoid named Krell, who stood 3 meters tall and had armor plating that could deflect plasma rounds, leaned toward his neighbor. Is that human broken? Krell clicked in his native language. I think they are all like that, replied Yara, a telepathic strategist whose species had conquered fear through generations of mental conditioning. I scanned their homeworld data. They climb mountains for recreation, mountains that kill them sometimes. That is not rational. No, it is not. Marcus finished signing, gave Rekthar a thumbs up that the commander's translator couldn't quite parse, and joined the other candidates. He introduced himself with the casual friendliness of someone at a social mixer, not someone about to be dropped into hell with a survival knife and bad odds. Rekthar watched him go and made a note in his personal log. Human candidate displays either extraordinary courage or extraordinary stupidity. Possibly both. Possibly neither. And I am simply too evolved to understand Death World logic. Recommend full monitoring. Expect rapid evacuation request. He had no idea how wrong that last part would be. The dropships deposited all 37 candidates at random locations across Kragath 7's northern continent. Standard protocol, designed to prevent cooperation and ensure individual survival skills, were tested. The ships vanished into orbit, leaving everyone alone with their supplies, their training, and their rapidly increasing sense that this had been a terrible mistake. Marcus landed in a valley between 2 ridges, where the ground had the consistency of angry pudding and smelled like a wet dog had been marinated in vinegar. The sky was the color of a bruise, and the twin suns provided light but very little comfort. In the distance, something roared. Something else answered. Neither sound suggested friendly wildlife. Huh, Marcus said, checking his compass. So that's north. Probably. His fellow candidates were having more structured reactions. Krell had immediately begun establishing a defensive perimeter, using his natural armor and considerable strength to overturn boulders and create a fortification. Yara was telepathically scanning the area for threats, her consciousness ranging across kilometers to identify danger zones and safe routes. Borin, a crystalline being whose species could survive in vacuum, had planted himself in bedrock and was cycling through his internal systems to adjust to the atmospheric composition. Marcus ate a protein bar and named a nearby rock Steve. The first challenge arrived within an hour. The sky opened up, but what came down wasn't water. It was rain with a pH that could etch glass, turning the landscape into a sizzling, steaming nightmare. Candidates deployed emergency shelters, used chemical neutralizers, or found cave systems to hide in. Marcus took off his jacket, wrapped it around his head like a very ineffective umbrella, and kept walking while muttering about how this was basically like Seattle but with commitment issues. Frekthar, monitoring the feeds from orbital surveillance, zoomed in on Marcus's location. "What is he doing?" the commander said flatly. "The human appears to be mobile during acid precipitation, sir," reported his assistant, a multi-tentacled analyst named Gorbin, who had seen 17 years of crucible tests and thought he'd seen everything. "I can see that he is mobile, Gorbin." The question was rhetorical horror. Marcus, unaware he was being watched, had discovered that the carnivorous plants that lined the valley floor were less interested in eating him during the rain. They'd retracted into bulbs, protecting themselves from the acid. He made a note of this, filed it under useful survival information, and continued his hike with the casual energy of someone who had gotten turned around on a nature trail, not someone being actively attacked by weather. By the time the rain stopped 3 hours later, 4 candidates had already tapped out. One had panicked when his shelter started dissolving. 2 had suffered chemical burns severe enough to require medical evacuation. The 4th had simply decided this was not worth the prestige and had activated his beacon while screaming, "I changed my mind," in 5 different languages simultaneously. Marcus had found a cave, wrung out his jacket, and was attempting to start a fire using local vegetation. The vegetation was fighting back, which he found more amusing than alarming. "Come on, just burn," he told the writhing plant matter. "Work with me here." Day 1 continued its assault. The gravity began fluctuating, a quirk of Kragath 7's weird geology and magnetic field. One moment everything felt normal. The next, you weighed 3 times as much. Then you were nearly floating. Then you were heavy again. Most species found this disorienting at best and utterly debilitating at worst. Marcus treated it like a theme park ride and timed his movements to the shifts. When gravity went light, he'd jump and cover more ground. When it went heavy, he'd rest. He wasn't graceful about it, but he was effective in a way that suggested humans might have evolved on a planet that regularly insulted physics. Krell encountered him on day 2, and the massive insectoid stopped mid-step, his antennae twitching in confusion. "Human, you are still in the test," Krell observed. "Yep, you doing okay?" "You look a little stressed," Marcus said, offering a ration bar that Krell's biology couldn't even digest. "I am experiencing optimal performance within acceptable parameters," Krell replied, which was his species' way of saying he was hanging on by a thread and questioning every decision that had led to this moment. "Cool, cool. Hey, you see any water sources around here? Not the acid rain stuff, like actual water." Krell pointed toward a canyon with 3 of his arms. "There is a stream. It contains microorganisms that cause rapid cellular degeneration in most species." "Most species?" "Yes." "So you're saying there's a chance," Marcus said with a grin that Krell found deeply unsettling. That night, Marcus made camp near the toxic stream, boiled the water, and drank it while Krell watched from a safe distance. The human didn't die, didn't even get sick. He just complained that it tasted like pennies and made a face. By day 3, Marcus had befriended one of the local predators, a 6-legged reptilian thing with too many teeth, by sharing his ration bar. The creature, which Rekthar's database listed as approach with extreme caution, aggressive territorial behavior, followed Marcus around like a confused puppy. Marcus named it Trevor. "Sir, the human has domesticated a ravager," Gorban reported. Rekthar drank something from a flask that wasn't technically legal in 17 systems. "Of course he has." When Yara tapped out on day 3, her telepathy overloaded by scanning a predator's mind, and discovering something so fundamentally alien and hostile that it broke her conditioning, she passed Marcus on the way to the evacuation point. "How are you doing this?" she asked, her voice shaking. Marcus, currently scratching Trevor behind what might have been ears, looked up. "Doing what?" "Surviving. Enjoying this. You are not afraid." "Oh, I mean, it's definitely not safe or anything. But like, compared to Australian wildlife, this is kind of tame. Haven't even seen a spider yet." Yara stared at him, then activated her beacon with more force than necessary. The galaxy, she decided, was not ready for humans. Might never be. By day 4, the Crucible had claimed 28 of the original 37 candidates. This was actually above average. Most years, everyone was gone by day 5. The survivors were the elite of the elite, the ones with enough skill, luck, or sheer biological advantage to push through conditions that violated several conventions on ethical warfare. And then there was Marcus, who'd started rating the local predators on a scale of 1 to 10 and left reviews like this was a hiking trail. Trevor's a solid 7. Teeth situation is aggressive, but good temperament. That flying thing yesterday was maybe a 4. Too screechy, not enough follow-through on the attack. The plant that tried to eat my boot? Generous 5, points for effort. Rekthar had stopped questioning it. He'd entered a state of acceptance, the kind that monks achieved after years of meditation, but which he'd reached through watching one human treat a nightmare planet like a theme park with bad food. The temperature extremes of day 4 and 5 pushed things to a new level. Kragath 7's axial tilt and atmospheric composition meant that daytime temperatures could hit 60 degrees Celsius, while nights dropped to -40. Most species required thermal gear that weighed half their body weight. The survivors hunkered down, rationed their energy, and moved only when absolutely necessary. Marcus had figured out that if you buried yourself in the sand during the day and slept in the caves at night, you could mostly avoid the worst of it. He also discovered that the local fauna had similar strategies, which meant he kept accidentally sleeping next to things that could kill him. "Morning, Trevor," he'd say, waking up next to the Ravager. Trevor would make a sound like a garbage disposal choking on silverware, which Marcus had decided meant good morning back. Krell lasted until day 5. The massive insectoid had been holding strong, using every ounce of his training and natural resilience. Then he encountered a rockworm, a serpentine predator that could burrow through stone and sense vibrations from kilometers away. The fight was brutal. Krell lost an arm which would regenerate given time, but the psychological damage was immediate. Marcus found him sitting against a boulder, 3 remaining arms wrapped around himself, his emergency beacon blinking. "Hey man, you okay?" "I am defeated," Krell said, his translator carrying the weight of shame in his species' culture. "I cannot continue." "That thing took your arm. Pretty sure that's a valid reason to tap out." "You do not understand. I am Krell, 7th Ascendant. My hive sent me here to prove our worth. I have failed them." Marcus sat down next to him, uninvited and probably unwelcome. "Look, I don't know how your hive thing works, but you lasted 5 days on a planet that's basically trying to kill everything on it. That's not failure, that's pretty badass actually. You do not struggle as I struggle." "Dude, I'm absolutely struggling. I've got blisters on my blisters. I'm pretty sure I sprained something. My jacket smells like death. This sucks. I'm just like too stubborn to quit, which isn't actually a virtue, it's more of a character flaw." Krell's antennae twitched, processing this. "You are not enjoying this?" "I mean, parts of it are cool. Trevor's great. But mostly it's just really uncomfortable and occasionally terrifying. I'm just used to uncomfortable and terrifying, so my baseline is different." The evacuation shuttle arrived for Krell shortly after. As he boarded, he turned back to Marcus. "Your species is going to confuse the galaxy greatly." "Yeah, we get that a lot, apparently." Bourne cracked on day 6, literally. The crystalline being's structure couldn't handle the stress fractures from the temperature swings and gravity fluctuations. He didn't tap out so much as partially shatter, requiring immediate evacuation and extensive reconstruction. By day 7, Marcus was alone, the last candidate standing. This had happened exactly 3 times in the Crucible's 200-year history, and those 3 candidates had gone on to become legends. War heroes, planetary governors. One had founded a private military company that now protected entire systems. Marcus was eating a questionable-looking root vegetable he'd found and trying to teach Trevor to play fetch. "See, you bring it back, then I throw it again. That's the game, buddy." Trevor ate the stick and made his garbage disposal noise. Frekthar reviewed the human data files again, going deeper this time. He found documentation of human history, countless wars, survival through ice ages, adaptation to every climate and environment on their homeworld, persistence hunting, where humans just chased prey until it collapsed from exhaustion, endurance capabilities that bordered on the absurd. There was a note from a xenobiologist. Humans are possibly the galaxy's most efficient persistence predators. They cannot outrun or overpower most species, but they can outlast almost anything. Their psychology treats exhaustion as a temporary state, not a stopping point. Recommend caution in competitive scenarios. "Gorbin," Rekthar said slowly. "Retrieve all data on human recreational activities." 20 minutes later, both of them sat in silence, reading about ultramarathons, free climbing, cave diving, and something called Iron Man competitions that sounded like a creative suicide method. "They do this for fun," Gorbin said. "Yes. They pay money to suffer." "Apparently." "Sir, I believe we may have miscalculated the difficulty of this test from a human perspective." Frekthar watched Marcus on the monitor. The human was currently building a shelter that was objectively better than the one he'd started with, using materials he'd scavenged and techniques he'd apparently improvised. Trevor was helping by being in the way and occasionally knocking things over. "I believe you are correct, Gorbin. I believe we have created what humans would call a mild inconvenience." That night, Marcus slept in his improved shelter, warm and relatively comfortable. He'd even managed to catch some fish from the toxic stream, which he'd cooked over a fire and found only mildly horrible. Trevor curled up at the entrance, a 6-legged alarm system. In orbit, Rekthar made a note in his log. Day 7. Human candidate remains stable. Psychological evaluation shows no stress indicators. Physical assessment shows expected wear, but no critical decline. Subject continues to name local fauna and rate experiences. Beginning to suspect human perception of danger fundamentally differs from galactic norm. Question, reality of situation. Day 8 would bring the final challenge, and Rekthar found himself genuinely curious for the first time in years about what would happen next. He suspected it would be memorable. He suspected he might need more of that illegal flask liquor. He was right on both counts. The Apex Arena wasn't just the final challenge of the Crucible. It was a statement. A last test that separated the merely exceptional from the legendary. In the 200 years the Crucible had been running, only 16 candidates had even attempted it. 12 had failed, evacuated in critical condition. 4 had succeeded and walked out as living myths. The arena was a natural formation, a canyon with walls too smooth to climb and only one exit. Once you entered, you were committed. The test was simple and horrible. Survive 3 apex predators simultaneously for 1 standard hour. These weren't just any predators. These were the 3 most dangerous species on Kragath 7, each capable of taking down prey 5 times their size. Most years nobody made it to day 8. The arena sat empty, waiting. This year Marcus Webb stood at the entrance eating his last protein bar and looking at the canyon like someone checking out a new gym. Vrekthar's transport touched down 50 meters away. The commander had made the trip from Orbital Command personally, something he'd never done before. He had to see this with his own eyes. "Marcus Webb," Rekthar called out, approaching with two of his arms raised in a gesture of peaceful intent. "Hey, Commander. Nice of you to visit. Trevor, be cool," Marcus added as the Ravager growled protectively. Trevor had apparently decided Marcus was part of his pack now, which was going to be a whole problem when this ended. "You have exceeded all expectations," Rekthar said formally. "You have survived 7 days on Krygath 7 without significant injury. You have demonstrated skills, adaptability, and resilience that honor your species. You have already passed the Crucible. You need not enter the Apex Arena." Marcus tilted his head. "I thought the arena was part of the test." "It is the final challenge, yes, but it is not required. 3 candidates in our history have achieved what you have achieved by reaching this point. All of them chose to withdraw. It is not considered cowardice. It is considered wisdom." "What's the record?" Rekthar blinked. "I do not understand the question." "Like for completing it, what's the fastest time anyone's done it in?" The commander consulted his datapad. 1 hour, 12 minutes, 37 seconds, achieved by War Chief Threndak of the Korthan Dominion. She went on to unite 3 systems under her rule. "So like, anything under an hour would be a new record?" "That is not the point of this conversation," Rekthar said, experiencing an emotion his species didn't have a word for, but which humans would recognize as dealing with a teenager who thinks they are invincible. Right, but hypothetically. Marcus Webb, I strongly advise against this action. Can I ask you something? This is gonna sound weird, but can I try for style points? Like, is there a bonus for creativity, or is it just about survival time? Rekthar's translator made a sound like it was trying to process something that broke several linguistic rules. Style points. Yeah, like, if I'm gonna do this anyway, might as well make it interesting, right? You are genuinely planning to enter the Apex Arena and attempting to optimize for entertainment value. I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds bad. Rekthar made a decision that would haunt him for years. If you survive, I will personally ensure your creativity is noted in the official record. Sweet. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Trevor, you gotta stay here, buddy. This one's a solo run. Trevor made his garbage disposal noise, which sounded sad this time. Marcus checked his gear one last time. A survival knife, some rope, his mostly empty backpack, and a whole lot of unearned confidence. He stepped into the arena. The entrance sealed behind him with a grinding of ancient stone. 1 hour. 3 apex predators. No escape. The first predator announced itself with a scream that could shatter glass. It was a razorhawk, a flying nightmare with a 4-meter wingspan, talons that could punch through armor plating, and a beak designed for removing large chunks of prey. It dove from the canyon walls, moving at speeds that made it nearly invisible. Marcus rolled left, and the razorhawk's talons gouged lines in the stone where he'd been standing. It wheeled around for another pass. Okay, so we're starting with aerial combat. Classic, Marcus muttered, pulling out his rope. What happened next would be analyzed by military strategists for years. Marcus didn't try to fight the razorhawk directly. Instead, he used the canyon's geometry, letting the creature's attack pattern reveal its blind spots. When it dove again, he waited until the last possible second, then threw himself flat while whipping the rope up and over. The rope, weighted with a chunk of rock, caught in the razorhawk's wing. The predator screeched and crashed into the canyon wall. Not dead, not even seriously injured, but confused and angry. Marcus used those 3 seconds to sprint to a boulder field. 1 down, kinda. 2 to go, he panted. The second predator was a tunneler, a segmented worm thing the size of a bus that could sense vibrations and erupt from underground with a mouth that was mostly teeth. It announced its presence by making the ground beneath Marcus unstable. Oh, come on, that's not even fair, Marcus complained, jumping from rock to avoid the patches of ground that were about to become a tunneler's front door. The tunneler erupted anyway, jaws snapping closed on empty air where Marcus had been a heartbeat earlier. It was fast, but it was also predictable. Every attack had a tell, a slight tremor before it surfaced. Marcus noticed something else too. The Razorhawk, recovered from its crash, was circling again, and the two predators, despite being apex hunters, had a problem. They were territorial. They didn't cooperate. They competed. "Oh, that's interesting," Marcus said, an idea forming that was either brilliant or the last thought he'd ever have. He positioned himself between a rock formation and an area of loose soil. He waited for the tunneler's telltale vibration. Then he moved. The tunneler burst up, massive jaws open. The Razorhawk dove at the same moment. And Marcus, with timing that was 10% skill and 90% luck, dropped flat. Both predators collided with each other in a tangle of talons, teeth, and extremely aggressive confusion. They immediately began fighting, forgetting entirely about the weird little creature that had somehow tricked them into attacking each other. "Style points," Marcus wheezed, scrambling away while the two predators attempted to murder each other. The third predator had been watching all of this with what might have been the reptilian equivalent of disbelief. It was a siege bear, which wasn't actually a bear but was called that, because the galactic translator couldn't find a better term for armored quadruped with claws that can tear through titanium and an attitude problem that spans geological epochs. The siege bear waited until Marcus was catching his breath, then charged with the subtlety of a freight train having a bad day. Marcus looked up, saw 800 kilograms of angry muscle and armor plating bearing down on him, and made a decision that later analysis would classify as questionable at best. He charged back while screaming at the top of his lungs. The siege bear, accustomed to prey that ran away, hesitated for a fraction of a second. Marcus used that fraction to slide under its charge, drag his knife along its underside where the armor was weakest, and roll clear. The siege bear roared and spun with surprising agility, but now it was bleeding, confused and dealing with a creature that didn't behave like food should behave. Behind them, the Razorhawk and Tunneler were still fighting, their battle tearing up the arena floor. Marcus spent the next 43 minutes in what could only be described as aggressive evasion, using every trick he'd learned in 7 days on Krigath 7. He didn't try to kill the predators. He just kept them confused, angry at each other, and mostly focused on threats that weren't him. When the hour timer sounded, Marcus was sitting on a rock, covered in dust and blood, mostly not his, watching 3 apex predators eye each other warily in a standoff. The exit opened. Marcus stood, gave the predators a casual salute, and walked out. Prekthar was waiting along with Trevor, who tackled Marcus with enthusiastic garbage disposal noises. 57 minutes, 12 seconds, Prekthar said quietly. "New record." "Cool," Marcus said, sitting down heavily. "That was actually pretty intense. Great workout." "Workout? Workout? Yeah. So like that's the whole test, right? 10 days. Survived all the challenges, did the arena thing. Am I officially done?" Prekthar stared at this human who'd just set a record that would stand for generations and was treating it like completing a difficult jog. "Yes, Marcus Webb, you are done." "Awesome." Marcus paused. "Actually, can I ask you something?" And Prekthar, who'd been through wars and crises and 2 centuries of the galaxy's toughest candidates, felt a chill run down his spine at those words. "What is your question?" "Has anyone ever done the test twice? Like immediately after finishing it?" The universe, Prekthar decided, was absolutely pranking him. The celebration was supposed to be dignified. The Galactic Survival Academy had a whole ceremony prepared for Crucible completers, complete with formal speeches, ancient rituals, and the presentation of the Sigil of Perseverance, a medal that was recognized across 1,000 systems as proof you'd achieved something genuinely remarkable. Marcus received his with appropriate solemnity, wearing cleaned clothes that still somehow looked rumpled. Trevor had been sedated and was currently in a wildlife relocation program that was very confused about why a human had paperwork claiming a Krigath 7 Ravager as a emotional support animal. The assembled commanders and officials from across the galaxy stood in attendance, representing their respective species and trying very hard not to stare at the human like he was a biological impossibility. Commander Prekthar gave the traditional speech, which he'd given 4 times before over his long career. "To survive the Crucible is to join an elite brotherhood that transcends species and conflict. It is to prove that willpower, skill, and determination can overcome any challenge. Marcus Webb of Earth, you have earned your place among legends. Marcus accepted the medal with a smile and a thumbs up that several species found culturally confusing. The ceremony concluded. People mingled. Someone had brought refreshments that were safe for approximately 60% of the species present. Marcus found himself surrounded by commanders and officials who had questions ranging from how to why to please explain your planet. That's when Marcus made his mistake. Or maybe it was on purpose. With humans, Rekthar was learning. It was hard to tell. You know, Marcus said, accepting a beverage that was technically alcoholic for humans but acted more like a mild juice. I gotta say, that was fun. A Korthan admiral, a species that had evolved from persistence ambush predators and considered themselves the galaxy's premier warriors, fixed Marcus with a look. You found the Crucible enjoyable? Yeah, I mean, definitely challenging, don't get me wrong. But I kind of feel like I didn't even get to use my good ideas. Silence spread through the gathering like ice forming on water. Your good ideas, repeated a crystalline ambassador whose species communicated through resonance frequencies. Yeah, I had this whole plan for dealing with the acid rain using the carnivorous plant bulbs as shields, but the rain stopped too fast. And I wanted to try befriending a siege bear, but there wasn't really time in the arena. Just felt like I missed some opportunities, you know? Rekthar made a note to increase his illegal flask liquor supply. Marcus Webb, Rekthar said carefully, you exceeded all expectations. You set records. You achieved something only 3 others in 200 years have achieved. What more could you possibly want? Well, Marcus said, and Rekthar knew before the words came that they would haunt him. Has anyone ever run the Crucible twice? Twice. Yeah, go through, finish, and then immediately do it again. Has that ever happened? No, Rekthar said flatly. Because survivors require extensive psychological therapy, medical treatment, and years of recovery. Many never fully overcome the trauma. Huh. So I'd be the first. Marcus, no. That sounds like Marcus, yes. A Dreknor Commodore, a species that had conquered their death world through military precision and generational sacrifice, stepped forward. You cannot be serious. This is a joke from your species' humor traditions, yes? I mean, I'm being serious. I had a blast, well, not a blast, that makes it sound easy. It was hard, but good hard, you know? Like a really tough workout that makes you feel accomplished after. The Commodore's translator stuttered, trying to process good hard. Let me clarify, said a Velkari ambassador whose species were renowned for their logic and diplomacy. You wish to immediately subject yourself to the exact same ordeal that claimed 36 other candidates, traumatized multiple species elite warriors, and nearly killed you several times. Well, when you say it like that, it sounds crazy. Because it is crazy. Okay, but counterpoint, Marcus said, warming to his argument in a way that made everyone instinctively step back. I know the terrain now. I know the predator's behavior patterns. I've got strategies I didn't get to test. And honestly, I feel like I could do better. Not like competitively, just personally. Room for improvement and all that. Rekthar pulled the ambassador aside. We need to deny this request immediately. If we allow it and he dies, it will be a diplomatic incident with the humans. And if we deny it? The ambassador asked. They both looked at Marcus, who was explaining to a horrified Korthan admiral how humans had a thing called obstacle course racing, that they did voluntarily. If we deny it, he will likely return next year anyway, Rekthar admitted. And by then more humans will know about the Crucible. We could have dozens of them. The ambassador's crystalline structure flickered with distress. That is unacceptable. The galaxy is not prepared for multiple humans treating Death World survival as recreation. An idea formed in Rekthar's mind. It was not a good idea. But standing in a room full of the galaxy's leadership, watching them slowly realize that humanity might be their collective problem, he found himself without better options. What if we designed a custom course, Rekthar said slowly, more difficult than the standard Crucible, specifically calibrated to challenge a human's particular adaptation strategies. You want to make it harder, the ambassador said. I want to make it so hard that he fails, realizes he is not invincible, and we never have to deal with this again. That seems vindictive. Yes, Rekthar agreed. Your point? Official channels moved quickly when motivated by collective horror. Within 2 hours, Marcus had official approval for a second attempt, pending custom course modifications for enhanced difficulty assessment. Marcus signed more waivers. He seemed excited about them. The galactic officials convened an emergency session to discuss the human problem. Representatives from 40 systems attended via holoconference, all asking variations of the same question. What do we do when a species considers our worst challenge to be acceptable difficulty? We make it worse, Rekthar told them. We design a course so brutal that even a human cannot treat it as recreation. We combine every lethal element of Kragath 7 into a concentrated gauntlet. We remove all margins for error. And if he dies? Asked a concerned Velkari senator. Then we have learned important limitations about human durability, Rekthar said, and we will have extensive documentation proving we warned him repeatedly. And if he succeeds? Silence fell over the conference. Nobody wanted to finish that thought. Then we acknowledge that humans might be the galaxy's apex persistent species, Rekthar said quietly, and we adjust our threat assessments accordingly. The vote passed unanimously, partly because they wanted to see the human fail, partly because they were genuinely curious, and partly because the alternative was telling their respective governments that they'd lost control of the situation to one enthusiastic death-worlder with poor self-preservation instincts. Marcus spent the 3 days before his second attempt hanging around the academy, befriending staff and asking increasingly specific questions about Kragath 7's ecosystem that made the xenobiology team both impressed and concerned. Can the tunneler sense electromagnetic fields, or is it purely vibration-based? Marcus asked over lunch. Why do you need to know this? Asked Dr. Velkris, the head researcher. Just seems like useful information. If it's purely vibration, then moving during windstorms would mask my presence, right? Dr. Velkris made a note to request hazard pay. On the morning of the second attempt, a crowd gathered. News had spread. The human who'd conquered the Crucible was going to try again, on a harder course. Species from across the galaxy tuned in to watch, placing bets in currencies that ranged from credits to favors, to one species' traditional offering of elaborate interpretive dances. Rekthar had personally overseen the custom course design. It was beautiful in a horrible way. All of Kragath 7's worst elements compressed into a 5-day gauntlet with no rest periods, no safe zones, and environmental hazards that triggered on randomized timers. The Apex Arena had been modified to include 5 predators instead of 3, with the addition of a pack-hunting species and something the researchers just called the Whole Nightmare, because its official name was unpronounceable and terrifying. This will break him, Rekthar said with confidence. Gorbin, who'd been reviewing Marcus's performance data, made a non-committal sound. You doubt this plan? Rekthar asked. Sir, I have analyzed the human's decision-making patterns. He does not process danger the way we do. Where we see lethal threat, he sees interesting problem. Our attempts to make this harder may simply make it more engaging for him. That is not possible. There is a limit to biological tolerance. Yes, sir. I hope we find it before we accidentally create something worse. Marcus entered the custom course with a wave to the observation drones and a cheerful, "See you on the other side," that multiple species found culturally ominous. The first 12 hours were designed to be impossible. Simultaneous acid rain and heat waves, gravity fluctuations timed to disorient, and packs of predators driven into a feeding frenzy by chemical attractants in the atmosphere. Marcus improvised a shelter using materials he'd noted from his first run, moved during gravity shifts, and accidentally discovered that the chemical attractants made him smell unappealing to one predator species, which then defended him from other predators thinking he was part of their territory. He has formed an alliance with the Goreclaws, Gorbin reported, his voice hollow. That is not possible. Goreclaws are solitary apex predators incapable of socialization. On screen, Marcus was sharing dried meat with a Goreclaw, while they both hid from acid rain in a cave. Rekthar drank from his flask. The course continued. Marcus adapted, improvised, and occasionally succeeded through sheer accident that looked like skill. When the thermal vents activated ahead of schedule, threatening to cook him alive, he used them to signal Trevor's pack, who'd somehow followed him and were causing havoc with the course's predator management. "The Ravagers are off script," reported a frantic course manager. "Recapture them," Rekthar ordered. "Sir, they are protecting the human. We cannot approach safely." "Why are they protecting the human?" "Unknown, sir. Possibly pack bonding behavior. Possibly they think he is a very strange Ravager. Possibly we no longer understand our own planet." By day 3, the galactic audience was divided into 3 camps. Those horrified by Marcus's continued survival, those taking notes for their own militaries, and those who'd started a betting pool on what he'd befriend next. Marcus completed the custom course in 4 days, 18 hours. He walked out covered in mud, accompanied by Trevor and 2 other Ravagers waving to the cameras. "That was great," Marcus said enthusiastically. "Way better than the first run. Really felt the difficulty increase. Can I get a copy of my performance metrics? I want to see where I can improve." Rekthar met him at the exit. The commander looked like he'd aged 10 years in 5 days. "No," Rekthar said. "No what?" "No, you cannot run it a 3rd time. No, we will not design a harder course. No, we will not accommodate any further requests. You have made your point. Humanity is terrifying." "We acknowledge this. Please stop." Marcus looked genuinely confused. "I wasn't trying to make a point. I just thought it was fun." "You thought a custom-designed course intended to break your will and test the absolute limits of human endurance was fun?" "Yeah, I mean, good kinda hard. Made me think creatively. Really got the blood pumping, you know?" Rekthar's translator made a sound like it was giving up. The official report took 3 weeks to compile. It included performance data, biological assessments, psychological evaluations, and a lengthy appendix from the xenobiology team titled Recommendations for Future Human Interaction, Threat Assessment and Management Strategies. The summary was brief and concerning. Humans appear to have evolved on a planet so hostile that they perceive extreme danger as normal operating conditions. Standard threat assessment models are insufficient. Recommend immediate reclassification of human capability estimates. Marcus's second performance had actually been better than his first, which violated several assumptions about exhaustion, learning curves, and common sense. The footage of him completing the modified Apex arena in 43 minutes while providing running commentary had gone viral across 6 systems. His casual friendship with multiple Apex predators had spawned 3 different research projects and 1 philosophical movement about reconsidering the nature of predation. The Galactic Council convened to discuss findings. The mood was tense. "The humans survived conditions that should have been lethal," reported the Velkari ambassador. "Not through superior technology or physical capability, but through adaptability and psychological resilience we did not anticipate. They do not perceive danger correctly," added the Korthan admiral. "Where any rational species sees mortal threat, humans see challenge. This is not confidence, this is fundamental psychological deviation." "Fun. We have reviewed their homeworld data more thoroughly," said a new voice, a Draknor xenobiologist who'd spent the 3 weeks studying Earth. "Their planet killed 99% of species that ever lived there. The humans are descendants of survivors who persisted through multiple mass extinction events. They evolved alongside diseases, predators, and environmental conditions that would be classified as warfare in any other context." "What are you saying?" asked the council moderator. "I am saying that humans did not conquer a death world. They are the death world's apex product. They are what happens when a planet spends billions of years asking, 'How hard can I make survival?' And one species answers, 'Harder.'" The council chamber fell silent. "So what do we do?" someone finally asked. "We adjust our models," Rekthar said, rising to address the assembly. "We accept that humans will continue to surprise us, and we make a decision about what role they play in the galactic community." "Explain." Rekthar pulled up Marcus's footage. freezing on an image of the human grinning while covered in mud and monster blood. This is Marcus Webb. He is, by human standards, average. Not military elite, not enhanced, not exceptional. Just a standard human who wanted a challenge. Now imagine a galaxy where humans serve as survival trainers, emergency responders, and persistence specialists. Imagine what they could teach us about endurance, adaptation, and creative problem solving. Or imagine what they could do if they decided we were the challenge, the Korthan Admiral said darkly. We are not enemies, Rekthar countered. We are allies who did not understand our allies' capabilities. That is correctable. After extensive debate, the Council reached a decision. Humans would be welcomed into galactic society with appropriate acknowledgement of their unique capabilities. The Crucible would receive a human difficulty setting, which multiple species found insulting until they remembered Marcus's performance, and Marcus Webb would be offered a position at the Galactic Survival Academy as a consultant and instructor, pending his acceptance. Rekthar delivered the news personally, finding Marcus at the Academy's recreation facility, teaching Trevor and the other Ravagers to play an Earth game he called Fetch but with rules. Marcus Webb, the Galactic Council has extended an offer of employment. Marcus looked up, interested. Yeah? Doing what? Teaching survival techniques, course design, helping us understand human capabilities so we can better integrate your species into galactic operations. That sounds cool. Can I make some changes to the Crucible? Rekthar felt that familiar chill. What changes? Well, I had some ideas about making it more challenging. Not like dangerous challenging, just more problem solving, more variety. Maybe some team elements could be really educational. Marcus, the Crucible is already considered the galaxy's most difficult survival test. For non-humans, sure. But what if you want to really push people? Help them find their limits? I think we could do something special. Rekthar realized in that moment that he'd made a terrible mistake. By offering Marcus a position, they'd given him official sanction to make his improvements. The galaxy was about to discover what humans considered proper training. Let me be clear, Rekthar said carefully. Any modifications must be approved by multiple committees, tested extensively, and deemed non-lethal. Oh yeah, definitely. Safety first. I'm thinking we call it Webb's Wilderness, as a nice ring to it. 1 year later, the new course opened. It had been tested, approved, and rated as appropriate difficulty for advanced candidates seeking enhanced challenge. 30 candidates from 20 systems signed up for the inaugural run. 29 tapped out within the first week. The 30th, a Korthan warrior named Shrike, completed the course and immediately requested to never do anything like it again. She also submitted a formal report stating that humans were a valuable ally and a terrifying people who should be recruited, not fought. Marcus considered this a successful first year. Rekthar stood at the landing pad, welcoming the second year's candidates, reading from a datapad that Marcus had prepared. Welcome to Webb's Wilderness, the Galactic Survival Academy's advanced course for species seeking to test themselves against enhanced scenarios. This course was designed by a human. If at any point you question this decision, you may evacuate freely. We will not judge you. We are questioning this decision ourselves. In his private log, Rekthar made a final entry. Note to Galactic Council. Never ask humans if something is too dangerous. They consider that a challenge, not a warning. We have created a course that makes the Crucible look gentle. Marcus Webb thinks it is a good starting point. I have requested reassignment to a nice quiet logistics position. Request denied. Apparently, I understand humans better than most, and am perfectly suited to continue this role. I am updating my will. The universe had learned an important lesson. When a species evolves on a planet that actively tries to kill everything, they develop a very different perspective on what constitutes danger. And when you give them the opportunity to share that perspective, they will create training programs that redefine suffering. Marcus Webb had passed the Crucible twice, befriended apex predators, set records that would stand for generations, and fundamentally changed how the galaxy viewed both the test and his species. He considered it a fun vacation and was already planning improvements. The galaxy would never be the same. Trevor was fine with this. He'd gotten really good at fetch. And somewhere in the Galactic Council chambers, a new protocol was being written. Human Interaction Guidelines, Addendum 7. When a human says something is not that hard, proceed with extreme caution. They are either lying, insane, or operating on a threat assessment scale we do not comprehend. Possibly all three. Marcus had already submitted designs for Advanced Death World Training Level 2. Rekthar drank from his flask and wondered if it was too late to fake his own death and retire to a peaceful agricultural planet. It was. He'd been promoted to Director of Human Integration Programs. The galaxy, he reflected, had a twisted sense of humor. But at least the Death Worlders were on their side. Allow me to introduce myself. Professor Claxon Beeblebrox, Head of Galactic Educational Standards, holder of 14 advanced degrees, and the most insufferably brilliant being this side of the Andromeda Galaxy. At least that's what I thought until a sticky-fingered human child with a juice box completely destroyed my worldview in the span of 23 minutes. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Picture, if you will, the most prestigious academic event in known space, the annual Impossible Puzzle Gauntlet at Centauri Academy. For 847 years, this test has been the ultimate measure of intellectual superiority. We're talking about a challenge so brutally complex that it's reduced grown Centaurian scholars to blubbering messes, caused entire geodite crystal matrices to crack under pressure, and made even the smugly logical calculons admit defeat, while muttering about insufficient processing parameters. The gauntlet isn't just difficult, it's legendarily, mythically, soul-crushingly impossible. Every species in the galaxy has thrown their best minds at it. The tentacled squidlings with their 16 interconnected brains. The hive mind collectivists who can literally think as one organism. The crystalline geodites who process information at light speed. Even those insufferable calculons who treat conversation like a mathematical equation. All of them failed, spectacularly. Naturally, this made us Centaurians feel rather superior. After all, if beings with multiple brains and collective consciousness couldn't crack it, clearly the puzzle was designed to showcase the inherent intellectual supremacy of our species. We'd been preparing our finest minds for this year's attempt, confident that 847 would finally be our lucky number. Then the humans showed up. Now don't get me wrong, humans are quaint. They count on their fingers, solve problems with something they call common sense, and have an inexplicable obsession with a hot beverage made from bean water. Charming in their own primitive way, really. Their delegation was led by Dr. Maria Rodriguez, a perfectly respectable xenobiologist who'd earned her place at the table through years of solid, if unspectacular, research. The problem was, Dr. Rodriguez had apparently confused Bring Your Child to Work Day with Bring Your Child to the most important academic event in Galactic History Day. Enter Tommy Rodriguez, age 8, armed with a Superman lunchbox and the kind of boundless energy that makes adults question their life choices. While the greatest minds in the galaxy prepared for intellectual combat, Tommy was more concerned with whether the cafeteria had chocolate milk. I watched this tiny human with barely concealed horror as he skipped through the Academy's halls, leaving sticky fingerprints on priceless artifacts and asking if the floating meditation crystals were bouncy balls. His mother kept apologizing, explaining that her usual babysitter had fallen through, and surely he'd just sit quietly in the corner. Quietly, in the corner, during the most challenging intellectual examination in galactic history. I should have known right then that the universe was about to play the cruelest joke imaginable on my carefully constructed sense of academic superiority. The Impossible Puzzle Gauntlet isn't just a test, it's a monument to the limits of consciousness itself. Imagine, if you can, a 47-dimensional quantum logic maze that exists simultaneously in theoretical space, temporal flux, and what our best mathematicians have termed emotional algebra. The puzzle requires its solver to navigate paradoxes that shouldn't exist, calculate probabilities in imaginary number systems, and somehow reconcile the fundamental contradictions between logic and intuition. Most beings can't even look at it without getting a migraine. The challenge chamber itself is a marvel of engineering, a crystalline amphitheater that extends into dimensions most species can't perceive. The puzzle materializes in the center, a shimmering construct of pure mathematics and impossibility that seems to mock anyone brave enough to approach it. As the ceremony began, representatives from each major species stepped forward with the kind of solemn dignity reserved for funeral processions and tax audits. The squidlings were first, their lead scholar gracefully gliding toward the puzzle with all 16 brains firing in perfect synchronization. For exactly 12 minutes, it looked like they might actually make progress. Tentacles danced through the air, manipulating variables that existed only in theoretical space. Then they got confused, started arguing with themselves, and literally tied themselves into a knot so complex it took 3 maintenance droids and a spatial engineer to untangle them. The collectivists came next, their hive mind consciousness approaching the puzzle like a wave of coordinated thought. 5,000 individual beings thinking as one, processing information at speeds that boggled the imagination. They lasted 18 minutes before their collective consciousness started fragmenting under the strain. Individuals breaking away from the hive to argue about completely unrelated topics like proper dining etiquette and whether the number 7 was feeling particularly moody today. One by one, each species attempted the gauntlet. The crystalline geodites shattered under the pressure, literally. The calculons calculated themselves into a logical loop so tight they had to be rebooted. The floating gas beings of Nebula Prime dispersed themselves across the chamber in what I can only assume was existential despair. Each failure was more spectacular than the last, and I confess I was feeling rather smug about the whole affair. After all, if beings with natural advantages like multiple brains, collective consciousness, and processing speeds that made quantum computers look like pocket calculators couldn't succeed, what hope did anyone else have? Meanwhile, Tommy Rodriguez sat in the designated observation area, completely oblivious to the academic carnage unfolding before him. He'd finished his juice box, devoured a package of animal crackers with the kind of focused determination that would have impressed the calculons, and was now building a small fort out of his mother's research papers. Dr. Rodriguez kept shooting apologetic glances around the chamber, clearly mortified that her son was treating the galaxy's most prestigious academic event like an extended daycare session. She'd whisper urgent instructions about sitting still and being quiet, which Tommy would acknowledge with solemn nods before immediately returning to whatever 8-year-old chaos he'd been orchestrating. The tears started around the 15th failed attempt. Proud beings who'd spent centuries perfecting their intellectual capabilities were reduced to sobbing messes, their confidence shattered against the immovable object of the puzzle's impossibility. The chamber began to fill with the sound of sniffling, frustrated wailing, and the occasional angry shriek from species who'd never experienced failure on this scale. I was preparing my own attempt, naturally. As a Xantorian, I possessed the perfect combination of analytical rigor and creative thinking necessary to crack this ancient challenge. I'd spent months preparing, studying every previous attempt, analyzing the puzzle's structure from 17 different theoretical frameworks. I was going to make history. I was going to prove once and for all the intellectual supremacy of my species. I should have been paying more attention to the small human who just finished his snacks. The moment that changed everything was so mundane I almost missed it entirely. Tommy Rodriguez, having exhausted his supply of animal crackers and grown bored with his paper fort, simply stood up and wandered toward the puzzle display. Not with any grand purpose or dramatic intention, mind you. He approached the most challenging intellectual construct in galactic history with the same casual interest he might show a particularly colorful bug. My horror was immediate and complete. "Dr. Rodriguez," I hissed, my voice climbing several octaves higher than dignity would normally allow. "Your offspring is approaching the gauntlet." Maria Rodriguez looked up from her tablet, saw her son standing at the edge of the challenge platform, and went through what I can only describe as the 5 stages of parental panic in approximately 2 seconds. "Tommy, sweetie, please step away from the scary space puzzle." But Tommy wasn't listening. He was studying the puzzle with the kind of intense concentration that 8-year-olds reserve for things like bug behavior and the optimal strategy for trading lunch items. He tilted his head to one side, then the other, making small humming sounds that seemed to follow some internal melody. Fascinating, murmured one of the geodite observers, their crystalline structure flickering with interest. The human larva appears to be processing the puzzle through auditory pattern recognition. It's not processing anything, I snapped, my academic pride stinging at the suggestion that a primitive human child might succeed where our greatest minds had failed. It's probably trying to figure out if it's edible. But something was happening. Tommy had started moving his hands, not in the precise gestures of advanced mathematics, but in the loose flowing motions of a child drawing invisible pictures in the air. He was humming louder now, a simple tune that sounded suspiciously like a nursery rhyme. "Is that Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?" asked Dr. Rodriguez, her scientific curiosity overriding her maternal panic. The puzzle began to respond. I don't mean it solved itself or suddenly became easier. I mean it started to shimmer. The mathematical constructs that had remained rigidly fixed for 8 centuries began shifting, rearranging themselves in patterns that followed Tommy's humming. Sections that had never shown any correlation suddenly aligned with his hand movements. "This is impossible," I muttered, watching in growing horror as a human child treated our most sacred intellectual challenge like a playground activity. He's not even using proper analytical frameworks, he's making it up as he goes along. Tommy paused in his humming, looked directly at the most complex section of the puzzle and said, "Oh, you're playing hide and seek." Then he giggled and started a new game, one that involved pointing at different parts of the construct while reciting what sounded like a counting rhyme. Other beings began to gather around, drawn by the unprecedented sight of the puzzle actually responding to someone's efforts. Not just responding, but seeming to enjoy the interaction. Mathematical equations that had stood immutable for centuries began dancing along with Tommy's rhythm, rearranging themselves into configurations that somehow made sense within the context of his childish games. "Rock, paper, scissors," Tommy announced solemnly, making the appropriate hand gestures at 3 different sections of the puzzle. Rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper, paper beats rock, but what beats everything? He paused dramatically, as if waiting for the puzzle to answer. "Lizard," he declared triumphantly, and an entire dimensional layer of the construct suddenly snapped into perfect alignment. I felt my worldview cracking like poorly maintained crystal. The other alien children who'd been dismissed to the observation areas began creeping closer, drawn by Tommy's obvious success where their parents and teachers had failed. A young squidling, barely old enough to coordinate 2 tentacles, started mimicking Tommy's hand movements. A geodite offspring began harmonizing with his humming, their crystalline structure creating musical tones that complemented his simple melody. "No," I whispered, watching in absolute horror as the most advanced academic challenge in galactic history turned into an impromptu playground session. "No, no, no. This isn't how intelligence works. This isn't how any of this works." But the puzzle was responding to all of them now, sections lighting up, and rearranging as the children approached it with the kind of fearless curiosity that adults had long since educated out of themselves. Tommy looked up at me with the satisfied expression of a child who just successfully completed a particularly challenging jungle gym. "It's not really impossible," he said matter-of-factly. "It just wanted someone to play with it." That's when I realized the universe had just played the cruelest joke in cosmic history on every advanced civilization in known space. What happened next will haunt my academic dreams for the rest of my considerably long life. Tommy Rodriguez, with the casual confidence of someone who'd never been told that something was impossible, began treating the 47-dimensional quantum logic maze like it was a perfectly normal playground challenge. "See, this part right here," he explained to the growing crowd of fascinated aliens, pointing at a section that had stumped theoretical mathematicians for 8 centuries. "It's like when you're on the monkey bars. You can't think too hard about it or you'll fall. You just have to trust that the next bar will be there." He reached out and touched a mathematical construct that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. Instead of the spectacular failure we all expected, the construct giggled. I swear on my multiple advanced degrees, a piece of pure mathematics actually giggled like a delighted child. The young squidling who'd been mimicking Tommy's movements suddenly exclaimed, "It's not trying to trick us, it's trying to teach us." With newfound confidence, she began manipulating variables that had confounded her elders, approaching each challenge like it was a new game to master. "Preposterous," I muttered, watching my entire understanding of intelligence crumble before my eyes. Mathematical constructs don't have personalities. Equations don't want to play. This is all completely against the fundamental principles of logical analysis. Tommy overheard me and turned with the patient expression children reserve for particularly slow adults. "Mr. Grumpy Professor, have you ever tried asking the puzzle what it wants instead of trying to force it to do stuff?" "You can't ask a mathematical equation what it wants," I spluttered. "Mathematics doesn't have desires or preferences. It's pure logic." "Everything wants something," Tommy replied with the kind of simple wisdom that made me want to reevaluate my entire educational philosophy. "Maybe it's lonely. Maybe it's been waiting for someone to play with it nicely instead of trying to beat it up with big words." As if to prove his point, Tommy began having what could only be described as a conversation with the puzzle. Not a scholarly discourse or analytical examination, but an actual conversation. He'd pose questions like, "Do you like blue or red better?" And sections of the construct would shift colors in response. He'd ask, "Are you tired of being so complicated?" And portions would simplify themselves into forms that suddenly made perfect sense. The other alien children followed his example, approaching different aspects of the puzzle with the kind of openness that adults had trained out of themselves through years of proper education. A young calculon began playing number games with the temporal mathematics section. A geodite child started singing harmony with the resonance frequencies. Even a tiny collectivist, barely old enough to maintain individual consciousness, began sharing playground rhymes that somehow corresponded perfectly to the puzzle's underlying patterns. "This is impossible," I repeated, my voice getting higher with each word. "Children don't solve century-old mathematical paradoxes by being nice to them." But they were solving them. One by one, sections that had remained locked for 847 years were opening up, not through brute force analytical power, but through the simple application of curiosity, kindness, and the kind of creative thinking that education systems across the galaxy had been systematically discouraging for generations. Tommy reached the puzzle's central core, a construct so complex that previous attempts to analyze it had resulted in temporary insanity among several prominent scholars. He studied it for exactly 3 seconds, then broke into a wide grin. "Oh, I know this game," he announced. "It's like red light, green light, but with math. You have to move really carefully and only when it says it's okay." He began a careful dance around the core construct, moving only when certain variables aligned, stopping whenever the mathematical tensions shifted. The other children joined in, following his lead in what looked like the most sophisticated game of Simon Says in galactic history. "Green light," Tommy called out, and every child stepped forward in perfect synchronization. "Red light." And they all froze as the mathematical tensions recalibrated. I watched in growing horror as these children, these supposedly primitive young beings, navigated complexity that had defeated the greatest minds of multiple civilizations. They weren't solving the puzzle through superior intelligence or advanced analytical capabilities. They were playing with it, and it was working. The core construct began to sing, a harmony of mathematical precision and childlike joy that filled the entire chamber. Patterns that had seemed impossibly chaotic suddenly revealed themselves as an elaborate game, designed not to be conquered, but to be enjoyed. Tommy looked up at the singing mathematics, clapped his hands in delight, and said the words that would change galactic education forever. "Your turn, puzzle. What game do you want to play now?" The moment the puzzle responded to Tommy's invitation, reality as I understood it underwent a fundamental restructuring. The ancient construct, this monument to impossibility that had humbled civilizations, began rearranging itself into something that could only be described as joyful. Mathematical equations danced through the air, quantum variables played tag with temporal constants, and dimensional boundaries became as fluid as playground rules. "It's working," whispered Dr. Rodriguez, her scientific training warring with the evidence of her own eyes. He's actually solving it. But Tommy wasn't solving the puzzle in any traditional sense. He was collaborating with it, treating each challenge as a cooperative game rather than an adversarial test. When the construct presented him with a paradox that had broken minds for centuries, he simply asked, "Would you like help with that? It looks really hard to hold all by yourself." The paradox, apparently tired of being paradoxical for 847 years, gratefully resolved itself into an elegant solution that made perfect sense to everyone watching. "This is not how mathematics works," I protested weakly, my voice barely audible over the sound of my worldview collapsing. "Equations don't get lonely. Problems don't want help. This is all completely contrary to established academic principles." Tommy paused in his collaboration with a particularly stubborn dimensional matrix and looked at me with the kind of patient sympathy usually reserved for the deeply confused. "Maybe that's why nobody could solve it before," he said gently. "Maybe it didn't want to be solved. Maybe it wanted to be understood." As if to emphasize his point, the puzzle's final section began presenting itself not as a challenge to be conquered, but as a story to be understood. Complex mathematical relationships revealed themselves as characters in an elaborate narrative, with variables playing distinct roles and equations describing the relationships between them. Tommy read the mathematical story aloud, translating incomprehensible theoretical constructs into simple terms that somehow captured their essential meaning. Once upon a time, there was a very lonely number that lived all by itself in the seventh dimension. It wanted friends, but every time someone tried to visit, they got scared by how big and complicated its house was. The other children gathered around, adding their own interpretations to the mathematical narrative. The young squidling identified subplot patterns with her multiple brains working in harmony. The geodite child provided musical accompaniment that somehow made the temporal mathematics dance. Even the tiny calculon contributed by calculating the emotional algorithms that governed the relationships between variables. Together they guided the puzzle through its own story, helping it transform from an impossible test into what it had apparently always wanted to be. A teaching tool designed to help beings understand the joy and wonder inherent in mathematical relationships. As the last section resolved itself, Tommy turned to address the assembled academics with the satisfied expression of someone who'd just finished a particularly enjoyable game. "See? It wasn't impossible at all. It was just sad and needed some friends." The chamber filled with a harmonious chord as every section of the puzzle aligned perfectly, creating a solution so elegant and beautiful that several of the adult observers began weeping, not tears of frustration this time, but tears of recognition as they finally understood what they'd been missing for centuries. "How?" I managed to croak, my voice barely functional after the complete destruction of everything I'd believed about intelligence and education. "How did you know what to do?" Tommy shrugged with the casual modesty of childhood. "I didn't know. I just listened to what it was trying to say. Adults always want to tell everything what to do, but sometimes things just want to be heard." He looked around the chamber at all the alien children who'd helped him, their faces glowing with the satisfaction of shared accomplishment. "Plus, it's more fun when everyone plays together. Games are always better with friends." The puzzle, as if sensing that its long isolation was finally over, began projecting holographic congratulations in every language known to galactic civilization. Mathematical formulas spelled out, "Thank you for playing," an elaborate script, while dimensional equations arranged themselves into smiley faces and hearts. Tommy checked his watch, a simple plastic device that looked absurdly primitive compared to the quantum chronometers worn by other delegates. "Oh, cool. Recess is over. Are there any more fun puzzles? Or is it time for lunch? I hope they have those little triangle sandwiches. Those are the best." I stared at this small human who just casually revolutionized our understanding of intelligence, consciousness, and the fundamental nature of mathematical reality. He was already looking around for the next interesting thing to explore, completely unaware that he'd just made every advanced degree in the galaxy obsolete. Somewhere in the distance I could hear the sound of my academic career crashing into a million pieces, the aftermath of what historians would later call the Recess Revolution, unfolded with the kind of bureaucratic chaos that makes grown administrators weep into their efficiency reports. Within hours of Tommy's success, emergency sessions were being called across the galaxy. As educational institutions grappled with the horrifying realization that they'd been approaching intelligence completely backwards for millennia, I found myself in the uncomfortable position of having to write official reports explaining how an 8-year-old human with sticky fingers had solved a puzzle that had defeated the combined intellectual might of galactic civilization. My preliminary draft, which began with "everything we thought we knew about intelligence is wrong," was rejected by the review board as insufficiently diplomatic. The second draft, which opened with, "Perhaps our educational methodologies require minor adjustments," was deemed more appropriate for interdisciplinary discourse. Tommy, meanwhile, remained blissfully unaware of the academic revolution he'd sparked. When reporters from the Galactic Science Network arrived to interview him, he spent most of the session asking if they had any interesting games on their recording equipment. His most quotable response to questions about his problem-solving methodology was, "I don't know, I just tried to be nice to it." That single sentence became the foundation for an entirely new field of study: empathetic mathematics. Dr. Rodriguez, faced with the sudden elevation of her son to galactic celebrity status, handled the situation with the kind of practical parenting wisdom that made me respect humans even more. When the Academy offered to enroll Tommy in their advanced graduate program, she politely declined, explaining that he still needed to finish second grade and learn his multiplication tables. "But he just solved the most complex mathematical puzzle in known space," protested the Academy's Director of Advanced Studies. "And he still can't remember to put his lunchbox back in his backpack," she replied. "Intelligence isn't just about solving puzzles. It's about growing up to be a decent person." The changes to galactic education were swift and dramatic. The rigid hierarchical systems that had dominated learning for centuries were replaced with collaborative approaches that emphasized curiosity over competition. The concept of impossible was removed from academic vocabularies across multiple species, replaced with "not yet understood" or "waiting for the right approach." Most surprisingly, standardized testing scores across the galaxy began improving dramatically once educational institutions started incorporating what became known as human method teaching techniques. These included such revolutionary concepts as asking questions to understand rather than to test, treating problems as puzzles to enjoy rather than obstacles to overcome, and remembering that learning should be fun. I found myself reluctantly appointed to head the new Department of Alternative Intelligence Studies, a position that required me to spend significant time observing and learning from beings I'd previously dismissed as intellectually inferior. It was humbling in ways that my extensive education had never prepared me for. The most difficult adjustment wasn't accepting that humans had something valuable to teach us. It was accepting that the characteristics we'd dismissed as primitive, curiosity, empathy, playfulness, and the willingness to approach problems without preconceived notions, were actually forms of intelligence we'd educated out of ourselves. Tommy's success led to the establishment of human method learning centers throughout the galaxy, where beings of all ages could learn to approach challenges with the kind of openness and creativity that had made the impossible puzzle possible. The waiting lists were astronomical. 6 months after the incident, I received a message from Dr. Rodriguez with a video attachment. It showed Tommy at his human school, helping a classmate understand long division by turning it into a story about sharing cookies among imaginary space aliens. His teaching methods were remarkably similar to how he'd approached the gauntlet, with patience, creativity, and an absolute faith that understanding was possible if you just found the right way to explain things. At the bottom of the message, she'd added a note. He says to tell the grumpy professor that he hopes the puzzle is making lots of friends now. I checked the Academy's latest reports on the former Impossible Puzzle Gauntlet. It had been reprogrammed as an interactive teaching tool that adapted its challenges to each user, its learning style, and emotional needs. Success rates had improved by approximately 3,000%, and user satisfaction surveys consistently described the experience as fun and encouraging. The puzzle, it seemed, was indeed making friends. As I prepared for another day of learning that everything I thought I knew about intelligence was wrong, I found myself oddly grateful for the small human who turned my academic world upside down. Tommy Rodriguez had taught the galaxy's most advanced civilizations the most important lesson of all. Sometimes the best way to solve an impossible problem is to remember that intelligence without kindness is just cleverness, and cleverness without curiosity is just showing off. And sometimes the wisest thing you can do is ask a problem what it needs, instead of trying to force it into submission. Even if that problem is 47-dimensional quantum mathematics, and even if you're only 8 years old and mainly concerned about whether lunch includes chocolate milk. The universe, as it turns out, has quite a sense of humor. The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance." Walker stepped forward. "This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean?" The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision." Commander Reed whispered to Walker. "That sounds more like colonization than an alliance." Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. "We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council?" 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. "And if we decline?" Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vorks's eyes blinked simultaneously. "That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies." After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. "They're giving us an ultimatum," said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. "Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures." Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. "The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach." "What do you mean?" asked the Secretary General. "They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all." Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. "Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follow strict, linear patterns." The room fell silent as Reed continued. "We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise." General Martinez stood up. Are you suggesting we have a chance against them? Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope. Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. The Chimera isn't ready, said the science director. We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The Chaos Drive is still unpredictable. Unpredictable might be exactly what we need, Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the E2 end, the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. Captain Walker, Commander Reed. The Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer. A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. The linear cannon, Admiral Vorks announced with pride. The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty. Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In Council thinking, impressive, he said carefully. Earth has nothing comparable. Of course not, Vorks replied. Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer? Reed asked. The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying human settlements. As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos, Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt. As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke. Again, both watching the massive Council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the Council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from Council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the Council lived by. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his four-fingered hand, and a three-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the 3 ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of council military doctrine." "And if the target moves?" Reed asked innocently. Several council members made sounds that might have been laughter. "A common question from species new to galactic conflict," Vork said condescendingly. "In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is." "Fascinating," Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. "Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history." Admiral Vorks tilted his head. "Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection." The demonstration continued as the council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly. "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex 3-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. "Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship," Vorks explained. "There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia." Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied, "but every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. "Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious." Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. "Their entire strategy revolves around predictability," Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. "They expect enemies to follow patterns. They can calculate." Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. "Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line," Walker added. "It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection." "Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario," Reed said. "The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns." Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. "I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy." When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. "How bad is it?" Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. "Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations." "And?" the Secretary General asked. "And humanity has never fought that way," Walker replied. "Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary." Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. "They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before." General Martinez leaned forward. "Project Thunderbolt?" Walker nodded. "The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative." Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the Earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. "She doesn't look like much," General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. "That's the point. The Council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing." Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. "She's ready," Thompson announced. "Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible." Reed turned to him. "Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different." Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. "The Council's ships, and their weapons, operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite." He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. "In simple terms?" the General asked. "She doesn't move through space, space moves around her," Thompson said. "The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her." Walker added, And that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on. The General studied the strange ship. And the weapons? Thompson's face lit up with pride. Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable. He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these, he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns. Random? The General frowned. How do we aim? We don't exactly, Thompson admitted. The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point. Walker stepped in. It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game. The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch? We're ready now, Walker said confidently. Hours later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorks's face displayed growing impatience. Your time grows short, humans, the alien said. The Council requires your answer. The Secretary General stepped forward. Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship. Vorks's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. Permission granted, but be warned, any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction. When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera. The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. They won't recognize what they're seeing, Reed told the crew during the final briefing. The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither. Walker took his place in the command chair. Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally. Thompson spoke from his engineering station. The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough, Walker assured him. Weapons status? Scatter cannons charged, reported the weapons officer. Quantum mirrors aligned and ready. Defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. They're tracking us, Reed reported, but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system. Walker smiled. Good, let's keep them guessing. The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. What manner of ship is that? Krill demanded of his sensor operators. It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing, one operator reported, and we cannot detect its propulsion system. Vorks's eyes narrowed. A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again. On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. On screen, he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. Captain Walker, This is not a diplomatic vessel. It is today. Walker replied calmly. Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship. Vork studied the strange vessel on his scanners. This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight. Appearances can be deceiving, Walker said. We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions. General, Krill moved into view beside Vork's. This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology. Not advanced by your standards, perhaps, Walker replied, but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you. Vork's and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action. Walker nodded. Understood. Chimera out. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back. The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vork's and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. Begin your demonstration, Vork's commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern alpha. The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of Council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern, one reported. Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution. General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space. Not this one, the sensor operator insisted. It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze. Vork's expression darkened. A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data. Small spherical drones launched from the Council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the Council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns. Walker nodded. Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta. Aye, Captain. Thompson replied from engineering. Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The Council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. They're confused, Reed reported with a smile. Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us. In the Council command ship, alarms began to sound. Admiral, we've lost tracking, an operator reported. The human vessel is flickering. Flickering? Vork's demanded. Explain. It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously. The operator said, confusion evident in his voice. Our scanners cannot determine its true location. General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction. Vork studied the display carefully. No, this is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power. 3 Council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. "Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon, the tactical," officer reported. Walker remained calm. "Just as we expected. Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready?" "Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup." Walker opened a channel to the Council ship. "Admiral Vorks, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration?" "As well." Vorks's face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. "Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action." "By firing on us?" Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. "The linear cannon will pass near your vessel," Vorks stated, "to demonstrate our precision, unless of course you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority." Walker smiled calmly. "We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed." As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. "Battle stations. Thompson, push the chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors." The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 Council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. "They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be," Reed reported. "Based on a standard movement algorithm." Walker nodded. "Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern Gamma on my mark." The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space, exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. "It evaded," a tactical officer finally reported. Without changing course or accelerating, General Krill's voice rose in anger. "Impossible. Recalibrate the cannons. Fire again." The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. "Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness," he observed. "They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge." The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. "They're firing again," Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. "Activate quantum mirrors," he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, the energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random, ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships, not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. "Direct hit on our port side," a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vork stood rigid with shock. "All ships, defensive formation. Prepare for..." But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. "Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity," the tactical officer reported. "They can't take another direct hit." Thompson's voice came over the comm. "The chaos drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure." Walker nodded grimly. "We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only." As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vorks. The alien's face showed a new emotion: uncertainty. "This demonstration is concluded, Admiral," Walker said calmly. "Earth awaits your response." For the first time, Vorks had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vorks stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. "In 10,000 years, Vorks said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. "No species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon, yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us." Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. "The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council encounters with other species and identified your greatest strength and weakness." "Which is?" asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. "Predictability," Reed answered simply. "Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to." Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. "You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight." Walker smiled slightly. "Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds. Admiral Vorks raised his hands for silence. "Explain." "In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system," Walker explained. "The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse-engineered what we could and learned about the Council." "Impossible," General Krill insisted. "Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand." "True," Walker admitted. "We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy, and we began preparing." Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. "Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead," Walker continued, "we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships, because it was designed specifically not to." Admiral Vork studied the humans with new interest. "You knew we would come, and you prepared a single vessel as your defense?" "One was enough to prove our point," Walker said confidently. "We have the designs for 30 more." This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. "Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics." Walker nodded. "Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path. We chose a different approach." "Chaos," Vork said, almost with distaste. "Adaptability," Walker corrected. "Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges." The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. "The Council must reconsider Earth's status," he announced formally. "Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols." For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. "Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate." "Unprecedented," muttered General Krill. "So was surviving the linear cannon," Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves, some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest council species, offered a compromise. "The council requires stability and order," she said. "But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable." Admiral Vork seemed reluctant but nodded. "A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement," Diplomat Ilara continued. "Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks." Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. "And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines," Vork stipulated. "But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates." Walker considered the offer carefully. "We accept your terms, with one addition: complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully." More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by 2 smaller vessels incorporating both human and Council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. "The Council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs." Walker nodded. "And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council," Reed pointed out. "Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting," Walker said thoughtfully. "The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle." Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. "Captain Walker, Commander Reed," he greeted them. "The joint fleet exercises are proceeding well, though I must admit watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling." Walker smiled. "Change usually is." "Indeed." Vorks turned to look out at the stars. "Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together," Walker said. "The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking. A formidable combination," Vorks admitted. "Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct." Reed raised an eyebrow. "Prophecy? There is an old saying among the founding species," Vorks explained. "When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely." Together, the 3 figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars, not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. Maya Chen pushed her food tray along the metal rails, watching the strange colors and shapes of alien meals pass by her eyes. The cafeteria of Zenith Collegiate stretched out like a vast metal forest, filled with tables and chairs of different sizes and shapes. Some tables were low to the ground for species that crawled. Others reached up high for those with long necks or floating abilities. The air smelled like a mixture of flowers, burning metal, and something that reminded Maya of old gym socks. She had been at this school for 3 weeks now. 3 long weeks of sitting alone at her table in the omnivore section. The section was nearly empty most days. Maya had learned that most species who could eat both plants and meat chose to eat plants anyway. They looked at her like she was some kind of monster when she ate her protein bars or the synthetic chicken the food machines made for her. Earth had only joined the galactic community 8 months ago. The government had been so proud to send students to this famous university. Maya had jumped at the chance to study alien biology. She wanted to learn about the thousands of species that lived among the stars, but nobody had told her how lonely it would be. Nobody had warned her that other species would avoid her like she carried some terrible disease. The herbivore section took up half the cafeteria. Dozens of species sat together there, eating plants and laughing in their various ways. Some chirped, some hummed, some made sounds Maya's brain could not even process without her translator implant. The predator section sat on the far side, separated by a wide walking space. Large, dangerous-looking creatures sat there, eating meat and eyeing everyone else with calculating stares. And then there was the omnivore section, nearly empty except for Maya and a few others who sat as far from each other as possible. Maya found her usual table and sat down. She opened her meal container and pulled out a sandwich she had made that morning. Real bread from Earth Ingredients. Real peanut butter that her mom had sent in her last care package. It was one of the few things that made her feel less alone. She was halfway through her sandwich when she heard the crash. Maya looked up to see a small creature tumbling across the floor near the predator section. His tray had shattered, sending chunks of raw meat sliding across the clean white tiles. The creature was small, maybe the size of an 8-year-old human child. He looked like a wolf, but he walked on 2 legs and wore clothes. His fur was gray and patchy, missing in several spots. A long scar ran down his muzzle. His arms were too thin and his ribs showed through his sides. Behind him, 3 larger members of his species laughed. They had pushed him. Maya could see it in the way they stood, in their proud postures and cruel eyes. The small wolf creature dropped to his knees and began gathering the spilled food with shaking paws. His claws scraped against the floor. Maya watched as students from other tables glanced over, then quickly looked away. Nobody helped. Nobody even seemed to care. Maya's translator implant buzzed in her ear. It was picking up whispers from nearby tables. Words like runt and worthless and omega filtered through. Whatever those words meant in this context, they were not kind. The small creature's shoulders shook. Maya realized he was trying not to cry. She looked down at her sandwich. She looked at her apple. She looked at the protein bar she had saved for later. Then she looked back at the small wolf creature gathering spoiled meat from a dirty floor. Her roommate, a bird-like creature named Pip, had warned her many times. Do not interact with predator species. Do not break the social rules. Do not draw attention to yourself. Humans were already viewed as dangerous deathworlders. They came from a planet with heavy gravity, dangerous weather, and countless things that could kill them. Humans were survivors, and that made other species nervous. But Maya had not traveled across the stars to watch a child go hungry. She stood up. Her chair scraped against the floor, and the sound echoed in the suddenly quiet cafeteria. Maya picked up her tray and walked toward the small creature. Her translator began buzzing warning messages in her ear. Social hierarchy violation detected. Interspecies contact not recommended. Predator species protocols being breached. Maya ignored it. She knelt down beside the small wolf creature. Up close, she could see that his fur was not just patchy but scarred. Burns, maybe, or chemical damage. His eyes were a startling yellow color, and they went wide with fear when he saw her. "Hey," Maya said softly. "Are you okay?" The creature scrambled backward, dropping the meat he had gathered. His translator collar spoke in a growling voice that did not match his small size. "Stay back, lesser species. This one does not need your pity." Maya knew a recorded message when she heard one. The words were formal and stiff. Someone had programmed that response into his translator. She wondered if he even understood what it said. I'm not offering pity, Maya said.
She sat down on the floor cross-legged and placed her tray between them.
I'm offering lunch. You're hungry. I have extra. No strings attached. The creature stared at her, then at the food, then back at her. His nose twitched and she could hear his stomach growl from where she sat. What is your designation? His translator asked, though this time the voice sounded more like his own. My name is Maya. What's yours? This one is called Krush. He pronounced it with a rolling growl that her translator struggled to copy. This one is not permitted to accept charity from lesser species. Pack law forbids it. Maya looked at the spilled meat on the floor. She looked at the larger wolves in the predator section, watching with cold eyes. She looked at Krush's thin frame and trembling paws. I don't know much about pack law, Maya said, but I know that nobody should have to eat food off the floor when someone else has extra to share. Please take half my sandwich. Take the apple. I'm not very hungry anyway, that was a lie. Maya was always hungry. Earth's gravity was heavier than the station's artificial gravity, and her body burned calories quickly trying to adjust. But looking at Krush, she knew he needed the food more than she did. Krush looked at the food for a long moment. His paw reached out slowly, carefully, like he expected Maya to snatch it away. When she did not move, he grabbed half the sandwich and brought it to his mouth. He ate quickly, desperately, barely chewing. Maya quietly pushed the apple toward him, and he took that too. They sat in silence while he ate. Maya became aware that the entire cafeteria had gone quiet. Hundreds of eyes watched them. She could feel the weight of their stares like a physical pressure on her back. When Krush finished eating, he looked at Maya with those yellow eyes. Why, he asked simply. Maya smiled. Because you needed it. That's all. She stood up, collected her tray, and walked back to her table. She did not look at the predator section. She did not look at any of the staring faces. She just sat down and finished her water like nothing strange had happened. But something strange had happened. Maya just did not know it yet. That night, her roommate Pip flew in circles around their small dorm room, feathers puffed up in distress. You have made a terrible mistake, Pip chirped frantically. Predator species do not forget debts. They do not forget insults. You have humiliated their pack in public by showing kindness to their lowest member. They will come for you, Maya. They will come, and I do not know what they will do. Maya lay in her bed staring at the ceiling. She thought about Krush's scared eyes. She thought about his thin body and scarred fur. She thought about the way he had eaten like he had not had a real meal in days. Then let them come, Maya said quietly. I'd do it again. Outside her window, the stars turned slowly as the station orbited the neutral world below. Somewhere in those stars was Earth, her home, impossibly far away. Maya closed her eyes and hoped she had not just made the biggest mistake of her life. She had no way of knowing that in the predator section of the dormitories, 7 adult Vakrians were holding a meeting that would change everything. She had no way of knowing that her simple act of kindness had invoked an ancient law older than human civilization. She had no way of knowing that tomorrow morning nothing would ever be the same again. Maya Chen fell asleep thinking about a scared little wolf creature and wondering if he would be okay. She did not dream of honor or ancient debts or blood oaths. She just hoped that Krush would have a better tomorrow than he had today. That hope, simple and human and kind, was about to shake the foundations of galactic society. But for now, Maya just slept, exhausted from another lonely day at Zenith Collegiate, unaware that her loneliness was about to end in the most spectacular way possible. Maya had not slept well. Pip's worried chirping had kept her awake for hours, and when she finally did sleep, she dreamed of yellow eyes and growling voices. Now she stood outside the cafeteria entrance, trying to gather her courage to go inside. Her stomach was empty and complaining, but her mind was full of worry. She pushed through the door and stopped dead in her tracks. 7 massive Vakrians stood around her usual table. They were not sitting. They stood in a semicircle formation, like soldiers at attention. Each one was at least 2 meters tall, with thick fur and muscled bodies that spoke of strength and violence. Their fur was marked with scars, some old and faded, others more recent. These were not students. These were warriors. The entire cafeteria had gone silent. Not the usual quiet of students eating and studying. This was the silence of prey animals freezing when a predator appears. Maya could see students from the herbivore section pressed against the far walls. Even other predator species had moved their tables back, creating a wide empty space around the Vakrians. Maya's translator began buzzing emergency protocols in her ear. Threat level critical. Predator pack formation detected. Recommend immediate evacuation. Security has been notified, but Maya could not move. Her legs felt frozen to the floor. Her heart hammered in her chest so hard, she thought everyone in the room must be able to hear it. This was it. Pip had been right. They had come for her. The largest Vacrian stepped forward. She was female, Maya thought, though it was hard to tell with the species. Her fur was gray like storm clouds, and a jagged scar ran from her left eye down to her jaw. She wore what looked like military insignia on a band around her upper arm. When she moved, the others shifted to maintain their formation. This was their leader. The leader spoke, and Maya's translator struggled with the words. The language was formal, archaic, full of grammatical structures that made no sense in standard galactic common. The translator kept buffering, trying to find equivalent meanings. Human Maya Chen, the leader said, her voice deep and rumbling. You have performed an act that invokes ancient law. You have fed the lowest of our pack without demanding submission. You have shown kindness without asserting dominance. You have protected the weak when you had no obligation to do so. These actions fall under the Blood Debt Protocol, established in the time before our people reached the stars. Maya's mouth was dry. She tried to speak but could only make a small squeaking sound. The leader continued. I am Shara, Alpha of the 7th Blood Pack, veteran of the Border Wars, guardian of the weak. These are my warriors. She gestured to the 6 Vacrians behind her. We have come to answer the debt. Maya finally found her voice. I don't understand. I just shared my lunch. I didn't mean to invoke anything. Shara's ears twitched in what might have been amusement. Ignorance of law does not negate the law, but your ignorance makes the act more pure. You did not help young Kirsch for honor or debt. You helped him because he was hungry and you had food. This is the highest form of alpha kindness. Alpha kindness? Maya repeated, confused. One of the other Vacrians stepped forward. He was younger than Shara, with dark brown fur and intelligent eyes. His translator spoke in a smoother tone. Allow me to explain in terms your species might understand. In Vacrian society, we have strict pack hierarchy. The strong eat first. The weak eat last. The Omega, the lowest rank, often does not eat at all. This creates strength through competition. That's cruel, Maya said before she could stop herself. The young Vacrian's ears perked up. Yes, it is. But it is our way. It has been our way for thousands of years. An alpha, a pack leader, has the power to override the system. An alpha can choose to feed the Omega, protecting them from the pack's cruelty. But this comes at a cost. The alpha must be strong enough to defend that choice. Do you understand? Maya nodded slowly. You're saying that by feeding Kirsch I acted like an alpha, and now your pack thinks I'm claiming leadership or something? Shara made a sound that might have been a laugh. No, human. We are saying you acted like an alpha while being physically weak. You showed the greatest form of courage. You protected one of ours when you had no strength to back up that protection. You risked retaliation to feed a hungry child. This invokes the Blood Debt Protocol. What does that mean? Maya asked, though part of her was afraid to know. Shara turned to the 6 warriors behind her. As one, they all dropped to one knee. The movement was synchronized, military precise. Shara remained standing but placed her right paw over her heart. It means we acknowledge the debt, Shara said formally. Maya Chen of Earth, you have shown alpha kindness to Kirsch of the 7th Blood Pack. By ancient law, we are obligated to guard your territory and ensure your safety. We will protect your eating space from all threats. We will ensure you never eat in fear or danger. This oath we swear in blood and honor, until the debt is repaid or our lives are ended. Maya stared at them. Her brain struggled to process what was happening. You're going to guard my table? In the cafeteria? Yes, Shara said simply. Because I gave a kid half my sandwich? Because you saw worth in the worthless. Because you showed kindness to one who had only known cruelty. Because you are what all alphas should be, but few ever achieve. Shara's yellow eyes locked onto Maya's brown ones. You are pack now, human sister. And we protect our pack. A small figure emerged from behind Shara's legs. Kirsch looked different than he had yesterday. Someone had cleaned his fur and treated his wounds. He wore new clothes, simple but well made. He looked healthier, less afraid. When he saw Maya, his tail began to wag before he caught himself and stopped it. Kirsch walked forward and dropped to both knees in front of Maya. He spoke in halting, careful English rather than using his translator. The words were practiced, memorized with great effort. You are packed now, human sister. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for feeding me. Thank you for being kind when others were cruel. I am yours to command. Maya felt tears burning in her eyes. She knelt down so she was at Kirsch's level and put a hand on his shoulder. You don't have to command anything. You don't owe me anything. I just wanted to help. I know, Kirsch said, switching back to his translator. That is why the debt is real. That is why we honor you. The cafeteria erupted. Students began talking all at once in dozens of languages. Maya's translator could not keep up with all the voices. She caught fragments of conversation. The human commands predators. Did you see them kneel? What kind of death world or magic is this? I heard humans can control minds. Maybe we should avoid her. Maya looked around at all the staring faces and felt overwhelmed. She had just wanted to help a hungry kid. She had not wanted this. She had not wanted to be some kind of symbol or leader or whatever they thought she was now. Shara seemed to sense her distress. Come, human sister. Sit and eat. We will guard you as we have sworn. Ignore the others. They will learn. Maya nodded numbly and walked to her table. She sat down in her usual chair. The 7 Vakrians took up positions around her, creating a protective circle. They did not sit. They stood watch, eyes scanning the cafeteria for threats that did not exist. Maya pulled out her lunch with shaking hands. She had packed extra today, worried she would be too nervous to eat breakfast. Now she was glad she had. She pulled out a second sandwich and held it up to Kirsch. Hungry? She asked. Kirsch's tail wagged again, and this time he did not try to stop it. He sat down across from Maya and took the sandwich carefully. Yes, always hungry. They ate together while the rest of the cafeteria whispered and stared. Maya tried to ignore it. She tried to pretend this was normal. But how could anything be normal when she had 7 warrior aliens guarding her like she was royalty? Across the cafeteria near the herbivore section, a tall reptilian creature watched with calculating eyes. His scales were bright blue and green, and he wore ornate markings that indicated high status among his people. His name was Veskith, and he was not pleased with what he was seeing. Not pleased at all, this cannot stand, he hissed to his companions. A human barely here a month commanding the respect of predator warriors? This disrupts the natural order. This threatens everything we have built. His companion, a smaller reptile with nervous eyes, shifted uncomfortably. What can we do? The blood debt protocol is ancient law. Even our people recognize it. Veskith's eyes narrowed. Then we will force the human to prove she deserves such honor. We will challenge her in the trials of merit. We will show everyone that humans are nothing special. We will expose her as weak and unworthy, and the blood debt will be broken. Back at Maya's table, she was unaware of the plotting happening across the room. She was too busy listening to Kirsch talk about his studies, his attempts to learn Earth languages, his dreams of becoming a xenobiologist like Maya wanted to be. They talked about their favorite foods and the strange differences between their species. They laughed about the confusion of having so many different species in one place. For the first time since arriving at Zenith Collegiate, Maya did not feel alone. She had a friend. She had protectors. She had somehow stumbled into becoming part of something bigger than herself. She looked up at Shara, who stood watch with patient vigilance. Thank you, Maya said quietly. Shara's ears twitched. Do not thank us yet, human sister. The debt has been acknowledged, but the consequences are just beginning. You have made powerful. 1 week had passed since the Vakrian pack had sworn their oath. 1 week of eating lunch with 7 massive warriors standing guard around her table. 1 week of whispers and stares and nervous students giving her a wide space in the hallways. Maya was exhausted by all the attention, but at least she was not lonely anymore. Kirsch had become her constant companion. He walked with her between classes, carrying extra books when her human arms got tired in the station's lower gravity. He introduced her to other students, though most were too nervous to talk to the human who commanded predator warriors. He taught her Vakrian words and customs, and she taught him about Earth and human culture. They became friends in the truest sense of the word, but the attention was getting worse, not better. Students from peaceful species now avoided the cafeteria entirely during lunch hours. Some had filed formal complaints with the university administration about feeling unsafe. Others had started eating in their dorm rooms rather than risk being near Maya and her guards. The predator species students had a different reaction. They had begun showing Maya subtle signs of respect. A nod when passing in the hallway, a step aside to let her through doorways first. small gestures that her translator identified as markers of status recognition. Maya did not want status. She just wanted to study xenobiology and maybe make some friends. Instead, she had become some kind of celebrity or symbol or whatever they thought she was. Today, everything changed. Maya was walking to her afternoon physics class with Kirsch bouncing along beside her when three large figures stepped into her path. They were Zelkathi, the reptilian species she had seen watching her in the cafeteria. Their scales gleamed blue and green under the station's artificial lights. They wore elaborate sashes marked with symbols that her translator identified as academic and family honors. The leader was the tallest, with scales so bright they almost hurt to look at. His translator spoke in a hissing accent that gave his words an edge of menace. "Maya Chen of Earth, we require words with you." Maya stopped walking. Kirsch immediately moved closer to her side, his ears flattened against his head in a clear warning posture. "What do you want?" Maya asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "You have disrupted the natural order of this institution," the Zelkathi leader said. His name tag identified him as Veskith. "You arrive here claiming to be a student, yet you command warriors like some kind of warlord. You manipulate proud species with your Death Worlder tricks. This cannot continue." "I haven't manipulated anyone," Maya protested. "I just shared my lunch with someone who was hungry. I didn't ask for any of this." "Lies come easily to humans, I hear," Veskith said, moving closer. "Your species is known for deception and treachery. You pretend weakness while hiding strength. You act kind while planning conquest. We Zelkathi are not fooled by your games." Maya felt anger rising in her chest. She had been patient for a week. She had endured the stares and whispers. She had tried to go about her life despite the chaos her kindness had caused. But she was tired of being called a liar and manipulator when all she had done was help someone. "What do you want from me?" Maya asked, her voice sharper now. Veskith's eyes gleamed. "I challenge you to prove your worthiness. If you truly deserve the respect of warrior species, if you truly have earned the blood debt of the Vakrian Pack, then prove it. Face the trials of merit. Show the entire university that humans are worthy of the status you claim." "I don't claim any status," Maya said. "I just want to go to class." "Then you refuse the challenge?" Veskith asked, his voice full of mock disappointment. "How convenient. The mighty human who commands warriors is actually a coward who hides behind others' strength," Kirsch growled, a sound that started deep in his chest. "You insult Pack Sister. You break honor code by challenging one under blood debt protection." "The blood debt only applies to physical threats," Veskith countered. "The trials of merit are a test of worth, not violence. The human may refuse if she wishes, but then everyone will know the truth. She is weak and unworthy. The blood debt was given in error." Maya looked at Kirsch's worried face. She thought about Shara and the other warriors who had sworn to protect her. She thought about what it would mean if she refused. The pack would be shamed. Their oath would be questioned. All because she had been kind to a hungry child. "What are the trials of merit?" Maya asked. Veskith's mouth curved in what might have been a smile. 5 competitions designed by different species to test strength, intelligence, adaptability, and honor. Each trial showcases the best qualities of the species that designed it. Compete in all 5. If you place respectably in any of them, your status is proven. If you fail, you admit that humans are weak and unworthy of the respect you have been given. Maya's hands were shaking. She was not an athlete. She was not a fighter. She was a 19-year-old biology student who got anxious speaking in front of classes. How could she possibly compete in trials designed by species that had evolved for thousands of years on different worlds with different conditions? But looking at Kirsch, at his worried yellow eyes and scared expression, Maya made her decision. "Fine, I accept your challenge. When are these trials?" 3 days from now, Veskith said. "In the central arena. The entire university will watch. Prepare yourself, human. We will show everyone what your species truly is." The 3 Zelkathi walked away, their tails swishing behind them in what her translator identified as satisfaction. Maya stood frozen in the hallway as students flowed around her, whispering and staring. "What had she just done?" "Pack Sister," Kirsch said quietly. "You should not have accepted. The trials are impossible for your species. Each one is designed to favor the species that made it. No single species can succeed at all 5. "Then I'll fail trying," Maya said, trying to sound braver than she felt. "I can't let your pack be shamed because of me." That night, Shara and the other warriors came to Maya's dorm room. They barely fit in the small space, their large bodies making the room feel tiny. Pip had fled to a friend's room the moment they arrived, too nervous to be around so many predators. "You should not have accepted," Shara said, echoing Kirsch's words. "The trials are designed to be impossible. They will test you in ways that favor species much stronger and faster than humans." "I know," Maya said, "but I couldn't refuse. It would have made you all look bad." The young brown-furred Vacrian named Torvin spoke up. "We could have fought for you. Kirsch could compete in your place. The rules allow for pack representation." Maya shook her head. "No. If I'm going to be judged as a human, then I should be the one standing there. I won't hide behind others." Shara studied Maya for a long moment. Then she made a rumbling sound that might have been approval. "You have the spirit of a warrior, even if your body is small and soft. Very well. If you will fight this battle, then we will help you prepare. We have 3 days. Let us not waste them." The next 3 days were the hardest of Maya's life. Shara and the pack taught her everything they could about the other species who would be competing. They explained weaknesses and strengths. They showed her how to observe and adapt. They pushed her to her physical limits and then pushed harder. Torvin was the most helpful. He had studied military tactics and strategy for years. "The trials are not about being the strongest," he explained, as Maya collapsed after her 10th lap around the dorm exercise track. "They are about being the smartest. Each species will play to their strengths. You must find ways to use their strengths against them." "How?" Maya gasped, her lungs burning. "By being human," Torvin said. "Your species evolved on a death world. You survived by being adaptable, by working together, by never giving up. These are your weapons. Use them." Krarsh brought her research materials about the competing species. The Zelkathi were fast and had excellent reflexes. The Korthians were incredibly strong, their silicon-based biology making them nearly indestructible. The Aralis could manipulate air currents and fly. The deepwater Krell could breathe multiple atmosphere types. Each species had evolved perfect adaptations for their homeworld. Humans had evolved to survive everything their terrible planet threw at them. Maya studied late into the nights. She watched videos of previous trials. She read about human evolution, about persistence hunting, about the unique advantages her species had developed. She learned that humans could regulate their temperature through sweating, something most species could not do. She learned that human endurance was legendary, that her ancestors had literally chased prey to death by outlasting them. She learned that humans were generalists, able to adapt to almost any environment rather than specializing in one. On the night before the trials, Maya could not sleep. She stood by her window looking out at the stars, thinking about Earth somewhere out there in the darkness. She thought about her grandfather who had taken her hiking every summer. He had taught her to keep going when her legs hurt and her lungs burned. "Pain is temporary," he always said, "but giving up lasts forever." Kirsch found her standing there. He sat down beside her without speaking. After a long silence, he said, "Can I tell you something?" "Of course," Maya said. "My family died when I was very young. The pack took me in because Tiara." The central arena of Zenith Collegiate was enormous. Maya stood at the entrance, staring at the massive space that could hold thousands of students. Tiers of seats rose up in circles, already filling with spectators from dozens of species. Floating cameras drifted through the air, recording everything. Her translator informed her that the trials were being broadcast across multiple systems. Millions would watch. Maya wanted to throw up. She wore simple human athletic clothes, stretchy pants, and a light shirt that let her move freely. Compared to the other champions, she looked tiny and underprepared. The Zelkathi wore scaled armor. The Korthian was a walking mountain of silicon-based muscle. The Aralis had wings that spanned 3 meters. The deepwater Krell wore a moisture suit that kept their skin wet. And then there was Maya. Small, soft, scared Maya Chen from Earth. Shara and the pack stood behind her in the preparation area. Kirsch bounced nervously at her side. "You can still withdraw," Shara said quietly. "No one would fault you." "Yes, they would," Maya said. "And I'd fault myself. Let's get this over with." A voice boomed across the arena in multiple languages. The announcer explained the rules. 5 trials, each designed by a different species. Points awarded based on placement. The champion with the most total points would win overall. But respect would be given to anyone who placed well in any trial. It was possible to lose while still proving your worth. Maya hoped she could at least do that much. The first trial was the Zelkathi maze. A three-dimensional structure materialized in the center of the arena, all shifting walls and moving platforms and obstacles that changed position. The goal was simple: reach the center and ring the bell. The fastest time won. Veskith stepped up to the starting line with Maya and 3 other champions. His scales gleamed in the arena lights. He looked at Maya with cold eyes and said nothing. He did not need to. His presence said enough. The starting signal sounded. Veskith launched forward like a bolt of lightning. The other champions followed, each using their species' natural advantages. Maya ran after them, her human legs pumping as fast as they could. Within seconds, she had lost sight of all of them. The maze was designed for speed and reflexes. Walls shifted just as you reached them. Platforms dropped away under your feet. Obstacles swung out from hidden panels. It was chaos and confusion, and Maya was completely lost within the first minute. But Maya had spent 3 days studying recordings of this trial. She had learned something important. The maze had patterns. The walls shifted in sequences. The obstacles followed timing mechanisms. If you were fast enough, you did not need to learn the patterns. But if you were slower, you could use them. Maya stopped running blindly. She pulled out a marker from her pocket and made a quick symbol on the wall. Then she moved carefully, watching the walls, counting the seconds between shifts. When a wall moved, she marked the new position. When a platform dropped, she noted how long before it returned. The other champions were already finishing. She could hear bells ringing in the distance. But Maya kept working, mapping the maze as she went. It was slow and frustrating, but it was what humans did. They observed. They learned. They adapted. When Maya finally reached the center and rang the bell, she finished 3rd out of 5 champions. Veskith had won with a blistering time. But Maya had not come in last, and more importantly, she had shown human problem-solving in action. The crowd murmured with surprise. The small human had not collapsed in failure. She had found her own way through. The second trial was the Korthian strength test. Massive weighted blocks sat on one side of the arena. Champions had to move them to the other side. The Korthian champion picked up his block like it weighed nothing and walked it across. Other champions struggled and strained. Maya looked at her assigned block. It was as tall as she was and probably weighed more than a small car. She tried to lift it. It did not move even slightly. She tried to push it, nothing. She tried to pull it. Still nothing. The crowd began to laugh. Not cruel laughter, but the kind of laughter that comes when something is absurd. A tiny human trying to move a block that even strong species struggled with. It was comical. Maya sat down and thought. The rules said the blocks had to be moved to the other side. They did not say how. They did not say you had to carry them. They just had to be moved. She stood up and examined the arena floor. It was smooth and slightly slanted. She examined the block's shape. It was rectangular with rounded edges. And then Maya smiled. She went to the equipment storage at the edge of the arena and found what she was looking for. Maintenance tools, including a long metal bar. She brought the bar back to her block and wedged it underneath one edge. Then she used the principle of leverage that her grandfather had taught her during their hikes when they needed to move fallen logs. The block tilted up onto one edge. Maya pushed and it began to roll. Not quickly, not easily, but it moved. She rolled it across the arena floor, using physics and simple machines instead of raw strength. It took her 3 times as long as anyone else, but she got her block to the other side. She finished 4th out of 5. But the crowd was not laughing anymore. They were talking excitedly. The human had used her brain to overcome her weakness. She had turned a strength test into a puzzle and solved it. Death Worlder ingenuity, they called it. The ability to look at a problem and find solutions that others missed. The third trial was the atmospheric challenge. Competitors had to complete tasks in chambers with different atmospheres, temperatures, and pressures. Each champion would face the environment most opposite to their homeworld. For the Aurelus, a high-pressure water chamber. For the Krell, a dry heat environment. For Maya, they chose a chamber with thin air, high heat, and low humidity. Most species were adapted for specific environments. Their bodies worked best in conditions similar to their homeworld. Too much deviation and they became weak and sluggish. But humans had evolved as persistence hunters who chased prey across deserts and mountains, and every environment their terrible planet offered. Human bodies could adapt. Maya stepped into the chamber. The heat hit her like a physical blow. The air was so thin she could barely breathe. Other champions had already started failing their challenges. The Corthian could not function in high cold. The Aralis struggled in heavy gravity. Species built for one perfect environment could not handle extremes. But Maya's body did something amazing. She started to sweat. The moisture evaporating from her skin cooled her body, a biological adaptation that few other species possessed. Her lungs worked harder, pulling what oxygen they could from the thin air. Her heart rate increased, pumping blood and oxygen more efficiently. Her human body, built by millions of years of surviving Earth's chaos, adapted in real time. The task was to assemble a complex puzzle while in the chamber. Maya's hands shook from the heat and thin air. Her head pounded from altitude sickness, but she kept working, piece by piece, step by step, never stopping, never giving up. The human way. When she finished and stumbled out of the chamber, gasping and drenched in sweat, the timer showed she had beaten everyone except the Krell, whose species specialized in multi-environment adaptation. Second place. A human had won her first medal. The crowd erupted. Even species that had avoided Maya in the cafeteria were cheering. She had proven that humans were not just clever, they were physically special too. Their adaptability was not just mental, it was built into their very biology. The fourth trial was the endurance hunt, a 20-kilometer course with obstacles designed to test stamina over pure speed. Most species were built for explosive power, quick sprints, fast reactions, short bursts of incredible ability. This made sense for survival. Chase prey quickly or run from predators fast. But humans had evolved differently. Humans had evolved to chase prey for hours, to track animals until they collapsed from exhaustion, to run at a steady pace that never stopped, never slowed, just kept going until nothing else could keep going. Persistence hunting, the uniquely human ability to simply outlast everything else. The starting signal fired. Champions burst forward at incredible speeds. The Zelkathi shot ahead. The Aralis flew above obstacles. The Corthian crashed through barriers. Maya started at a steady jog. Within 5 kilometers, the faster species began to slow. Their muscles burned lactic acid. Their bodies overheated. They had sprinted too hard, too fast. They needed to stop and recover. But Maya just kept jogging. Her breathing was steady. Her pace never changed. She passed the Aralis, who had landed to rest, wings cramping from overuse. She passed the Corthian, who had overheated and needed to cool down. At kilometer 15, only 3 champions were still moving. The deepwater Krell was ahead. Their species built for long-distance swimming translated well to endurance. Veskith was second, pushing himself through sheer willpower and pride. And Maya was third, still jogging at the same steady pace she had started with. At kilometer 18, Veskith collapsed. His reptilian biology could not sustain the effort. His body simply shut down. He would recover, but he was done. That left Maya and the Krell. The final 2 kilometers were agony. Every muscle in Maya's body screamed. Her lungs burned. Her feet were blistered inside her shoes. Her body begged her to stop, to rest, to give up. But Maya thought about her grandfather's words. Pain is temporary. Giving up lasts forever. She thought about Kirsch's yellow eyes trusting her. Maya woke up in the medical center with no memory of how she had gotten there. Her body ached in ways she had not known were possible. Every muscle screamed protest when she tried to move. Her translator implant was buzzing with hundreds of messages, but she ignored them all. She just wanted to sleep for a week. You are awake. Good. Shara's deep voice came from beside the bed. The large Vakrian sat in a chair that looked far too small for her massive frame. You collapsed after the trials. We carried you here. The doctors say you are fine, just exhausted. Humans apparently push their bodies to dangerous limits. Did I win? Maya asked, her voice rough. You placed in every trial. You won the respect of every species present. You showed the galaxy what humans are capable of. Does it matter that Veskith scored more points overall? Maya thought about it and smiled. No, I guess it doesn't. Then rest, Pack Sister. You have earned it. But rest was hard to come by. Over the next few hours, a steady stream of visitors arrived. Kirsch brought her favorite foods from Earth that he had somehow found in the station's massive storage. Pip came with flowers and apologies for being scared. Students she had never met stopped by to congratulate her or ask for autographs. The university chancellor himself visited, speaking formally about how proud the institution was to have her. The most surprising visitor came in the evening. Veskith entered the medical room. his bright scales somehow looking less intimidating in the soft light. He approached Maya's bed and stood silently for a moment before speaking. "I must apologize," he said stiffly. "I challenged you out of pride and prejudice. I believed humans were using tricks to gain status they had not earned. I was wrong. Your species may be young in the stars, but you possess qualities that many older species have lost. You have my respect, Maya-Chen, and my friendship if you will accept it." Maya looked at the reptilian who had caused her so much stress and saw genuine regret in his eyes. She thought about holding a grudge, but that seemed pointless now. Friends don't usually try to humiliate each other in public trials, but I guess we can start fresh. Apology accepted. Veskith's posture relaxed visibly. "Thank you. And I must tell you something else. Earth's ambassadors are very pleased with you. Your trials were broadcast across multiple systems. Billions watched you compete. Already dozens of species have requested formal meetings with human representatives. Your performance has changed how the galaxy views your people. I just didn't want to let my friends down," Maya said quietly. "That is precisely why it worked," Veskith replied. "You did not compete for glory or status. You competed for others. That is a very human thing, I think. And it is beautiful." After Veskith left, Shara returned with news. "The pack has made a decision. We wish to formally adopt you as blood sister. Not just the oath of protection, but true pack membership. This is rare, very rare. No off-worlder has ever been offered this honor." Maya felt tears in her eyes. "What does that mean?" "It means you are family. It means you will always have a place with us. It means we will defend you, teach you, guide you as one of our own. And in return you will honor the pack and help us grow stronger." Shara's yellow eyes were soft. "You already do this last part. You have made Krish stronger. You have reminded us what true alpha kindness looks like. Will you accept?" "Yes," Maya said without hesitation. "I would be honored." The ceremony happened 3 days later in the central arena, the same place where Maya had competed. But this time the atmosphere was celebratory rather than competitive. The Vakrian pack gathered in the center, all wearing ceremonial gear. Maya wore a simple white robe that Krish had helped her pick out. Shara spoke in ancient Vakrian, her voice carrying across the arena. Maya's translator worked overtime to convert the archaic language. The words spoke of honor and family, of bonds stronger than blood, of choosing to stand together against the darkness. Each pack member came forward and placed a claw on Maya's shoulder, speaking a personal oath. When Krish's turn came, he could barely speak through his emotion. "You saved me when I was nothing. You showed me I could be something. You are the best sister I could ever have. I swear to protect you, learn from you, and make you proud." Maya hugged him tight, not caring about ceremony or tradition. "You already make me proud, little brother." The ceremony ended with Shara presenting Maya with a pack token, a small carved piece of stone worn on a cord. "You are Kesh Maya now, kindness bringer. May you always carry that name with honor." The changes came quickly after that. Maya's experience at Zenith Collegiate transformed completely. The cafeteria, once divided into rigid sections, began to blur. Students who had never spoken to each other started sitting together, curious about different species and cultures. Maya's table became a neutral meeting ground where anyone could sit. Predator species students taught herbivores about their cultures, breaking down centuries of fear and misunderstanding. Omnivores like Maya found themselves as bridges between worlds, helping translate not just language but customs and perspectives. The strict social hierarchies that had governed the university for generations started to crack. Not everyone was happy about the changes. Some traditional students complained that the old ways were being destroyed. Some species felt uncomfortable with the mixing. But slowly, steadily, the momentum of change could not be stopped. And at the center of it all was a small human girl who had just wanted to help a hungry kid. Maya's classes became easier too. Other students actually talked to her now, forming study groups and sharing notes. Her xenobiology professor asked her to present a lecture on human evolution and adaptation, which became so popular, it had to be moved to a larger hall. She was even invited to join several academic clubs and social organizations. But the biggest change was personal. Maya was no longer lonely. She had Krish, who followed her everywhere like a shadow, and made her laugh with his enthusiasm for learning about Earth. She had the pack, who taught her Vakrian customs and invited her to their gatherings. She had Veskith, who turned out to be funny and intelligent once you got past his formal exterior. She had Pip, who slowly overcame fear and became a good friend. She had classmates from dozens of species, each one teaching her something new about the galaxy. One afternoon, about a month after the trials, Maya sat in the cafeteria with a mixed group of students. A Korthian was explaining silicon-based biology to two herbivores who listened with fascination. And Aeralis was teaching Kirsch how to calculate wind resistance for better flight dynamics. Veskith was arguing good-naturedly with another reptilian about philosophy. And Maya sat in the middle of it all, eating her sandwich and smiling. Shara approached the table, which had become a common sight. But this time she carried a data pad with official-looking documents. "Maya, I have news from Earth." The table went quiet. Maya looked up, suddenly nervous. "What kind of news?" "Your government has received over 100 requests for human exchange students from other universities across the galaxy. They are expanding the program significantly. More humans will be coming to the stars, and many will be coming here to Zenith Collegiate." Shara's expression was amused. "It seems you have made humanity very popular." Maya felt a strange mix of emotions. Pride that she had helped her species. Excitement that more humans would experience what she had. But also a small possessiveness about her found family and the community she had built. "When are they coming?" "The first group arrives in 2 weeks. 50 human students, the largest off-world group Earth has ever sent." Shara tilted her head. "The Chancellor has asked if you would help orient them. Show them how to navigate galactic society. Teach them what you have learned." Maya looked around her table at the diverse group of friends she had somehow gathered. She thought about how lonely and scared she had been just 2 months ago. She thought about all the mistakes she had made and the lessons she had learned. She thought about what she could teach the new students so they would not have to struggle the way she had. "Yes," Maya said, "I'll help them. But they need to learn something important right away." "What is that?" Veskith asked. "That the galaxy isn't about species or status or who is strongest. It's about seeing people who need help and choosing to help them anyway. It's about finding family in unexpected places. It's about being kind even when it's hard." Maya smiled. "It's about being human, which means being caring, stubborn, adaptable, and maybe a little bit crazy." Kirsch laughed, his tail wagging. "That is the best description of humans I have ever heard." The group at the table agreed, each in their own way. And as they went back to their conversations and meals, Maya reflected on her journey. She had come to Zenith Collegiate as a lonely student who just wanted to study alien life. She had ended up teaching the galaxy about human values instead. Later that evening, Maya stood by her dorm window, looking out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, impossibly far away, but somehow closer than it had ever felt. She had changed since arriving at this station. She had grown stronger, braver. The alarm sounded loud in the quiet ship. Jake Morrison looked up from his computer screen and stared at the flashing lights on the control panel. Something was out there in space, sending a signal. He had never seen anything like it before. Kate Brennan walked over and looked at the screen. She was the second in command on the ship. Her face showed worry. They had been traveling through empty space for 3 months. This was the first time they found any sign of life. The signal came from a small planet near a dying star. Jake checked the computer. There was a ship down there. It had crashed. The metal was torn open in many places. The ship looked strange. It did not match any design they knew. Jake made his choice fast. They would go look. 1 hour later, he was wearing his spacesuit. He climbed into the small shuttle with Kate and Lisa Grant. Lisa was the doctor on their ship. They flew down through the thin air toward the crashed ship. The crash site looked bad. Black burn marks covered the hull. Deep cuts showed where weapons had hit. Someone had attacked this ship before it fell. Jake felt his heart beat faster as they walked to the broken entrance. A sound came from inside. It was low and sad. Part growl, part cry. Jake put his hand on his weapon. They moved into the darkness slowly. Their helmet lights cut through the black. Broken things lay everywhere. Personal items scattered across the floor. Then Jake saw them. 3 small creatures huddled in the corner. They were the size of house cats. Their scales caught the light and shimmered. Small wings pressed tight against their sides. Big eyes glowed orange in the dark. Those eyes looked scared. Jake knew what they were. Dragons. Baby dragons. Their bodies were too thin. He could see their ribs through their scales. They were starving. Lisa made a small sound of shock. The creatures shook with fear. They pushed themselves harder against the wall. One was bigger than the others. It had red scales that looked like fire. This one made a hissing sound. Its tiny fangs showed, but the sound was weak. There was no real danger in it. Only terror. Jake took a slow step forward. He raised his hands to show he meant no harm. The baby dragons flinched back. The red one tried to stand in front of the other two. It wanted to protect them. Jake could see how hard it tried to be brave, but its legs shook. It was too weak to stand for long. Kate found the bodies. 2 adult dragons lay under broken metal near the back. They were dead. These babies had been guarding them. They stayed with their parents even though they could have run. Even though they were dying too. Jake felt pain in his chest. These little ones had lost everything. Their parents were gone. Their home was destroyed. They were alone and afraid. He got down on his knees. He made himself smaller, less scary. The red baby dragon hissed again, softer this time. Its legs shook more. It was using all its strength just to stay standing. Lisa looked around at the broken containers. Food supplies were scattered everywhere, but all of it was bad, spoiled or damaged from the crash. The babies had been trapped here with nothing to eat. They watched their parents die. Then they began to starve. Alone in the dark, Jake reached into his pack slowly. He pulled out a food bar. He broke off a small piece. Then he held it out toward the dragons. His palm was flat. His hand did not move. The red baby sniffed the air. Its small nose moved. The smell of food fought with its fear. Behind it, one of the smaller babies made a crying sound. This one had blue scales like the sky. It sounded so sad and hungry. The other babies looked back at it. They were torn between keeping safe and helping their brother or sister. Jake waited. He did not move. His arms started to hurt from holding it out. But he stayed still. He talked softly. His voice came through the speaker on his helmet. He told them they were safe now. He would not hurt them. They did not need to be afraid anymore. Time passed slowly. Jake kept talking. His voice was calm and steady. He kept telling them the same things. Safe, protected, no danger, food, help, home. The red dragon finally gave up fighting. It could not protect its siblings and let them starve. It moved forward. Its body stayed low to the ground. Its eyes never left Jake's face. When it got close enough, it grabbed the food and ran back fast. The 3 babies ate the piece of food in seconds. Then they looked up at Jake again. Their orange eyes were full of need. Hunger and hope mixed with the fear. They wanted more food, but they were still scared. Jake smiled inside his helmet. He broke off another piece of food. It took 2 hours to get the babies to trust them enough. Jake gave them food piece by piece. Each time, he held his hand a little closer. He talked the whole time. His voice never changed. Always calm. Always kind. Always steady. Kate and Lisa stayed back. They let Jake do all the work. Too many people would scare the babies more. But they brought the transport box closer. It had soft blankets inside. They put more food in there too. The blue baby was the first to come all the way to Jake. It walked up to his hand and touched it with its nose. Then it made a sound like a purr. Jake felt his heart swell. He moved one finger very slowly and touched the top of its head. The scales were smooth and warm. The third baby had green scales. It watched the blue one for a minute. Then it came forward too. Soon Jake was petting both of them. They pushed against his hands like cats. They wanted more touching. They had been alone and scared for so long. The red baby stayed back longer. It watched Jake with those smart orange eyes. It was thinking, judging, trying to decide if this human could be trusted. Finally, it walked forward. Slowly, carefully. It sniffed Jake's other hand. Then it looked right into his eyes through the helmet. Jake looked back. He tried to show with his eyes what he felt. Sadness for their loss, care for their pain, promise of safety. The red baby made a decision. It pushed its head against Jake's palm. Jake felt tears in his eyes. These little creatures had been through so much, but they were choosing to trust again. Choosing to hope. Getting them into the transport box was easier after that. Jake put food inside. The babies followed it. They were still nervous, but hunger was stronger than fear now. Once inside, they huddled together. The red one stayed between the others and the humans. Still protecting, still watching. Lisa checked them quickly. They were young, very young, maybe like human children who were 2 or 3 years old. They needed constant care, proper food, safety, love. Most of all, they needed to feel safe again. The trip back to their ship was quiet. Jake sat next to the box. He kept talking to the babies. The red one watched him the whole time. Its eyes were starting to look less afraid, more curious. When they reached the big ship, Jake carried the box himself. The babies made worried sounds at all the new things around them. But when Jake spoke, they settled down. They were learning his voice meant safety. Lisa had prepared a room for them. It was warm and quiet. Soft bedding covered the floor. Water and food waited in bowls. The lights were dim. Everything was calm. Jake opened the transport box. The babies looked out. They saw the new space. Fear started to show in their eyes again. New place, new smells, new dangers. But Jake sat down on the floor. He did not try to take them out. He just sat there, patient, calm, waiting. The blue baby came out first. It sniffed around, found the water and drank. Then it looked back at Jake. Its eyes seemed to say thank you. The green one followed. Then finally the red one. It came out last. It checked everything, made sure its siblings were safe. Then it looked at Jake one more time. Jake smiled. He spoke softly. "Welcome home, little ones. You are safe now. I promise." The red dragon baby sat down. For the first time since Jake found them, it stopped shaking. It let its guard down just a little. And in that moment, something changed. A bond began to form between a human and 3 dragon babies who had forgotten what kindness felt like. Jake stayed with them for hours that first night. He sat on the floor and watched them eat, watched them drink, watched them finally curl up together to sleep. The red one kept one eye open, still watching, still guarding. But even it was starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, everything would be okay. The first few days were hard. The baby dragons stayed in one corner of the room. They huddled together like they did in the crashed ship. Their eyes followed every movement. Every sound made them jump. They were alive, but they were not really living. Fear still controlled them. Lisa wanted to check them properly. She needed to see if they were hurt, if they were sick. But when she came into the room with Jake, the babies panicked. The red one made a loud crying sound. It was too big for such a small creature. They climbed over each other trying to get away. Their claws scratched the floor as they scrambled backward. Jake held up his hand. Lisa stopped. He understood now. These babies saw their parents attacked by many creatures, multiple enemies. When more than one person came near, they thought danger was coming. They needed one person, one familiar face, one voice they could learn to trust. So Jake became that person. For the next 3 days, he was the only one who entered their room. He moved slowly every time. He always talked before opening the door. His voice came first. Then he appeared, predictable, safe, always the same. He brought food 3 times each day, fresh water, clean blankets. He talked while he worked. Sometimes he read his reports out loud. Sometimes he told stories about Earth, about oceans and mountains, about rain and snow, things the babies had never seen. His voice filled the room, steady and calm, never loud, never harsh. The babies watched him, at first from far away, then from a little closer. They learned his schedule. They knew when he would come. Their small heads would lift when they heard his footsteps in the hall. They began to wait for him. The blue baby was brave. On the 4th day, it did not run away. It stayed where it was when Jake came in. It watched him put down the food. Then it took a step forward, just one. Then another. The red baby made a warning sound. A small chirp that said danger. But the blue one did not listen. It kept walking toward Jake, slowly, carefully. Its nose twitched as it smelled him. Jake did not move. He barely breathed. The blue baby came right up to his hand. Its tongue flicked out, tiny and forked. It tasted the air around his fingers. Then it made a sound, soft and rumbling, almost like a cat purring. The blue baby pushed its head against Jake's palm. Jake felt joy burst in his chest. Very slowly, he moved one finger. He stroked the top of the baby's head. The scales were smooth. They were warm like stones in the sun. The baby leaned into his touch. Its eyes closed. It looked happy. The green baby watched this with big eyes. It tilted its head, thinking. After a minute, it made a decision. It walked over to Jake too. It bumped against his other hand. Soon Jake was petting both babies. They pressed against him. They wanted more touching, more comfort. They had been alone for so long, cold and scared. Now someone was being kind. Someone cared. The red baby stayed back. It sat and watched with those smart orange eyes. Jake could see it thinking, judging, trying to understand this human who brought food and spoke kindly and never tried to hurt them. Days passed. The babies grew stronger. They ate better. They moved around the room more. They played small games with each other, chasing and tumbling, making happy sounds. Jake loved watching them. They were starting to act like children instead of scared survivors. By the end of the week, all three would eat while Jake was in the room. The blue and green ones came to him every time he entered. They rubbed against his legs. They climbed into his lap. They fell asleep on him while he worked on his computer. The red baby kept more distance. But it was changing too. It no longer crouched ready to fight. It sat up straight. It watched Jake with curiosity instead of fear. Sometimes it would take treats from his hand. Its movements were still careful, still cautious, but the pure terror was gone. Lisa was finally able to examine them. She came in with Jake. He talked to the babies the whole time. He petted them, kept them calm. Lisa worked quickly. She was kind and careful. The babies were nervous, but they did not panic. Jake's presence made them feel safe enough to accept help. Lisa said they were very young, maybe like human children who were 2 or 3 years old. They would need care for a long time. They needed good food, a safe place, and most important, they needed love. They needed to know someone cared about them, that they mattered, that they were not alone. Jake spent more and more time with them. Kate took over his work duties. She smiled and joked that he had become a father. He could not argue. He felt like a father. When the blue baby had a bad dream, Jake was there. The baby cried and thrashed in its sleep. Jake picked it up. He held it against his chest. He hummed a soft song. The baby settled. It felt safe in his arms. He learned who they were. The blue baby was curious. It wanted to explore everything. It was friendly and loving, always the first to try new things. The green baby was quiet. It watched and learned before acting. It was thoughtful. And the red baby was protective. It was proud. It was slowly learning that being strong did not mean being alone. Jake named them in his mind. The red one was Red. The blue one was Sky. The green one was Forest. Simple names. But they fit. 2 weeks after the rescue, something special happened. Jake was sitting on the floor reading. The babies were playing across the room, chasing a ball Jake had given them. They were making happy sounds. Then everything went quiet. Jake looked up. Red was walking toward him. Not to get food. Not because Jake called. Red just walked over on its own. It looked at Jake for a long moment. Those orange eyes were deep, intelligent, full of thought. Then Red climbed into Jake's lap. It turned around 3 times like a dog getting comfortable. Then it curled up. Its small body was warm. Jake could feel it breathing. Slow and steady, peaceful. Jake felt his throat get tight. Emotion filled him. This was trust. Real trust. Red was saying that Jake was safe. That Jake was family. That Red did not need to guard anymore. Not against Jake, never against Jake. Jake put his hand gently on Red's back. He felt the tiny wings fold against its sides. Red's eyes closed. For the first time since being found, Red looked completely at peace. No tension, no fear, just calm. Sky and Forest saw this. They came over too. They piled onto Jake, 1 on each leg. 3 baby dragons, all trusting him completely, all feeling safe with him. Jake sat there and felt grateful. These little creatures had been through terrible things. They lost their parents, their home, everything they knew. They were left alone in the dark to die, but they survived. And more than that, they chose to trust again. They chose to hope. They chose to love. That was courage, real courage. Not the kind that comes from being strong or fierce, but the kind that comes from being hurt and still choosing to open your heart again. Jake made a promise to himself. He would never let them down. He would protect them, care for them, help them grow strong and healthy, give them the childhood they deserved. A childhood full of safety and love. Kate came to check on them later. She stood in the doorway and smiled. Jake was asleep on the floor. All 3 baby dragons were curled up with him, Red on his chest, Sky and Forest against his sides. They were all breathing in sync. A little family. Kate took a picture. She knew this moment was important. This was the moment everything changed. Not just for the babies, but for Jake too. He had found his purpose. These 3 small creatures needed him, and maybe he needed them just as much. The next day, the babies were different. They were more confident. They played harder. They explored more. Red started trying to fly. Its small wings would flap as it jumped. It could not fly yet, but it was trying, learning, growing. Sky found a hiding spot behind some boxes. It would hide and jump out when the others walked by. Forest learned to open the water dispenser. It was very proud of itself. It showed Jake by opening and closing it over and over. They were acting like normal children, playful, curious, full of energy. The scared creatures from the crashed ship were gone. In their place were 3 baby dragons who knew they were loved. Jake watched them and felt pride. This was what patience looked like. This was what kindness could do. These babies had been so broken, so afraid, but with time and care and love they healed. They learned to trust again. They learned that the world had good in it. Trust was not given easily. It was earned, day by day, action by action, by showing up, by being consistent, by proving that your words matched your deeds. The babies had given Jake their trust, the most precious gift of all, and Jake would never take that gift for granted. He would honor it, protect it, nurture it, because these 3 baby dragons were not just his responsibility. They were his family now, and family meant everything. 3 weeks after finding the babies, the ship's alarms went off. Kate stood at her station and her face went pale. 20 ships had just appeared on the sensors. They were moving fast. Coming right toward them, the ships looked like the crashed one. The same strange design, like they were grown instead of built. Jake ran to the command room. His heart was pounding. He knew what this meant. Someone was looking for the babies. He called for Lisa to bring the babies to the command room. If this was about them, their presence might help. It might make the difference between peace and war. The screen turned on. A dragon appeared. But this was not a baby. This was huge. Even through the screen, Jake could feel its power. Its scales were deep purple. They shimmered like they had light inside them. Its eyes were gold, bright and fierce. This was a predator. Ancient and dangerous, the dragon spoke. Its voice was deep. The translator struggled to turn the sounds into words. I am High Commander Zephyros of the Draconic Empire. We have tracked a lost vessel to this region. You will surrender any survivors immediately. There was no asking in those words, only orders. Jake felt everyone looking at him. The tension in the room was thick. He put his hand on the armrest. His fingers tapped nervously. Commander Zephyros, Jake said carefully. His voice was steady even though he felt scared. We did locate a crashed vessel. We recovered 3 survivors. Young ones. They are safe and healthy aboard our ship. The dragon's eyes became narrow. You dare to hold Imperial heirs hostage, human? Your species will pay dearly for this transgression. Jake raised his hands quickly. No hostages, Commander. Rescued refugees. There is a difference. They were starving, alone, and terrified. We gave them care and safety. Nothing more. Show them to me, now. The dragon's voice was hard. Lisa stepped forward. She held Forest in her arms. Sky and Red walked at her feet. The babies looked up at the screen. Their eyes went wide. Red made a chirping sound. It was excited, happy, the sound of recognition. Everything about Zephyros changed. The anger melted away. His face showed relief and pain mixed together. By the eternal flame, he breathed. Princes Ember, Azure, and Verdant, you live. The babies chirped and whistled back. They were trying to talk. Zephyros listened. His big head tilted. Then he looked back at Jake, but now his eyes were different. He was judging Jake, but not with anger, with thought. They speak highly of you, human, Zephyros said slowly. They say you fed them when they were starving, protected them when they were afraid, showed them kindness when they expected only death. Jake felt his shoulders relax a little. We did what anyone should do when they find those in need, Commander. Zephyros studied him. His gold eyes were deep and wise. The cubs, he said carefully, refuse to leave your side. Prince Ember in particular. He claims you are pack now, family. Jake looked down. Red was standing beside his chair, its small body pressed against his leg. The baby looked up at him. Those orange eyes trusted him completely. "I would be honored to be considered such," Jake said quietly. Something deep moved across Zephyros's face. "You do not understand what you have done, human. These cubs, they are the children of our emperor and empress. Their parents died protecting them from an assassin's attack. We thought them lost forever." The command room went silent. Jake felt the weight of those words. Royal children. He had rescued the children of dragon royalty, the future leaders of an entire empire. But more than that, Zephyros continued. His voice became soft, almost reverent. "You did something we could not. Young dragons who experience such trauma often refuse to eat. Even when food is provided, they grieve themselves to death. We have lost many cubs this way, yet these three thrive in your care. How?" Jake thought about those first days. The patience, the gentle persistence, the hours of sitting quietly. "I just showed them they were safe," he said. "Gave them time to trust again. Proved through actions, not words, that the world still had good in it." Zephyros was quiet for a long time. Finally he spoke. "The Draconic Empire owes humanity a debt that can never be repaid. These cubs are the future of our people. Without them, our line ends. You have given us hope itself." The dragon's form changed on the screen. He became less threatening, almost humble. "I request permission to come aboard your vessel, Commander Morrison. Not as a warrior, but as one who wishes to learn from you, to understand how you reached the cubs when we could not." Jake smiled. "Permission granted, Commander Zephyros. I think we have much to discuss." Commander Zephyros came to the ship with guards, but the massive dragon moved carefully through the small hallways. Jake met him in the cargo bay. It was the only space big enough. The three babies danced around Jake's feet. They were excited. When Zephyros saw the babies, he lowered himself to the floor. He made himself less scary. The babies rushed forward. They chirped and whistled in their language. They climbed over him. They were so happy to see someone from their own kind. But after a few minutes, something strange happened. Red broke away from Zephyros. It came back to Jake. It climbed up his uniform and sat on his shoulder. Sky and Forest followed. They came back to Jake too. They sat at his feet. They looked between Jake and Zephyros. Their choice was clear. Zephyros looked surprised and sad. "They trust you more than their own kind now," he said. "This is unprecedented." Jake stroked Red's head gently. "They know you are family, Commander. But trauma changes things. We were there in their darkest moment. That creates a bond." Over the next few hours, Jake explained everything. How he approached them slowly. How he fed them patiently. How he was consistent and kind. How he showed them through actions that they were safe. Zephyros listened carefully. He asked questions. His questions showed how different their approaches were. "We are warriors," Zephyros said. His voice was heavy. "We value strength, independence, the ability to overcome. When our young experience trauma, we provide them space to recover their strength. We do not coddle. We do not show weakness. But perhaps..." He paused and looked at how the babies nestled against Jake. "This is not weakness at all. Gentleness is not weakness." Jake agreed. "Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is be soft." Zephyros lowered his head. It was a sign of respect. "We have much to learn from humanity, it seems. Our empire is vast and powerful, but in this you have shown us a better way." They talked about what would happen next. The babies needed to return to their people eventually, but forcing them now would only hurt them more. Zephyros had a solution. It was as unusual as everything else that had happened. "I will assign one of our vessels to travel with yours," Zephyros said. "You continue to care for the princes while we observe and learn. When they are ready, when they choose to return to us, we will welcome them home. Until then, you are their guardian." "More than that," he continued. His golden eyes gleamed. "I propose an alliance between the Draconic Empire and humanity. We have watched your species from afar. You are young, aggressive, and unpredictable. We deemed you too dangerous for contact. But what you have shown us, this capacity for compassion and patience, this speaks to a strength we had not considered." Kate stepped forward. "An alliance, Commander Zephyros? What would that entail?" The dragon looked thoughtful. "Trade, knowledge exchange, mutual defense. We have enemies that would threaten both our peoples. Together, we could stand against them. But more than that," he looked at the babies again. "Perhaps we could learn from each other. Warriors need wisdom. Strength needs balance. You have shown us one path. We can offer you others. Jake felt the weight of history on his shoulders. This was bigger than him. He did not have the authority to decide for all humans, but he understood how important this was. A species that avoided humanity was now offering friendship, all because he showed kindness to 3 scared babies. I cannot speak for all humanity, Commander, Jake said carefully, but I can promise you that we will treat this opportunity with the respect it deserves. We will contact our governments and relay your proposal. Zephyros bowed his massive head. That is all I ask. In the meantime, I entrust these precious lives to your care. Teach them well, Jake Morrison. They will lead our people one day. Let them remember that true strength comes not from claws and fire, but from compassion and understanding. As Zephyros prepared to leave, Red chirped loudly from Jake's shoulder. The baby launched into the air. Its young wings flapped hard. It glided down to land in front of Zephyros. Red spoke in fast whistles and clicks. Too fast for the translator. Zephyros listened carefully. Then he looked at Jake. There was wonder in his eyes. He says to tell you that you are the bravest creature he has ever known. That you face their fear with nothing but gentle hands and a kind heart. That you are worthy of being called Dragon Friend, the highest honor we can bestow upon another species. Jake knelt down. He brought himself level with Red. The little dragon bumped its head against his cheek. Pure affection. And you, little one, are worthy of being called family. After Zephyros left, Jake stood in the cargo bay with his crew and the 3 babies. Kate looked at him. Her face showed pride and amusement. You realize what you have done, she said. You just started first contact with an entire empire. All because you could not walk away from 3 scared children. Jake smiled. He scratched Sky behind the small horns that were just starting to grow. I just did what felt right. Sometimes that is all we can do. Weeks turned into months. The ship continued its work. But now it traveled with a dragon vessel called Shadowwing. The arrangement worked well for both species. The dragons learned human ways of caring for trauma. They learned about emotional support, about patience and kindness. The humans learned about dragon technology, things that seemed almost like magic. The babies grew fast. Red, Sky, and Forest were now as big as large dogs. Their wings were stronger. Their scales were brighter. They spent their days playing in special rooms, learning human games and dragon traditions. Teachers from Shadowwing came to visit. They taught the babies about their culture, their history, their language. But every night the babies came back to Jake. He moved his room to be closer to them. Most nights he worked with at least one baby curled up nearby. Red still followed him everywhere when it could. The bond between them was strong. The alliance between humans and dragons was made official after 3 months of talking. The galaxy watched in shock. 2 species that never met before became partners so fast. The story of the rescue spread everywhere. It became a symbol of what was possible when compassion defeated fear. Jake stood in the observation room. He watched the stars drift past. Red sat beside him. The dragon was now big enough that its head reached Jake's waist. Red had been quiet all day, thoughtful. You are thinking about home, Jake said softly. It was not a question, Red chirped. The sound meant yes. The dragon leaned against Jake's leg, seeking comfort even while thinking about a hard choice. Sky and Forest joined them. They sat on Jake's other side. The 3 siblings looked at each other. They communicated in ways beyond words. Then Sky spoke. Its voice came through the translator, clear and strong. We must return, Packfather. Our people need us, but we do not wish to leave you. Jake's chest tightened. He knew this moment would come. He had been dreading it even though he knew it was right. These were not pets. They were not even really children. They were the future leaders of an empire. They needed to learn their own culture. To be among their own kind, you do not have to choose, Jake said gently. I will always be here, and you will always be welcome wherever I am. Family is not about distance. It is about the bonds we forge and the love we share. Forrest spoke up. Forrest was always the quiet one. You taught us that fear can be overcome with patience, that broken things can heal, that trust is earned through gentle persistence. We will take these lessons home. We will teach them to others. Red stood up. It stretched its wings. When we lead our people, we will remember what true strength looks like. Not claws and fire, but an open hand and a kind word. You showed us that, Packfather. You changed everything. Jake knelt down. He pulled all 3 dragons into a hug. They pressed against him. Their warm scales were familiar, comforting. "I am so proud of you," he whispered. "All three of you. You survived something terrible and came through it stronger. You chose hope over despair, trust over fear. That takes courage beyond measure." The farewell ceremony was held on Shadow Wing. The entire crew of Jake's ship attended. Dragon leaders came from across the Empire. Zephyros stood at the center. His purple scales gleamed under the lights. "Today," the High Commander announced. His voice was strong and proud. "We celebrate not an ending, but a beginning. These three princes returned to us whole, healed not by our traditions, but by the compassion of a stranger who refused to see them as other. Jake Morrison, you have earned a place in our history. You will forever be remembered as the one who taught us that gentle hands can be mightier than the sharpest claws." He pointed to his side. A beautiful artifact rested on a stand. "This is the Heart of Flame, passed down through our royal line for 10,000 generations. We gift it to you, not as payment, for no payment could equal what you have given us, but as a symbol. You are packed to the royal family now. You are dragonkin." Jake accepted the artifact. It was a crystal that seemed to contain living fire, but his eyes were on the three babies. They stood with other dragons now. They looked more confident, more at peace than he had ever seen them. Red stepped forward one last time. "You saved us, Packfather. Not just our lives, but our spirits. We were drowning in fear and grief. You pulled us back to shore. Now we will do the same for others. We will be the leaders our people need. Leaders who understand that true strength includes compassion." The red dragon touched its forehead to Jake's, a gesture of deepest respect. "Until we meet again," family Sky and Forest did the same. Each shared a moment of connection. Then they stepped back to join their people. Jake watched them go. His heart was full of both sadness and pride. Kate found him later in his room. He was staring at the Heart of Flame. "You changed the galaxy today," she said softly. "Two species at peace because you chose kindness over caution." Jake shook his head. "I just showed three scared children that the universe still had good in it. Everything else, the alliance, the peace, that grew from their courage, not mine. They chose to trust again. They chose hope. I just held the door open." His communicator made a sound, a message from Shadow Wing. From the babies. They had sent a recording. Their voices were clear and strong. "We are home, Packfather. Our people celebrate our return. But they also celebrate you and what you represent. The humans showed us that different does not mean enemy, that strangers can become family, that the universe is larger than our fear. Thank you for teaching us these truths. Thank you for your gentle hands when we needed them most." Jake smiled. He touched the Heart of Flame. The crystal pulsed with warmth, like it was responding to his thoughts. Three little dragons had been starving themselves in fear, lost and alone in the darkness. He offered them food and safety, yes, but more importantly, he offered them patience, understanding, love. That was the human way. Not weapons or technology, but the simple act of reaching out when others pulled back, of choosing compassion when fear would be easier. That was what would carry humanity through the stars. Days turned into weeks. News of the Alliance spread. Other species watched with interest, some with worry. Humanity had been seen as dangerous, young and aggressive. But now dragons vouched for them. Dragons, one of the oldest and most respected empires. That changed things. Jake received messages from across human space. Leaders wanted to meet him. Scientists wanted to study what he did. Everyone wanted to understand how he reached the dragon babies when their own people could not. But Jake was not special. He knew that. He was just a person who saw creatures in need and chose to help. He was patient because being patient was right. He was kind because being kind mattered. Anyone could have done the same. They just had to care enough to try. The ship turned toward home, toward Earth. Jake had not seen his home planet in almost a year. He missed it. Missed his family, his friends, the feel of real air and real ground. But he knew he would return to this sector. The Alliance was young. It needed care. The same patient care he gave three frightened babies. Kate came to his room one evening. She sat down and looked at the Heart of Flame. Its internal fire never stopped moving, always dancing, always alive. "Do you think they will be okay?" she asked. "The babies, do you think they can handle being leaders?" Jake nodded. "They survived losing their parents. They survived starvation and fear. They learned to trust again after every reason to give up. If they can do all that, they can do anything. They will be great leaders, better than their people have ever seen, because they learned that strength comes in many forms. Kate smiled. You taught them that? No, Jake said. They taught themselves. I just gave them the space and safety to learn. Sometimes that is what people need most. Not someone to fix them, but someone to stand beside them while they fix themselves. Another message came through, this time from Red directly. The dragon's face appeared on the small screen. It looked older somehow, more mature, growing into its role. Packfather, Red said. Its voice was stronger now, deeper. I wanted to tell you something. Today I met a young dragon who lost its family. It was scared, starving itself just like we did, and I remembered what you taught me. So I sat with it. I was patient. I spoke kindly. I showed it that trust could be earned. And it ate. It is going to be okay, because of what you showed me. Jake felt tears in his eyes. That is what leadership looks like, Red. I am so proud of you. Red's eyes softened. We carry your lessons with us, Packfather. Every day, and every choice we make. You showed us that the universe can be kind. That love is stronger than fear. That family is not just blood. We will never forget, and we will make sure our people never forget either. The message ended. Jake sat in the quiet of his room. Outside, stars streamed past. Endless and beautiful. Full of possibility. 3 baby dragons had been starving themselves in fear. A human's gentle hand changed everything, and now those dragons were changing their entire empire, teaching others what they learned, spreading compassion where once there was only warrior pride. The galaxy was shifting, becoming something new, something better. All because one person chose to kneel down and offer food to 3 terrified creatures. All because kindness mattered more than caution. Love mattered more than fear. And somewhere in the depths of dragon space, 3 young princes were learning to lead, carrying with them the memory of gentle hands and patient words, ready to show their people that true strength was not about being the fiercest. It was about being the kindest. 2 years passed. The alliance between humans and dragons grew stronger each day. Trade routes opened. Knowledge flowed between the 2 species. Dragon ships protected human colonies. Human doctors taught dragon healers about trauma care. It was a partnership that benefited everyone. Jake was now an ambassador. He traveled between human and dragon space. He helped solve problems, taught others about patience and understanding. But he always made time to visit Red, Sky, and Forest. They were adults now, nearly full-grown. Their scales gleamed with health. Their wings were powerful. Red had grown into a magnificent dragon. Its crimson scales looked like living fire. It stood taller than a house. Its voice commanded respect. But when Red saw Jake, it became the baby it once was, running over, making happy sounds, nuzzling against him like it used to. Packfather, Red always said. You came. The joy in its voice never changed. No matter how important Red became, Jake would always be family. Sky worked as a diplomat now. It traveled to other species, built bridges, made friends. Its curious nature made it perfect for the role. It approached every new culture with wonder and respect, just like it once approached Jake with cautious hope. Forrest became a teacher. It worked with young dragons who experienced trauma. It taught them about healing, about patience, about trust. Every lesson came from what Forrest learned in those dark days after the crash, and from what Jake showed them all about kindness. The 3 siblings changed their entire culture. They introduced new ways of thinking about strength, about leadership, about what it meant to be dragon. The old ways valued only fierceness, only power. But the 3 princes showed that compassion was power, that gentleness was strength, that love could conquer what claws could not. Not everyone agreed at first. Some dragons thought the princes were too soft, too influenced by humans. But then those critics saw the results. Young dragons stopped starving themselves when they experienced trauma. They healed faster, grew stronger, because now there were dragons who knew how to help them. Dragons who learned from the best teacher of all, a human with gentle hands. Jake was visiting the dragon capital, a massive city built into a mountain. Spires of crystal reached toward the sky. Dragons flew everywhere. It was beautiful and grand. Red met him at the landing platform. Behind Red stood hundreds of young dragons, all waiting. "What is this?" Jake asked. He felt confused. Red's eyes gleamed. "These are the cubs we saved." Every one of them was starving themselves after losing their families. Everyone was given up as lost. But we used your methods. Patience, kindness, consistency. And they all lived. They all healed. They wanted to meet the human who saved us, who taught us how to save them. Jake looked at all the young dragons, hundreds of them, all alive because he showed 3 scared babies that trust was possible. His throat tightened with emotion. One by one, the young dragons came forward. They touched their heads to Jake's hands, a gesture of respect and gratitude. Each one whispered thanks for saving the princes, for teaching the dragons a better way, for showing that different did not mean enemy. Jake felt tears run down his face. He did not try to hide them. This was what mattered, not glory, not fame, but this: lives saved, hope restored, a future made brighter because someone chose kindness over fear. That evening, Jake sat with Red, Sky, and Forest on a balcony overlooking the city. The 3 dragons were huge now, but they still curled around Jake like they did when they were small, protecting him, loving him. "Do you ever regret it?" Sky asked. "Saving us? Your life became so complicated because of us." Jake laughed. "Regret? Never. You 3 are the best thing that ever happened to me. You taught me as much as I taught you. You showed me what courage really looks like, what hope can do, what love means." Forrest spoke quietly. "We were so broken, Packfather, so lost. We thought we would die in that crashed ship, alone in the dark. But you found us. You saw past our fear. You gave us time to heal. You never gave up on us." "How could I give up on you?" Jake asked. "You were children who needed help. That is all that mattered. Not that you were dragons, not that you were different, just that you needed help and I could give it." Red rumbled deep in its chest. "That is why you changed everything, Packfather. You saw us as people first, not aliens, not threats, not even just victims, but as people who deserved kindness. That simple choice changed 2 entire civilizations. The stars came out above them, brilliant and countless." Jake looked up at them and thought about how far they had all come. 3 baby dragons who starved themselves in fear were now leaders teaching compassion. A human who just wanted to help was now a bridge between species. Zephyros joined them on the balcony. The High Commander was older now. His purple scales had silver in them, but his eyes were still sharp and wise. "Jake Morrison," he said formally, "the Dragon Council has made a decision. We wish to establish the Morrison Protocol, a set of guidelines for caring for traumatized young, based entirely on your methods. It will be taught to every dragon. Mandatory training, so that no cub ever starves from grief again." Jake felt overwhelmed. "I just did what felt right. I am not special." Zephyros shook his great head. "That is exactly what makes you special. You saw what needed to be done and you did it, without thought of reward, without hesitation. You gave freely of your time and your heart. That is the rarest gift of all." The High Commander looked at the 3 princes. "And look what grew from that gift. 3 leaders who will guide us into a new age, an age where strength includes compassion, where power includes kindness, where we remember that we are strongest when we care for each other." Months later, Jake returned to Earth. He walked through familiar streets, saw familiar faces, but everything felt different now. He had changed. The galaxy had changed. All because of 3 baby dragons and the choice to help them. He gave speeches now, taught at universities, shared his story. But his message was always the same. Kindness matters. Patience matters. Seeing others as people matters. These simple truths could change everything. Young humans listened. They learned. They went out into the galaxy carrying those lessons. Human diplomats became known for their compassion, human doctors for their patience, human teachers for their kindness. Jake's example spread like ripples in water, touching lives he would never meet. Other species noticed. They saw what happened when humans and dragons worked together. They saw the prosperity, the peace, the growth. Slowly, more species reached out, wanting to join the alliance, wanting to be part of something built on understanding instead of fear. The galaxy was changing, becoming kinder, becoming better, all because one person knelt down in a crashed ship and offered food to 3 terrified babies. Jake received a message one day. It was from Red. The message was simple, but it made Jake smile. "Pack Father," Red wrote, "I wanted you to know. Today I was crowned Emperor. Sky and forest serve as my closest advisors. Our first act was to declare a new principle for our empire, that all beings deserve compassion, that strength without kindness is weakness, that power without love is hollow." The council agreed unanimously. "You changed us, Pack Father, and through us you changed our entire civilization. Thank you for everything, for seeing us when we were invisible, for hearing us when we could not speak, for loving us when we could not love ourselves. You are forever part of our family, forever honored in our history, forever remembered as the one who taught us what it means to be truly strong." Jake wiped his eyes. He looked at the heart of flame that still sat on his desk. Its inner fire danced and swirled, eternal and beautiful, a symbol of the bond between him and 3 dragons who started as strangers and became family. He wrote back, "Congratulations, Emperor Ember. You earned that crown through courage and compassion, through wisdom and love. I always knew you would be a great leader. You and your siblings are proof that broken things can heal, that fear can be overcome, that trust can be rebuilt. I am proud to call you family. Always." Years continued to pass. Jake grew older. His hair turned gray. His body slowed down, but his heart remained strong. He visited the dragon capital often, watched Red rule with wisdom, saw Sky bring new species into the alliance, observed Forest teaching generation after generation about healing and hope. The 3 dragons had children of their own now. Dozens of baby dragons who never knew the terror their parents experienced, who grew up in a world where compassion was valued, where kindness was taught, where love was the foundation of strength. And every one of those baby dragons learned the story of the human with gentle hands, the one who found their parents starving in fear, who showed them patience, who taught them trust, who changed everything. Jake Morrison became a legend. In dragon culture, in human culture, across dozens of species. But he never thought of himself as special. He just did what anyone should do when they find someone in need. He helped. That was the lesson. The one that echoed across the galaxy. Changing civilizations, saving lives, building bridges between the stars. Help when you can. Be kind when possible. Show patience when others show fear. Choose love over hate. Choose understanding over judgment. Choose compassion over cruelty. These simple truths, learned in a crashed ship, taught to 3 baby dragons, spread across the galaxy like light breaking through darkness. The dragon cubs had starved them.
Official report Earth military assessment. Classification most urgent. From Commander Pax Lura, Zentari Federation Military Intelligence. Subject immediate withdrawal recommendation. To my most esteemed High Command. I must begin this report with an urgent recommendation. Under no circumstances should we ever consider military action against the humans. What I witnessed today at their so-called educational facility has shaken me to my very core. Let me explain the horrifying details of my diplomatic mission to their West Point Terra Academy. As you know, I arrived on Earth with the absolute certainty of our superiority. After all, we Zentari have perfected warfare through precise calculation and perfect order. Our troops march in immaculate formation. Our battle plans follow strict mathematical principles. Even our uniforms stay mysteriously spotless during combat. I expected to find a primitive training facility filled with bumbling bipeds attempting to mimic proper military discipline. The transport landed at 0700 Earth hours. The air was thick with that peculiar mixture of nitrogen and oxygen they somehow managed to breathe. I adjusted my atmospheric processor and straightened my ceremonial medals, all 27 of them arranged in perfect geometric precision on my chest. A small greeting party awaited me at the landing pad. "Welcome to West Point Terra Academy." Commander Pax Lura, the human female who stepped forward, wore a crisp uniform with far fewer medals than mine, which I noted with satisfaction. "I'm General Sarah Winters, Academy Commandant. We're thrilled to have the Zentari Federation's interest in our humble training methods." Her use of the word humble confirmed my preconceptions. I fluttered my secondary breathing membranes in what I believe to be a gracious manner. Yes, the Federation is most curious about how you manage to produce functional soldiers with such limited resources. The General's smile widened, showing far too many teeth. I would later recognize this as what humans call a predatory grin, but at the time I mistook it for submission. "Oh, we managed somehow. Shall we begin the tour? I believe the first-year cadets are just starting their morning warm-up." "Warm-up?" I inquired, my primary translation gland throbbing slightly at the unfamiliar term. "Yes," she replied, that unsettling smile still in place. "Nothing too strenuous. Just a light 12-mile run carrying full packs, followed by what we call the Murderer's Mile obstacle course. Then they'll have breakfast." I laughed, assuming this was an example of human humor. The General did not join in. The small party of officers behind her maintained equally serious expressions. A cold feeling began to spread through my tertiary nervous system. You are joking," surely I managed to say. Commander General Winters replied, her voice carrying a note of what I would soon learn was pure human delight in the face of another's discomfort. "We never joke about training. Now, shall we head to the course? The cadets should be reaching the barbed wire and live fire section soon." As I followed her toward what would be the first of many horrifying revelations that day, I made my initial note to High Command: "These humans are not what we thought they were. May the cosmic consciousness have mercy on anyone who underestimates them." If only I had known that this was merely the beginning of my ordeal. The path to the training grounds led us past perfectly manicured grass, which I initially took as a promising sign of order. That was until I noticed the cadets. Sweet cosmic consciousness, the cadets. "Down and give me 50, the booming voice nearly caused my secondary heart to stop. A human instructor, who I would later learn was the legendary Sergeant Major Marcus Steele, towered over a group of mud-covered trainees. His voice could probably be heard in the next solar system. "Excuse me," I interrupted, my translation gland working overtime. 50 what?" Sergeant Steele turned to me with an expression that made my exoskeleton want to molt prematurely. 50 push-ups, Commander. Standard punishment for breathing too loudly during stealth training." I watched in horror as 20 young humans dropped to the ground and began rhythmically pushing their entire body weight up and down. But that's extremely inefficient. In the Zentari forces, we simply dock their nutrition credits. "Nutrition credits?" General Winters raised an eyebrow. "Oh no, Commander. Hungry soldiers are cranky soldiers. And cranky soldiers might just forget to save your tentacles in combat." Before I could process this disturbing statement, we reached the infamous obstacle course. My optical processors struggled to make sense of what I was witnessing. Humans were swinging across pits of bubbling mud on ropes, while others crawled under razor wire as live plasma rounds sizzled overhead. Some were scaling walls using nothing but their bare hands, and others, by all that's sacred, were they fighting each other on top of a narrow beam suspended 20 feet in the air. "Don't worry," General Winters said, misinterpreting my horrified expression. "The plasma rounds are set to stun, usually." Incoming, a voice shouted from somewhere above. I looked up just in time to see a human cadet plummeting from the sky. My emergency teleport beacon began beeping frantically, but before I could activate it, the cadet landed in a roll, sprung to their feet, and sprinted off toward the next obstacle. Excellent form. Cadet Thompson Sergeant Steele bellowed. "But next time try to avoid the anti-aircraft turrets." "Anti-aircraft, but they're on foot," I protested weakly. "Exactly," General Winters beamed. "Can't expect them to always have aircraft available in combat situations. So we teach them to dodge anti-aircraft fire on foot. Builds character." A small group of cadets jogged past us, chanting what I assumed was some sort of military cadence. I don't know, but I've been told. Alien worlds are mighty cold. Sound off, 1, 2. They were singing, while running, through an active weapons range, and smiling. Perhaps I suggested, trying to maintain my diplomatic composure, we should move on to observing something less intense. Your theoretical training facilities, perhaps. General Winters checked her chronometer. Perfect timing. The advanced problem-solving class is about to begin. They're working on improvised weapons today. Improvised weapons, my voice rose several octaves. Oh yes, you wouldn't believe what these kids can do with a paperclip and a rubber band. Last week, Cadet Martinez took out an entire simulation squad with nothing but a sock full of butter and some dental floss. As we turned toward the classroom buildings, I made another note in my report update: previous assessment of human unpredictability severely underestimated. They appear to view chaos as a military doctrine. Exercise extreme caution. Little did I know, the improvised weapons class would soon seem like a peaceful meditation session compared to what awaited me in the afternoon training exercises. The physical education facility, if one could call it that, resembled what humans might term a nightmare factory. I arrived just in time to witness what they casually referred to as light sparring practice. "Remember your training," Sergeant Steele's voice echoed through the massive gymnasium. "If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a plasma bolt." To my utter disbelief, actual wrenches were flying through the air. The cadets, instead of filing a formal complaint or calling their legal representatives, were laughing while dodging the metal projectiles. "Is this sanctioned?" I whispered to General Winters. "Oh, this is nothing," she replied cheerfully. "Wait until you see the advanced class. They dodge wrenches while solving differential equations. Multitasking is essential in modern warfare." A young cadet approached us, covered in what appeared to be a mixture of mud, paint, and some unidentifiable fluorescent substance. "General Winters, permission to demonstrate the new combat maneuver for our distinguished guest." "Proceed," Cadet Riley. General Winters nodded. What happened next defied several laws of physics and probably a few of interstellar warfare. Cadet Riley proceeded to perform what they called a parkour combat sequence, which involved running up a wall, backflipping over 3 training drones, disarming 2 practice opponents mid-flip, and landing in a perfect fighting stance while reciting the entire Earth Geneva Convention backwards. "Most impressive," I managed to say, while discreetly checking if my optical processors needed recalibration. "But surely this is an exceptional case." "Oh no," General Winters laughed. "Riley's still working on their form. You should see them when they're really trying." We moved on to what they called the endurance training area. I use quotation marks because in any civilized society, it would be classified as a torture chamber. Cadets were running on devices that simulated various planetary gravities, from Mercury to Jupiter, while others were swimming in pools filled with what appeared to be carbonated mud. "The mud bath is actually quite popular," General Winters explained. "Helps build resistance to environmental hazards. Plus, it's refreshing after the lava walking exercises." "The what exercises?" "Oh, don't worry, we use synthetic lava. Most of the time." Just then, a group of mud-covered cadets emerged from an underground tunnel, carrying what appeared to be giant logs on their shoulders. They were singing, again, something about a duck, an antimatter drive, and a bottle of hot sauce. "Ah, the Special Forces Training Group," General Winters beamed proudly. "They've been underground for 3 days, navigating by echolocation and living off of nothing but coffee beans and pure determination." But why, I asked, my professional composure finally cracking. "Why not?" responded a mud-covered cadet cheerfully as she jogged past, somehow maintaining perfect balance despite carrying a log twice her size. "It's Taco Tuesday in the mess hall. That's motivation enough." I watched in mounting horror as another group of cadets entered what they called the motivation enhancement chamber through the observation window. I could see them facing off against training robots while the room itself randomly altered its gravity, temperature, and atmospheric composition. "Don't worry about the robots," General Winters said, noticing my expression. "They're programmed with a safety protocol that prevents them from causing permanent damage." As if on cue, one of the robots flew through the reinforced window, sparked briefly, and mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like "Error Human 2 Unpredictable" before shutting down. Most of the time, she added with a shrug. I made another note in my report: urgent update. Human training methods appear to be designed by combining their action entertainment videos with fever dreams and implementing them in reality. Their definition of physical education borders on voluntary torture, which they somehow interpret as fun. They are, in short, completely insane. The day wasn't even half over, and I had already filled my emergency data storage with increasingly panicked observations. But nothing could have prepared me for what came next: the infamous mud crawl incident that would haunt my nightmares for cycles to come. "Now," Commander General Winters said with that terrifying smile of hers, "how would you like to experience some hands-on training?" Fortunately, I was saved by the arrival of Professor Nathan Burke, head of psychological warfare studies, who insisted it was time for my scheduled observation of their strategy classes. I had never been so relieved to attend a lecture in my entire military career. Surely, I thought, this would be a return to civilized military education. How wrong I was. I entered the classroom to find what appeared to be complete chaos. Cadets were arranged in small groups, each stationed around what they called gaming tables. On the main display screen was an image that made my third eye twitch: today's lesson: weaponized absurdity and creative combat solutions. "Welcome," Commander Professor Burke exclaimed, bouncing on his heels with disturbing enthusiasm. "Today we're exploring unconventional warfare through the lens of human entertainment media. Cadet Wilson, please share your team's strategy for defending against a superior force using only items found in a typical human restaurant." A young cadet stood up, activated a holographic display, and began speaking with complete seriousness. "Sir, our team has developed a multi-phase defense strategy utilizing condiment-based area denial, improvised coffee maker explosives, and tactical application of banana peels. We call it Operation Food Fight." I waited for the professor to reprimand such obvious nonsense. Instead, he clapped his hands in delight. "Excellent. Especially the bit about weaponizing the soup of the day. Though I might suggest considering the tactical advantages of spreading marbles near the salad bar." Another cadet raised their hand. "Sir, what about using the soft-serve ice cream machine as a makeshift riot control device?" "Now that's thinking outside the box, Cadet Martinez. Make sure to account for different viscosity settings." My translation gland was starting to develop a stress headache. "Surely," I interrupted, "you don't actually implement these theories." Professor Burke's eyes lit up with an unsettling gleam. "Of course we do. In fact, we're about to begin today's practical exercise. Everyone, to the paintball arena." The next 30 minutes were a blur of technicolor horror. What I witnessed in that arena defied every principle of conventional military doctrine. Cadets were using psychology misdirection and what they termed meme warfare to completely devastate their opponents. One team had somehow rigged a series of speakers to play something called "Never Gonna Give You Up" on loop, thoroughly demoralizing their opponents. Another group had developed what they called tactical dance moves to dodge incoming fire while simultaneously confusing the enemy with, as they put it, sick beats and sick strategies. "Observe the beauty of human ingenuity," Professor Burke said proudly as a cadet used a pizza box as both a shield and a frisbee, like throwing weapon. "We encourage them to think creatively." "But this isn't warfare," I protested. This is." "Exactly," he beamed. "The enemy expects warfare. They don't expect to be defeated by a squad performing a choreographed dance number while simultaneously executing a perfect flanking maneuver. Psychological warfare isn't just about breaking the enemy's will to fight. It's about making them question their entire understanding of reality." Just then, A team of cadets breached a defensive position by creating a diversion involving 3 rubber chickens, a bottle of glitter, and what they assured me was a totally theoretical mind control device made from a modified karaoke machine. Sir, a cadet approached us, covered in rainbow-colored paint but grinning wildly. Permission to demonstrate our new sonic warfare technique. Before I could object, the entire class broke into something they called sea shanties, their synchronized singing creating a surprisingly effective sonic attack pattern that somehow incorporated advanced battle strategies into the lyrics. I frantically added to my report, critical update: humans have weaponized chaos itself. Their approach to psychological warfare suggests either brilliant insanity or insane brilliance. They appear to gain tactical advantages from actions that, by all reasonable military doctrine, should ensure their immediate defeat. Most disturbing of all, they seem to be enjoying themselves. Professor Burke gathered everyone for the post-exercise briefing. Remember, cadets, in tomorrow's class we'll be covering advanced meme theory and its applications in modern warfare. Please bring your collection of cat videos and be prepared to discuss their potential tactical applications. Professor, I managed to ask, do these unusual methods actually work in real combat situations? The entire class turned to look at me with identical grins that made my exoskeleton want to crawl off and hide. Would you like a demonstration, Professor Burke asked innocently. Before I could decline, the blessed sound of the lunch bell saved me from what I'm certain would have been another traumatic experience. However, I quickly discovered that even human meal times were far from the civilized affairs I was accustomed to. The cafeteria, or mess hall as they called it, was a vast chamber that seemed to operate under its own special laws of physics and social conduct. I watched in fascination and horror as hundreds of cadets piled in, creating what appeared to be carefully controlled chaos. Today's special is triple atomic chili, announced the head chef, a towering human named Jack Thunder, who I later learned was a former demolitions expert. Remember, kids, sign the waiver before attempting the extra spicy version. Waiver? I inquired nervously. Oh yes, General Winters explained, filling her tray with something that was actively bubbling. The extra spicy version is technically classified as a chemical weapon in 17 star systems. A group of cadets nearby were engaged in what appeared to be a friendly competition involving their hot sauce collection. My environmental sensors began screaming warnings before I even got close to their table. Hey Commander, one particularly enthusiastic cadet waved me over. Want to try our new tactical condiment? We call it the supernova sauce. I politely declined, especially after noticing that the sauce had eaten through 3 layers of their reinforced training plates. What happened next would forever change my understanding of human social dynamics. Without warning, a cadet stood up and shouted, incoming, before launching what appeared to be a dinner roll across the room with sniper-like precision. Instead of the expected disciplinary action, this sparked what they called a tactical food distribution exercise. General Winters calmly flipped her table for cover, proving it was designed specifically for this purpose. Standard training drill, she explained, catching a flying sandwich without looking. Teaches resource management, projectile trajectories, and team coordination. Plus it helps the cadets bond. I watched in amazement as the chaos unfolded with surprising strategic precision. Teams formed spontaneously, alliances were made and broken over dessert rights, and someone was using spaghetti as a rappelling rope from the 2nd floor balcony. The key is the hot sauce, Sergeant Steele explained, suddenly appearing beside me in full gravy-proof gear. Nothing motivates a cadet to perfect their dodge training like avoiding the supernova sauce. Just then, a glob of the aforementioned sauce landed near my feet, instantly melting through the floor tiles. My threat assessment glands went into overdrive. But the waste of resources, I protested weakly, ducking under a barrage of tactical tater tots. Waste? General Winters laughed, expertly deflecting a meatball with her tray. This is the 3rd most efficient way we've found to teach orbital bombardment calculations. Watch Cadet Thompson's pie trajectory. Sure enough, the pie in question described a perfect parabolic arc before finding its target with devastating accuracy. The targeted cadet responded by unleashing what they called their secret weapon, a bottle of hot sauce that required 3 separate safety locks and a biometric scan to open. I added another frantic note to my report: emergency update, human sustenance practices double as combat training. They have weaponized their food. Their digestive capabilities alone qualify them as a potential galactic threat. The hot sauce, by all that's sacred, the hot sauce. As if sensing my thoughts, Chef Thunder approached with a special plate. Made something special for our guest. We call it the Earthling Welcome Platter. I stared at the dish, which appeared to be actively challenging me to a fight. The vegetables had been arranged in what I recognized as a tactical formation, and the sauce was glowing. "Don't worry," General Winters said, misinterpreting my terror as hesitation. "This is the mild version." Before I could sample the terrifying dish, an announcement echoed through the facility: all cadets report to the advanced combat arena. Today's demonstration: adaptive warfare and creative weaponry. The cadets moved with frightening efficiency, clearing the mess hall in seconds. I noticed several of them pocketing hot sauce bottles with disturbing grins. General Winters led me to an observation deck overlooking what appeared to be a massive training arena. "Now, Commander, you'll see how we teach weapons adaptation," she said proudly. "Sergeant Steele, begin the exercise." "Listen up," Cadet Sergeant Steele's voice boomed through the speakers. "Today's scenario: defending Earth with whatever you can grab in 30 seconds from a typical human bedroom." My confusion turned to horror as I watched the cadets transform ordinary objects into weapons of mass destruction. One group had turned a bedsheet into a surprisingly effective capture net. Another was using pillows as improvised smoke screens, somehow having modified them to release tactical cover on impact. "Is that cadet wielding a lamp as a lightsaber?" I asked, my translation gland starting to malfunction from stress. "Oh yes, Cadet Parker specializes in turning household lighting into directed energy weapons," General Winters beamed. "Wait until you see what they can do with a disco ball and some Christmas lights." The demonstration continued with what they called the pillow fight protocols, which bore about as much resemblance to sleeping accessories as a supernova bears to a match flame. The cadets had somehow weaponized comfort itself. "Standard issue military pillows," Sergeant Steele explained, noticing my shocked expression. "Stuffed with a classified material we call freedom fluff. Perfect for both tactical combat and power naps." The team of cadets demonstrated their latest innovation: synchronized pillow artillery. The impacts left dents in reinforced steel walls. Another group had created what they called a blanket fort defense system that repelled all conventional attacks while simultaneously providing what they termed optimal snoozing conditions. "But this defies all known combat doctrine," I protested as a cadet used a teddy bear as an improvised grappling hook. "Exactly," General Winters replied. "That's why it works. The enemy expects missiles and plasma rifles. They don't expect to be taken down by tactically modified bedroom accessories." The final demonstration involved what they called extreme adaptive combat. The arena was flooded, electrified, and filled with various obstacles. The cadets were given random objects and told to complete their mission. I watched in mounting horror as they turned rubber ducks into surprisingly effective aquatic assault vehicles, modified alarm clocks into timed explosive devices, used slippers as improvised underwater propulsion units, converted a bookshelf into what they called a knowledge-based ballistic delivery system. And now Sergeant Steele announced with obvious glee the grand finale. The lights dimmed. Music started playing from somewhere. And then I witnessed what they called Operation Sleepover Storm, a full-scale combat operation using nothing but typical items found in a human teenager's bedroom. I frantically updated my report: critical alert. Humans can weaponize anything. Their ability to adapt ordinary objects into combat tools suggests either terrifying creativity or creative terrifyingness. They have turned comfort itself into a weapon. The pillow fighting techniques alone violate 16 intergalactic weapons treaties. "Impressive, isn't it?" General Winters said, watching a cadet surf across the electrified water on what appeared to be a modified ironing board. "And this is just the basic class." I turned to her with all three eyes wide. "Basic.